여기서 인내심 있게 매복하고 있다가 이러면 50의 궁을 뽑아내. 자, 들어가서 지금 크산테를 물었고 크산테 보는 거는 잘 안 죽죠. 그렇죠. 그리고 조pom서 지금 달 초식에 하지만 이러면요 딜러가 딜하는가 딜러가 딜하는가. 자, 와 카메리가 달 잡아냈고 제가 잡혔습니다. 아니 제 급발진이 됐죠. 자, 계속 갑니다. 미하일. 자, 미하일 그 상태. 자, 동심 그 상태. 내 이름은 미하일 그 상태. 미하일 그 상태가 갑니다. 때 냄새 나죠? 그게 나고 싶을 때 하는 플레이거든요. 그래서 이렇게 대전의 맛이 들어갑니다. 이러면 대전의 맛이가 잘 들어갔어요. 근데 자르만 녹았고요. 네. 근데 자르만이 삭제가 됐군요. 발을 먹긴 먹었는데 자르만이 다 죽었고. 네. 그리고 지금 어디까지? 자, 4대5 대 4대5 대 4대5 대. 와, 메이가 슈퍼 토스. 와. 했습니다. 이러면 자 바로 아직까지 때려주고 있습니다. 자, 남은 체력 얼마 없고요. 자, 들어와서 연차를 뺏겠다. 근데 이거는 한 방이 좀 욕심있는 느낌. 한타보다 바로까지 바로 스마트함을 하는 건가요? 바로 스마트함. 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 도망가면요. 자, 이러면 그래 정면한다. 게임 넘어가는 분위기인가요? 1킬부터 과연 누가 만들어줘야 될까요? 스폰지의 이니시? 이거 지금 로버가 네. 수문장이에요, 수문장. 아니 이거 너무 뒷골을 맞고 그리고 끌어들이면서 싸우는 전환. 자, 과연 돌리가 감이 곧 던졌고요. 그리고 로버가 피크 펼쳐 같이 나오면서 와. 한 명의 사살이 높습니다. 파란색과 전투도 왜 이렇게 돼요? 잠깐만요. 태클. 잠깐만. 혹시 어딨어? 펜타키를 벌써 먹어본 사람이 마스라 이거 그만해. 어떻게 오시겠죠? 여기 파기는 뭡니까? 자, 타기 바빠요. 어떻게든 펜타 걸려고 있죠. 빠지고 절대 안 주겠다. 상체 쪽에서기 서로가 좀 구도가 좀 이어지고 있고. 자, 여기서 부패사슬 오히려 들어갑니다. 앞으로 플랜 B. 자, 플랜 B가 좀 앞서서 움직임이 좀 앞서 좀 보여있고요. 자, 여기서 이상 길어집니다. 구도가 자, 기합을 자, 뒷발이면서 아칼리 세번이면 이 구도 이지랄 자, 아칼리 마무리하면서 이거 바루스가 프리한데요? 이게 바루스다 이러면 바루스가 프리하면 안 되죠. 자, 서로 간에 교환이 방송이 되거든요. 기합을 전성기 타이밍이 이지랄 자, 들어왔습니다. 한 번 더. 이지랄. 경기가 강한 타이밍이거든요. 정수준. 자, 이지랄. 기합을. 어떻게 기합을. 와! 리셋 박스.
자, 들리냐? 면서?
야, 근데 좀 작다, 준성아.
지금 왔던데.
살짝만 더 끼워봐.
이거 우리가 피우면 되는 거 아니야?
형도 작아, 형. 아, 맞네.
나는.
야, 너. 진짜.
지금은.
완벽해. 깜짝이야.
ASMR이었어?
깜짝 놀랐어.
A few moments later.
산해탑 노플 들리지?
야, 너무 커.
너무 크다고?
너만 큰 거 같아.
너가 너무 커, 너무나.
지금은 뭔데?
지금은 좀 작은데? 좀 작은 거 같은데?
됐어요.
네.
중간이 없는데?
그러니까 이거 좀 너무 크지 않아? 난 적당한데? 난 좀 큰 거 같은데?
중간이 없어?
야, 좀 커. 마이크 살짝만 떼봐, 누나.
산해탑 노플이요. 잘 들리시죠, 여러분?
지금 딱 적당한 거 같아.
네, 감사합니다.
정한이 좀 뭐야 그거 풀고 기운 좀 내봐.
정환아,
기운 좀 내봐.
정환아,
원래 1대1이 제일 재밌는 거야.
정환아 그 상태 배워줄게.
미아의 그 상태가 갑니다. 미아.
아 그런 말 하지 마.
알아서 잘할 거야.
나 믿어. 나 믿어.
네네 야 준배랑 정한이 그거 한번 해.
아니 뭐해?
너네 그거 한번 해야 돼 진짜로.
그게 뭔데?
아 빨리 해.
뭐-
준배.
나 내가 몰라 내가.
알잖아. 준비됐어 달.
준비됐어 날?
빨리 뭐해 정한아 빨리 해야지.
못하겠어.
아니 이걸 안 한다고?
이기면 할게 이기면.
지금 해야 돼 정한 진짜 지금 해야 돼.
해야 이겨. 해야 이겨.
해야 이겨.
해야 이겨.
준비됐어 날?
진짜
진짜
뭐하냐 정한이.
그리고 사이드 쪽 지원을
탑 봐줘야 돼. 탑 봐줘야 돼.
빼. 미드.
야 조심해.
됐죠.
뺄수 있어.
패스 있어 패스 있어.
뺄만한데 우리가?
빼만해.
빼만.
나 볼게. 나.
해보자.
붙어줄게. 맞아 와봐. 좋은데.
좋아.
달이 왔어요.
달리야 높여.
달려.
내줘.
이걸 이렇게 완벽한 합류.
나이스.
봐봐. 봤어.
얘들아 메가나를 없어.
파스 오플 따라올게.
해봐.
노플이야. 맞죠. 나 파스
알았어.
잡혔습니다. 지금 싸워.
천천히 해. 나 치카 쏠게 얘들아.
레이턴 맞을래 레이턴. 레이턴 봐줘.
나이스.
T1.
좋았다.
끝내봐.
파스 볼게.
아니야 타워.
상관없어.
타워쳐.
끝났다.
수고했다. 이런 거가 진짜야.
수고했다.
그래.
Hello and welcome to LCK Challenger League here live at WGG Esports Studio for 2023 spring. It is myself, Valdez, with Wolf today, and you're here in the right place if you're looking to get sponged. Sponge is not playing today, but you probably got sponged yesterday, and he has brought his warmth to the Challengers broadcast. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm good. I know that Atlas and Chronicler had a very rough day yesterday in terms of the workload. It's when you have the Monday day, just so you guys know, we do all the LCK before this. So I know some of you guys probably just discovered this stream recently. You don't know that we cast this big league called the LCK. If I like cover this here, like this one, yeah, we cast that one. But this is the Challengers League, right? So I don't know. I'm just trying to interact with the screen a little bit more often. But yeah, so it was a rough day for them. So please send them your love and stuff on Twitter because they did do the full 9. Today we could have the full 6 based on the matchups we do have, but we'll see.
The full 6 is, you know,
it's an easy one.
It's fine, especially with the games we do have today. It should be pretty fun. And also, you and I, we're keeping these duos together. So we're going to do Tuesday, and then we're going to do Wednesday through Sunday, normal LCK, and then you and I are back on Monday. So we keep the streak alive 7 days in a row, and you and I maybe get to finish it off with a 9-setter as well.
I hope so. It wouldn't be fair, would it?
So jealous. I mean, they got the 9-gamer. I wanted to have the 9-gamer as well.
It was rough on everyone because it's a long day. And when I showed up to work today, and I went into the makeup room and talked to the Korean commentators, everyone kind of looked like, "Whew, that was a day." Everybody watched all the games, and it's a long time for everybody. So, thank you guys for joining us again because I know it was a long day for all of you who watched yesterday. You might be a little bit tired of watching Challengers, but I hope not because you're here today and we've got some good games.
The professional Challenger League watchers in the chat, no doubt, they are back. Of course, if this is your first time, where have you been? I'm not sure, but we do have the chat right here so we can see what you're saying the entire time. And yes, it'll be a fun time as always. The Challenger League broadcast. We definitely take it a little bit more casually, I guess.
Yeah.
Still doing a good cast, still very important games for everybody involved, but we like to keep it a little bit lighthearted, keep the atmosphere of the Challenger broadcast the way it has been, as DK was able to win yesterday and take first spot.
Yeah, just like the LCK, we have D+, Kia, and T1 on top, but reverse to the LCK, D+ actually won that T1 matchup, so we'll actually be in this parallel universe of our Tier 2 league in number 1. And unfortunately, one of our teams playing today, Breon, has not won a single game here in the LCK Challengers. They are at -8, so looking to turn their luck around later on this evening when they do play that first matchup. Nongshim, sitting at middle of the pack, started off with a bang, looked pretty good. And Guangdong Freaks, I think, starting to find their footing here as well. Hanwha Esports and KT later on is kind of a battle for 3rd place, so that's going to be an interesting one. I think KT has quietly been a really strong team in Challengers so far. I'm looking forward to what they've got to show us tonight.
Yeah, it should be a couple of fun matches, I think. Both of them can be close. Just depends on how Bro is feeling, I think. Hanwha versus KT, they're right next to each other. Could be anybody's games, especially because this is Challengers and you never know. So it really just comes down to, as I always say, who's going to make the least amount of mistakes.
That's the way it is.
And maybe Bro can beat Nongshim. It's possible. Anything is possible in Challengers.
Yeah, so here are those matchups. Nongshim versus Breon being the first one, and then Hanwha Esports versus KT rolls for the second. I think the second matchup definitely going to be a lot more higher level, but it's really important for both of these teams in the first matchup. When we have this regular season where everyone plays against everyone's round-robin system, you don't want to continue a losing streak like what Breon has because it starts to get into your head, starts to get into your mental. They haven't won a single game yet. Whereas on Nongshim's side, you want to win, you want to push yourself back towards the west side of the bracket, but you also don't want to be the first team to lose to Bro, right? So there's a lot of pressure on them as well.
True.
But they are definitely the favorites tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, could start this one off with a bang, Nongshim, as they did in Challengers, but then unfortunately, I believe they did take a couple of losses. So definitely looking to get back on the horse themselves as... Yeah, I see you guys in chat. Someone asked, What's your favorite cheese? Wolf, do you...
Gonna have to be white cheddar for me, especially if it's sharp.
Sharp white cheddar.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my favorite. Although I have been
I-
getting into pepper jack a lot recently.
Yeah, pepper jack is really good. I'm a big fan of pepper jack. I don't really... I feel like it's mozzarella. It's like the most American things to say. It's like not a good cheese actually, but it's I don't know. It just feels like home, you know what I mean? Like the string cheese I used to eat when I was a kid. I guess I just don't eat enough like good cheese to really know what my favorite good cheese is, so I'm gonna have to go with mozzarella.
Yeah, I think it's a very versatile cheese. Like you can use it on pizza, you can use it in all sorts of stuff, honestly. You could put it in egg if you want to do it that way. Like a lot of people like to use Mexican cheese for that when they're making sort of egg dishes. Cheddar also great there, but it is the great equalizer cheese, you know? You can turn any meal that was a little bit more boring into more of a mozzarella dish. So we got some Nongshim fans here so far, and Lonely Bro fan.
They call them baby Nongshim, or it's pretty funny. I don't know. Like all the challenger teams are the baby teams, is what they say in Korean. It's pretty cute.
Yeah.
As a Raptor fan here.
Decided to cast Doive again myself tonight, and Frim had a really rough week last week, but hopefully can bounce back because it is an important day, as we mentioned, for Breon trying to get their first game win here in LCK Challengers.
Ready to watch my favorite team bro with my bro team.
In my bro shaker cup.
Wearing my bro merch after hitting the gym with the lil bro. Easy. If you are thinking about going to the gym and you don't really know what you're doing, it's better to go with someone else, regardless of if they're knowledgeable or not knowledgeable, because if you both don't know what's going on, then you can kind of have fun. You can kind of like help each other out by watching a YouTube video while the other guy's working out or stuff like that. If you go with someone knowledgeable, obviously, that's very helpful.
Yeah, you can also make sure someone, if you could see someone doing something that's probably dangerous, and even if you're not knowledgeable, you can be like, don't do that. That seems like a bad idea. Or that seems too heavy for you. That seems too light for you. And the case may be for all bros, of course.
Thank you, casters, for the 10-hour stream last night. It wasn't us, but thank you to Atlas and Chronicler, who did bring us through that marathon day.
Yeah, they might be in the chat, too. You never know. I think we got
My guess is no. Today, I think they need a rest from the League of Legends. They should probably not watch today. Chronicles probably got us on in the background. He's like, oh, no, I'm going to type something. No, don't. Just don't watch. Just take a rest.
I was just going to say on a completely unrelated note, completely unrelated.
Nice.
I think our hair looks pretty good today. I think we're kind of nailing it. We get the special.
Hair's looking good.
It's rough in some leagues where a lot of the time the Korean commentators use a hand mic. So in esports history for global casters, just to give you guys a little bit of a wolf story,
Perfect timing for it.
Sometimes the Korean commentators use hand mics like this, very free. Sometimes they're not attached, even they're wireless, whatever, but hand mics are very common in Korean broadcasts. So the hairstylists don't realize that the global casters usually wear a headset, right? So they will put our hair up or do something, really extravagant with it, and then I'm like, I'm putting a headset on that.
Yeah.
But now we can kind of do anything because we're not wearing headsets. Not that today's like especially bold, but I do feel like,
yeah, I'm
our
really
hair's going to stand out.
Yeah. We're really killing it with the
it's
crazy
just not
out
bold.
of. Yeah, no, yeah. It's just that both of our haircuts look extremely like straightforward and normal, so I was like,
especially mine because it's pushed straight forward,
Yeah. Just got like the tiny little part. Elbow's got to get tired though, right?
We have a armrest. Sorry to spoil what's under the table, but I'm not holding it. It's resting.
Chat went insane as the casters by the 10th hour yesterday. Maybe. Timmy, I saw that was your first chat. You're a little bit late to the Challenger broadcast.
Yeah.
Just saying. It's okay.
It's cool. Hey, it's never too late.
As long as you're
a
here
little
now.
bit late, but never too late.
When do casters switch to gray hair mode? How long do you think we're going to be doing this long enough to just be like on cast with gray hair? Like obviously there are some already.
I mean,
what about us?
Like you mean like and my guys?
Yeah, well, that's
luckily
a beard.
you can't see it too well, but
it's a little bit different.
Papa Smithy was joking about his gray hairs back in the day.
Tasteless. He's obviously got some gray hairs.
I feel like the older I get, the more I'm like, man, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna have to slow down on this. But every year I'm like, there's no way I can stop casting. And then I'm just like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be like full gray for sure. I'm gonna be like DJ Wheat, you know, up here.
Whoa.
Maybe not like as crazy of hair as he had for a little bit there, but and he also wasn't casting when he did that. But shout out to DJ.
Still
Wheat.
counts. Bro Giga Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gray Mohawk.
True.
Gray Mohawk.
Gray
I don't know
Mohawk.
about that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like one gray hair there. That's like all I've got. Maybe like a couple. There's like probably some that are hiding, but yeah, that's about it.
Some lighter ones. I wouldn't say gray necessarily.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
You know, like it's a scary experience as a man when you see your first gray hair and you're like, and then you realize that like it's not a big deal and then slowly people start complimenting you on your gray hairs a little bit. Like that's at least what I've experienced with people around me who went gray. Like everyone's like, I'm worried I'm going gray, and everyone's like, I like your gray hair, and they're not lying either.
Yeah, it actually fits you, especially in the beard. You kind of have lighter hair, so you know it's not like super obvious or anything.
The longer I work in esports, like the more quickly it becomes gray.
If you cast enough challenger days, you know, maybe by the end of this season we can get you to full gray mode. They were talking about Chronicler's gray hairs, so I mean, you're probably a couple steps ahead of him.
Yeah, I don't think I've really. I can't imagine Chronicler with gray hair. I feel like Chronicler will never.
I think
go
that's
gray.
impossible. Yeah,
he
he's just gonna have like
same...
fantastic, amazing hair his entire life.
Yep,
it's just inevitable. Make sure you guys compliment him on his hair next time you see him. He loves that.
When Chronicler hangs out with us when we're all like 70, he's gonna be like, everyone's gonna be like, why you hang out with those old guys? He's gonna be like, no, I'm 72. And everyone's gonna be like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, they won't believe him. How about today's pog hairstyle? You're gonna continue with the.
I'll do a little bit of that, sure. If people were interested in it last time. Walking on Chronicler putting on a wig is pretty funny though. It's like actually like Chronicler's been bald the whole time.
Yeah, he's just got this amazing hair. It's just a wig the entire time.
Well, based on some of Chronicler's reactions to the gameplay and him grabbing his head and stuff, like I think we know it's real.
Yeah, I think he's proven it. Yo, casters, this is from YouTube chat.
Yeah, a good question.
It's a good question. Chat. Very rare. Are there any rosters you feel could be put in the main league right now and do well? I think there's at least one.
I would say that D plus Kia is definitely like I think they could make playoffs. Like I'll go out and say like
wow.
I think there's a pretty good chance they could make playoffs. Just the coordination we're seeing from them is really good. It's not perfect by any means, but I think given some time to level up in a more difficult league, like they would grow a lot. They've already grown a lot since last season because last season they were doing very well. They didn't win the finals, but like they had a pretty dominant run. This time it's like a bop. It feels like every game.
Yeah.
T1 gave them a little bit of a challenge, but otherwise it's been very much kind of like a freebie.
Yeah, I think that this D plus is more dominant than the LCK D plus as well, which is part of the reason why they stand out even more. I feel like T1 could probably mess with some of the lower, like maybe like 8th, 9th, 10th, like that level. And then I think everybody else is kind of, they need some more time. Like maybe they would be 9th or 10th, but it is pretty difficult.
Seatbelts and helmets on. It's Breon time. That's right.
Interesting. I don't
Fasten.
But it's true because if you don't wear helmets or if you don't wear a seatbelt, you're not a Giga Chad. Actually, people think like you're cool. Like you're dangerous. No, actually, Giga Chads are very safe.
Giga Chads are safe.
Yeah.
Giga Chads also make sure the passenger with them is wearing their seatbelt.
Yeah, absolutely. You used to do that all the time.
Artosis? Yeah.
Yeah, I knew.
Artosis? Yes.
I was waiting for you to say
Artosis is just like, Artosis like checks the driver of the taxi to make sure he's got his seatbelt
sir, put your seatbelts on, please.
Artosis is very safe in all aspects.
He's a Giga Chad,
He is a Giga Chad.
In that aspect, at least,
I think he's a Giga Chad in all aspects, but even his StarCraft Brood War play, man, you watch his stream, very safe player. Lots of turrets,
I think
lots
only
of
Giga
turtling.
Chads play Terran, probably. In Brood War, based on the way that he puts it.
Well, yeah,
seems very difficult.
he thinks so, but I think Tasteless is also playing some Protoss over there. And I
yeah.
think he's definitely a Giga Chad too, so... we have a small delay, as you guys could probably tell, but we're going to take a break, it looks like, before we get into it.
Oh, Okay, yeah. Looks like we are going to take a small break, guys. Sorry about this, but we'll be right back with the games.
자 이러면 게임 넘어가는 분위기인가요? 1킬부터 과연 누가 만들어줘야 될까요? 스폰지 이니시?
아 이거 지금 로머가
네.
수문장이에요 수문장.
아니 이거 너무 골을 맞고
그리고 끌어들이면서 싸우는
전환. 자 와이 돌리가 감이 공 던졌고요. 그리고 로버가 픽업 다시 나오면서 한 명의 사다리가 높습니다. 파란색과 원투도 왜 이렇게 돼요? 잠깐만요. 태클. 잠깐만요. 혹시 어딨어? 펜타키를 벌써 먹어본 사람이 마스라 이거 그밖에 못 이기고 싶겠죠? 여기 타기는 뭡니까? 야, 타기 바빠요. 어떻게 펜타 걸려고 있죠? 빠지고 절대 안 주겠다고. 펜타키! 자, 다시 한번. 자, 탑 지역 상체 쪽에서기 서로가 좀 구도가 좀 이어지고 있고. 자, 여기서 부패사슬 오히려 들어갑니다 앞으로. 플랜 B. 자, 플랜 B가 좀 앞서서 움직임이 좀 앞으로 좀 보여 있고요. 자, 여기서 일단 길어집니다. 구도가 자, 기압을. 자, 뒷발면서 아칼리 제리는 이 구도 이지렬. 자, 아칼리 마무리하면서 이거 바로 피한데요 이게. 이러면 바로 피하면 안 되죠. 자, 서로 간에 교환을 해야지. 방송이 되거든요. 기압을 전성기 타이밍이 이지렬. 자, 맞습니다. 이지렬. 박자 들어간다 이거든요. 잘 줬고요. 자, 그래서 이지렬. 이지렬. 기압을 어떻게 기압을. 와! 리셋 박스.
괜찮아 들리냐? 렌스?
아아
야 근데 좀 작다 준성아.
아아 지금 왔던데.
살짝만 더 끼워봐.
이거 우리가 키우면 되는 거 아니야?
형도 작아 형. 아 맞네.
아아 나는
야너 진짜.
지금은
완벽해. 깜짝이야.
ASMR이었어?
깜짝 놀랐어.
A few moments later.
사회탑 높을 트리지
야 너무 커.
너무 크다고?
너만 큰 거 같아.
너가 너무 커 너무나.
지금은 커? 어때?
지금은 좀 작은데? 좀 작은 거 같은데?
됐어요.
중간이 없는데.
그러니까 이거 좀 너무 크지 않아? 난 적당한데? 난 좀 큰 거 같은데?
중간이 없어?
야 좀 커. 마이크 살짝만 떼봐 누나.
상해탑 노플이요. 잘 들리시죠 여러분?
지금 딱 적당한 거 같아.
네 감사합니다.
정한이 좀 뭐야 그거 풀고 기운 좀 내봐.
정원아
기운 좀 내봐.
정원아
원래 1대1이 제일 재밌는 거야.
정원아 그 상태 배워줄게.
비하이 캐나트가 갑니다. 와! 비하이.
그런 말 하지 마.
알아서 잘할 거야.
나 믿어.
네네 야 준배랑 정한이 그거 한번 해.
아니 뭐해?
너네 그거 한번 해야 돼 진짜로.
그게 뭔데?
빨리 해. 준비해.
나 내가 몰라 내가.
알잖아. 준비됐어 달.
준비됐어 날?
빨리 뭐해? 뭐해 정한아 빨리 해야지.
못하겠어.
이걸 안 한다고?
이기면 할게 이기면.
지금 해야 돼 정한 진짜 지금 해야 돼.
해야 이겨.
해야 이겨.
준비됐어 날?
진짜 뭐하냐 정한이.
그리고 사이드 쪽 지원을
탑 봐줘야 돼.
빼. 미드.
야 조심해.
됐죠.
뺄수 있어.
패스 있어.
뺄만한데 우리가.
빼만해. 빼봐.
가볼게. 가라.
해보자.
붙어줄게. 와줘 와봐. 좋은데.
좋아.
달이 왔어요.
달리야 높여.
달려.
레터.
이걸 이렇게 완벽한 합류.
나이스.
봐봐. 봤어 봐봐.
메가나를 없어.
파스 오플 따라올게.
해봐.
노플이야. 봐줘. 나왔어. 봤어.
말았어.
잡혔습니다.
천천히 해. 나 책 갔다 올게 얘들아.
레이턴 봐줄래 레이턴? 레이턴 봐줘.
나이스.
T1.
좋았다.
끝내봐.
맞아볼게.
아니야 타워.
상관없어.
다 왔죠. 아 끝났다.
수고했다. 이런 노가 진짜야.
수고했다.
그래. 제대로 잡았다가 그거 한 방으로 뒤집을 수 있는 거예요.
브라운 입장에서는 이제 소규모 한타보다는 이제 5대5.
오.
애쉬고.
자 멀리서 아주 스턴 좀 오래
시간
갑니다.
네.
이러면 잡았습니다. 제압 골대 시원하게 우거 수가
보였나요?
보시죠. 애쉬도 설마 아리도
아리인가요?
아리를 노렸네요. 아리도 이럴 수가. 이래서 리플레이 봐야 됩니다. 이래서 리플레이 봐야 됩니다. 기회를 노리고 있는데요.
미드 지금 3렙
네.
차랍니다.
그렇죠. 그래서 들어옵니다. 자,
캐스는 아트록스라도 일단
잡자. 자, 그런데 잡았습니다.
그런데 이후 전투가 문제예요.
자, 페이스 전투. 자,
자, 봐야 돼요,
지금
봐야 돼요.
봐야 돼요. 이러면 도망가야 될 것 같은데.
라이즈 포커싱이 안 돼.
라이즈
그래,
포커싱이
안
안 돼요.
돼요.
빨리.
브라운
도망가야 돼요.
갑니다. 브라운이 방패되고 브라운만 믿으라고.
브라움 때문에 앞설 때릴 수도 없습니다. 속박 걸어주면서 너는 이미 죽어 있다. 다 쓸리는데요. 자, 잡기 직전 이렇게
다
들어갔는데요.
쓸리는데요.
트리플 킬. 아니 애쉬 트리플 킬이요? 이제 나오네요. 이게 첫 킬이었어요.
애쉬가 트리플 킬이요.
바로 한 방에 죽을 수도 있어요.
그래서 이걸 나 혼자 어떻게 막아?
그렇죠.
나오거든요.
그 친구 차이가 나고 있습니다.
네.
예, 그런데다가 돼요. 네.
비에고도 계속 지금
이렇게
이렇게
오히려 근데 이거 자 병을 안 됐고 자 여기서 와 이 와중에 진짜 붙어서
네, 카밀.
자 여기서
카밀 뒤로 왔는데.
그러면 여기 설마 여기서 가기 애매하면
약간 애매한 것 같은데요. 라이즈 멀잖아요.
그렇죠.
라이즈 멀잖아요.
잡으러 들어갑니다.
이러면은
자 폴리스
바로
블루고요.
이겨야 되는데요.
설마 여기서 킬 천봉세
아지라.
자 여기서
슈퍼도.
리버 샌드박스 여기서 이렇게
와, 이게
이걸 수가 다 되는데 이걸 알다고요.
드래곤 싸움 어떡할래? DRX가 얘기할 수 있죠 이제.
자 그래서 슬슬 모이나요? 자 먼저 모이는 쪽 농심입니다. 자 위치 보고 텔까지 들어옵니다.
이거 아지로 포커싱 해야 될거 이거는
들어와서
체리가 일단.
자 이런 뒤로 빠지면서
아래쪽으로.
사우다 불렸습니다.
싸운다 위험 싸운다. 죽었.
자 여기서 유미가 올랐고 여기까지
DRX.
득점.
DRX가 피드백이 진짜 제대로 돼서.
그렇죠. 지금 과감하게
네?
확 밀고 나온 플레이가 굉장히 좋았어요. 드래곤.
네.
드래곤 마무리.
자 결국 허락되는 분위기인가요?
근데 이거 농심도 진짜 싸우고 싶어하는 것 같은데.
자 들어가서
근데
여기서
이게
앞에서 글쎄한테
카사딘 녹았어요.
납치 성공?
그러게요. 카사딘이 바로 죽었대요.
네 벽을 넘겨버렸거든요 지금 미하일.
이후에
어디까지?
지우가 때린다.
어디까지?
아니, 지우가 지래요.
나는 궁이 있긴 있거든요.
네.
나는 궁이 있어요.
와 대피했죠 지우.
다시 한번
자 이러면
지금까지.
와 이거
농심 레드 포스.
농심 랜버스.
이제까지
아니 이게 이렇게 되나요?
이게 이렇게 된 게 맞나요? 자 카사한테가 모델을 또 만들어주고 있습니다.
아니 이게 이렇게 된 게
야,
아니었는데
네.
BRS 입장에서는
그렇죠.
아니 이게 무슨 일입니까?
네, 정말 많은 분들이 아니라는 말이 붙을 수밖에 없죠.
그렇죠. 그러면은 용은 하나 생긴 거죠.
네, 오히려 용까지 좀 빠르게 가는 이런 그림처럼 그려주고 있습니다. 자 사일러스, 자 라칸의 공을 뺏어왔고요. 자 들어가서
이거
이거 하나요? 자 여기서 총공세,
총공세 아직 벽이 예쁘게 넘어가진 않았어요. 벽을.
자 이런 루터, 자 같이 수도 있습니다.
사이러스 라칸 꼭 대박 났고요.
자 그러면 여기 캐스팅 이모가 할수 있을까요?
아 근데 그렇죠. 루어가 계속 때문에.
제가 딜각이 나오죠. 우리 월급 포함 마지막 기방. 이러면 여기서 월급 포함.
아 이거 다른 경우 정말 없고.
이걸 개막전 첫날에 보여줍니다. 루어의 체리.
Hello and welcome back, guys. Sorry about the delay. We got word that one of the coaches' headsets was not working, so gladly, or I guess
Luckily.
gladly for us. Luckily, thankfully, we are back into this, and it does look like we should be ready to jump into the match now. So sorry about that once again. And it looks like it's almost time for Nongshim Red Force versus the Giga Chads.
Yep. And you're so professional for letting people know about the reason why.
Yeah,
we
I
were
know.
delayed.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be unprofessional.
Yeah, no, it's. I think it was a good call. So
Good old YouTube chat.
we're gonna take a look at these two teams very shortly. Now that they can communicate with their coaching staff, which is very important for our drafts. Here we are, Calyx coming in here with Sounda, so a bit of a change up in terms of the roster here, and I think this roster is better than it looks on the outset. I was pretty inspired by how Nongshim played their first series of the tournament, and they've overall, I think, been a team that has a good plan, and Nongshim's their academy and main LCK roster system, like all the way from academy to challengers to main roster, is pretty deep, and they've branched out into other esports. They have a Valorant squad now, and I think they finally really have a good system for promoting players. And give it some time, give it a few years. I think this org is going to be one of the greats in terms of scouting talent and picking them up. As Breon mentioned it earlier, it's a team that's really been struggling. Their stats aren't going to look great because it's been a team that hasn't won a single game yet. Frim, highest isolated deaths in the top lane, unfortunately, stuff like that. Raptor on this roster, bouncing between the LCK roster where he's a substitute for Umpty and playing down here. See if he can perform tonight, because this team really needs to shake it off. And luckily, it looks like based on what we're seeing here on camera, they're not too down about themselves going to a matchup like this. At least staying happy and positive. Oof.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the top lane. Mihail versus Frim. And Frim has been struggling a lot. He has been the victim of many a solo kill. In fact, he is #1 in that rank. But also Mihail getting solo killed quite a bunch, but also getting a bunch himself. So only playing 7 games of Cassante. Definitely a good choice.
Frim playing Cassante and Gnar only, so also playing only champions that are either that Cassante or a good champion into the Cassante matchup, but it hasn't worked out for him. You can see the KDA here much better for the side of Nongshim for Mihail. I always want to say his name the wrong way. It is pronounced Mihail, but it just isn't how you would pronounce this in like Hangler if it was written out, so like it throws me for a loop, but it's Mihail, so.
And I say it's only Cassante. I mean, it is very much majoritively Cassante. He has played 7 out of his 10 games, and he has played also Gragas, Jackson, Renekton 1 time each.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was looking at this and I was like, I think he's played more than 7 games.
Yeah.
But it's the point picks, Valdez.
The point picks. And yeah, I think Frim definitely going to have to step it up a little bit here. This can be a little bit of an issue for this match. But again, I mean, top lane, do you feel like it matters more in challengers? I don't know, because in my opinion, I've been very open with this. I feel like it doesn't matter much at all.
Champion pools?
No,
Sorry,
just top lane in general.
Top lane in challengers. It hasn't mattered as much as the LCK, I think. Side laning has been a little bit weaker. But we've also then randomly seen like top players, not the lane, but the top player make some crazy heroic play, like a 5-man Gnar or a big Yone ultimate. So the laning phase hasn't really impacted too much, but it can lead to an earlier Herald. But yeah, it interestingly, even though this is our key position for this matchup, probably is the least impactful right now. In terms of the laning phase and what it means, the prio you gain, mid lane is way more important for that. Bottom lane is the lane, and then jungle is tied to bottom and mid. And you very rarely see people playing around topside, unless it's one of those matchups like where you're playing a Camille versus an R and you're trying to play through topside in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely been a bit of a wild ride watching challengers and then going over to LCK. LCK definitely a little bit more stable. I think in challengers we might get some more mistakes, which might lead to solo kills and stuff like that. But the only thing that's disappointed me a little bit is that the meta from challengers is very similar to LCK. Like they're just like, okay, well, this is the meta here in Korea. We're going to play this champ because it is the meta champ. you know, speaking of Cassante is one thing, but also, you know, in other lanes as well. We have been seeing a little bit of, you know, Ashe in the support side, but that's more of a pretty standard thing. No new crazy picks from what I can tell.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much of the Caitlyn or Kalista support type double 80 lanes. Those kind of pushing kill lanes that we've seen picked up by DRX and, of course, popularized by Keria on T1. So I'm hoping to see more of that because I think this is very strong right now. And I spent a lot of time talking about this on the Monty Wolf show yesterday. I think this is it could be so strong that it becomes a problem if there isn't a great solution, because it looks like even in the hands of Barrel, who mechanically had a, you know, rough game there on that DRX match against Guangdong, the impact of the lane and the push power there and what Caitlyn can offer you even as a kind of utility AD carry later on in the game, clearing wards very easily with Umbral Glaive and setting up traps and stuff like that is very strong. Kalista, who can literally save the AD carry at any moment and make the AD carry a bomb, while also being able to use her Sentinel to like gain extra vision and stuff like that.
Sometimes the AD carry is like slightly out of position, and then you can just either save him, or let's say he's like really behind a fight, and it's like a really critical moment. You can just like pull him in and, you know, put him right into the perfect position, or he can put himself in that position. So I think it's a pretty nice idea. You know, it does struggle a little bit in terms of being low range if you're going to something like some of the other meta duos like a Heimerdinger, Varus or something. You can get bullied a little bit, but it has a lot of utility. I think it could see a future as well.
All right, well, it's about to be time to see what picks we're getting here in this first game, Valdez, because as you mentioned, the meta has been relatively mirrored to the LCK with some, you know, weird nuances here or there. A little bit more Yone here in Challengers. The Ashe you talked about is going to be banned first off the bat.
No Ashe. I think that's a good start. She seems to be the most annoying pick for the bottom side, at least, is one way to put it.
Maokai very strong right now, too, in the Rise. We're just kind of going down the tier list here. The Lucian going to be one of the easy picks here with the Ashe and the Maokai picked up. Like priority-wise, one of the strongest in this meta. Cassante banned away here very early on from Mihail, so...
Yes, Hard Zombie, we are not live. This is all recorded. In fact, I'm an AI. You might think I'm a caster, but actually it's not true. I'm just an AI, and this was all recorded weeks ago.
There's the Lucian ban.
Here we go, anyway, into this one. And yeah, a lot of the picks taken away. The Varus still poking out a little bit.
So it's either going to be, it seems like it's either going to be a Varus versus Karma type game or Heimerdinger game in that matchup, or we're shaking hands Zeri Sivir, right? And I think Dong should get to, with the first pick here, decide what it's gonna be. And it looks like it's gonna be the handshake, Valdez, with the first pick Yuumi.
Yeah, the handshake is, I think it's okay. Especially because in Challengers, some of the bottom lanes aren't as insanely dominant as in the LCK, where it's like, oh, you gave us Varus, and you know, maybe they'll play like Kalista here or something. So we're gonna dominate you, and you don't get to play the game, right? I think that in Challengers you can get away with going for like Zeri lanes and kind of just getting by.
The punishment hasn't been as strong for sure, and they won't, you know, as we were talking about, actually try to just say we're gonna play a scaling game. Gamin wants to actually play the Varus here. He's gonna have Palu on the Heimerdinger to push this one through. And my take on this, and I've actually talked with Atlas about this a lot, even though Zeri is more mobile and can offer a lot of big damage in team fights, I think what Sivir offers in wave clear and safety when she's farming mid, especially when you're doing laning into something like Varus where you might find yourself behind anyways and turretless early in the game, in situations like this where you know you're going to have a scaling advantage either way, I kind of actually like Jiu on the Sivir here, but they decide to go for the Zeri, the more standard pick here with the Yuumi. And I respect that choice, but I think they could have gone either way. They've made their lock-in now, and we'll find out what jungle Sound is going to play here.
Yeah, as I believe we're taking a look at Kalix, by the way, born 2007. He is a new guy coming up from Academy. Seems like he's going pretty strong over there, getting a little bit of hype from some of the fans. But we're not going to see his pick just yet, as the Wukong is decided on. And speaking of another handshake nowadays that we do see, Wolf, the Wukong versus Sejuani matchup.
Very common. Oh, however, what if Raptor took basically Sounda offered his hand, and then Raptor looked like he was gonna shake his hand. He did the thing where you put your hand on and you slap him. He slapped that hand and he put the Lee Sin onto the board. So this is going to be a lot more interesting now. A lot of dive potential with that Varus push bottom side. Sejuani can set up for some kills down there and can set up for those types of dives, but Lee Sin can do it very safely from range and does a lot of damage. And they can just, of course, dart away to a ward or to one of his teammates after going for that Sonic Wave. So safety here on the bottom side is going to be just not to be had. I guess I kind of put myself into a bad sentence there, but we do see the bans on the Aurelia, which is very popular right now, flex mid and top, and the Ahri ban. And we'll see on the other side here a Lee Sin ban, the Azir ban. Akali still up here, but definitely a little bit more niche in a draft like what Breon are looking for, especially now that the Azir is banned. Renekton seems like a pretty good call for either side to have banned away, but they're much more worried about the Aurelia. Kassadin taken, and we're seeing a bit of a return from Jace here in Challengers. Did see it yesterday, and it's making its way back in. A very vulnerable laner who gets a lot of prio early.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I mean, you can flex it as well. You have the Heimerdinger in case you absolutely feel like you need to go down the full AD path. He can kind of shore up a little bit of that AP damage. As Sylas being looked at here might be the choice for Colix, and yep, there it is. It is locked in.
The Jace pick here could be flexed, and you could play Renekton. There's a lot of options. So they're gonna wait and see what this final pick is gonna be. And with the Aatrox coming through, I don't think you want to be tussling with that one a little bit too much with any sort of other flex mid pick. You could play the Aatrox here and try to play Jace into the Sylas, but it can be very difficult once Wukong hits level 6 to do a whole lot, and you're going to be stuck in that lane for a while. Let's see if they want to go for it. Not a lot of magic damage in this comp outside of the Heimer, obviously, if they do go that way. I'd rather just see some sort of control mage here, just a safe pick that's going to shore up your damage later on. The Azir ban actually really hurting them because I think that's the most ideal pick for them here, especially with the Lee Sin synergy with that champ. And Syndra going to have some kill pressure here and a lot of power in the early parts of the lane. And Syndra just seems way more popular in Challengers in general than in the LCK. We see a lot of LCK teams shying away from it, but Ivory going to be picking it up once again here.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that if you give her an inch, she can take a mile. And I think a lot of LCK teams, again, they just kind of understand where her power spikes are and they know how to punish it a little bit better. So in Challengers, you're just like, well, I'm just going to do the boom boom damage. And there's, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, Syndra is a pick that you see on the Korean solo queue server, at least in my experience, very rarely, because everybody plays melee assassins in every game up until you get to like the highest level. And I got so carried this morning by a Syndra player who was god tier. He was hitting all the scatters, and I was like, man, this guy makes me inspired. Obviously there's pro players play Syndra and make it look like it's just point and click everything you do, but it's
pretty
not.
Much, yeah.
But it's rare to see that in solo queue. I was very impressed. So I'm happy to see some Syndra tonight. We'll see if it's going to be a Rod of Ages build, if he wants to go for more burst damage here. I think a lot of viable options here in terms of builds. A lot of power for the Jace in the early game, but it is an Aatrox who could self-sustain. Sounda going to have to juggle between that pressure of the Syndra mid and the Varus poke bottom. A lot of early winning lanes here for Bro. If they don't mess up their lead, this could be their best chance to win their first game of the season.
They've got an aggressive jungler in Raptor who comes down and maybe he's looking to carry the young boys up here in the Challenger League. Could be the play. And yeah, I think this might be their best chance. Lane dominance here in Challengers can bring you a long way. Pretty interesting, by the way, we totally ignored Karma in this draft.
Yeah.
But guys, we are jumping onto the Rift. Here we go for game 1. And here we are. I'm like, yeah, we should do an intro. Why not? Hype it up a little bit. But yeah, Karma, 88% pick ban presence, and she was just ignored this time.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone for the Karma instead of the Heimerdinger here on the bottom side, but wanting to have a little bit more objective setup. And looking at how the draft actually came to pass, as we see triple Scorch here, gathering there for Frim on the Jace. Want to have that power later on. Not going to get much out of that pick into an Aatrox, but the Scorch, of course, they did not pick. And with the Heimerdinger turret setup with a composition that has no real front line, the Heimerdinger turrets become the front line. So at least there's that aspect of this, that Karma could have added some shielding and some extra movement and potentially some more snowballing in this draft. I personally like the Heimerdinger pick more, considering where we ended up. You know, like we could have seen a lot of different style of drafting here after the Heimer pick.
There was someone asking in chat who had a great name, by the way, Void Grandma.
Excellent.
You know, the Void is just another area. Of course, there should be grandmas in the Void. Why not? Makes sense. Just something I never thought about, but cool name. He asked earlier, he's like, can someone explain to me, I come from StarCraft 2, what is the Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu, or Yumi mean? What is it like in StarCraft 2 terms? And
Swarm hosts. If anyone remembers the Heart of the Swarm host meta, where it was Swarm hosts was the only viable thing that you could do as Zerg, and it was then because Mech became the only thing you could play, and it was Protoss Death Balls, and it was just Swarm host every game.
Yeah.
And we were like, Heart of the Swarm hosts, huh? Any Swarm host enjoyers?
Yeah, it's like if every tournament you've got Protoss versus Zerg, and the Zerg is going Swarm host every single game, and the Protoss is going like quick 3-base, and you just get the same macro game every single time. It's like that, you know, except for the bottom lane in League of Legends.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's certain advantages and certain timings that both sides can take, and they're both relatively even. You know, there's pros and cons to both lanes, but...
Not another 4 years, Void Grandma says. Don't worry. Swarm hosts can't hurt you anymore. They're gone. No. They're gone now.
They still come to me in my my nightmares, Wolf. I can't get away from them.
Yeah, if you don't think about Swarm host meta and Heart of the Swarm, it's not real. It never happened. As this is what you do with Syndra, by the way. Go for Airy, Scorch, put that pressure on the Sylas early. If you maintain consistent pressure and don't miss any Qs, the resources that Kalix is going to have here coming up to this roster here for Nongshim, his debut game, is, you know, you just don't have that much power to like come in and look for a stun or look for an all-in, because Ivory can, if he reacts quickly enough, to scatter you away. And so the Sylas in the early game is just kind of muted here, needs his jungler's help if he's going to look for any sort of aggressive trading. Or otherwise, we'll just have to sit under here with dematerializers, first strike gold, pick up whatever he can with that, and then rush out that rod. Now here comes Sounda's first gank.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good opportunity here, actually, because they are so far up the lane, they do not have any vision here. Palu's in a lot of trouble. He does get exhausted, as a bit of damage does go out onto the Zeri. Palu did already flash, so it's a pretty easy pickup here for Sounda. This is looking like a potential double kill, but Gamin does have his flash, as the Q is going to come in from the Lee Sin. In goes Raptor looking to punish, and he will do just that. A nice counter gank comes out here from Raptor, and we even saw Ivory just, you know, show his face for a little bit late on that one, but Raptor able to shore up that one.
Yeah, Raptor just not realizing that Sounda was going to come down to that timing. There wasn't a lot of vision. Kalix going to try to grab a plate here, but looks like we'll be denied just barely from doing so, so no cross map here to be had. But yeah, the rotation from Raptor a little bit late. Ivory had a lot of prio, but was trying to push the envelope. Look at where both Raptor and Ivory are on the map right now. They're hovering mid. Looks like he's even trying to set up potentially for a level 6 timing to kill the Sylas. So he's completely gone when this happens. Reacts very quickly and comes down here with the Syndra, and is able to set up for this kill. This is just greed here and not communication between the bot duo and their jungler. And then this is really unfortunate for Ju. Does not flash the Q. Flashes afterwards, so Raptor can just reactivate it and kill him.
Yep, that's really the big thing. You know, a little bit of a lack of vision on the bottom side of the map from both sides, and that kind of led to that one. You could see they were trying to push forward and get the flash out of Gamin, which they did, but that led to their eventual death on their AD carry. So 1 for 1.
Yeah, and Ivory not really even as close to 6 as I thought he was based on the fact that he hasn't hit it yet, so I'm not entirely sure what Raptor was hoping to accomplish there with Sylas under turret. But just miscommunication, it looks like.
There's some discussion in the YouTube chat about like items and picks and stuff. Someone said you could just go for a different support and do damage and build Michael's blessing. Thank you, Michael, for the blessing.
I'm waiting for Ross's blessing, or Hobby Lobby's blessing. Only Americans will understand.
I want to call it Michael's blessing from now on, because I mean it is Mikhail's, which is, I mean, you would know a little bit better than me, but isn't Mikhail just like the European version of the? Well, is Michael like a English version of the name Mikhail?
I don't actually know, but I assume
vice versa.
I think Mikhail's is like a saint or something. Mikhail itself is a saint, but it might just be the same as Michael, just spelled European way. Not sure. Meanwhile, this ward can identify that the Drake is being taken, but there's nothing that Sounda can do about this. There's no way to get in here, so good ward, and it looks like the ward will actually be missed, so we'll potentially get some value later on. But it's going to be first Drake going over to Bro, using their prio in mid and bottom super well. We talked about this in the draft. The early parts of the game here are just going to be so rough. Look at the top side as well. 3 winning lanes here for Bro in the early game, and unfortunately pre-6, Wukong doesn't have a lot of power to stop this, which is why I think they're pushing their advantages so hard. You can see Sounda here is about 3/4 of the way there on his XP bar.
Calix is up a level on Ivory, probably for just a moment. I think, you know, that small roam that we got down to the bottom side probably denied some minions from Ivory. It's probably a small thing, but definitely a Syndra you want to try to put on as much pressure as possible onto the melee lane that is Calix. He was doing a great job. He forced him back at like level 4. But that little walk away can have different measures in the future, as Calix will unfortunately be pushed away from the cannon.
Yeah, Calix pushed the turret right afterwards and shoved that wave in and denied him some extra experience and was unable to get a plate. He was very close to doing so, but see, he's picked up his Catalyst now. This is the first part of your Silas road to the Rod of Ages, road to Roa, so to speak, as Ivory's going to pick up a plate with his back timing, so he is really pushing the advantage. A little bit of a Yuumi taxi here for Calix, as he doesn't have teleport just yet. And it looks like as a result, with this Yuumi taxiing him over, he's going to catch this wave, and they're going to set up for a Herald fight without their Zeri. And this is actually a really cool macro play from Nongshim, because they can both threaten Plate's bottom side here and have a good level 6 fight here with this Wukong that has the Yuumi. So Brion going to have to make a tough choice here right now and use that prio.
Especially because Gamin at this point is much stronger with his Dirk. It's still very early, but the fact that he's just going to match the relatively weaker Zeri at this point in the game is a win for Nongshim if they are able to take this 4v4. It looks like it is panning out a little bit, as we do have Frim. He's going all the way around, trying not to get picked off, but I think he's going to be late for this one, as Raptor is looking for the steal. He goes in, he does get the steal, very nicely done. A massive scatter comes out as Ivory's like, yeah, this is my game to carry. And now Nongshim just kind of look a little bit lost, as now their Zeri is going to come up, but it's very, very late in this one. So 2 kills, Raptor gets the Herald, and Bro are off to a great start.
Yeah, this has been a great game for them, and drafting for prio here in the lanes really working out for them. Late rotation up for Jiu also means free plate here for Gamin bottom side. Everything's going up Bro here, so that was a lot of damage from Ivory in that fight, unsurprisingly. And Frim shows up late, but he does his job. And when we see the steal of the kick here, it's a very interesting choice, the way that he pushes Raptor away from danger, then allows him to come back. He still hasn't used his, and he makes sure that Mihail is actually locked up here to chase him down. There were a lot of better ways to set up for this one, and yes, Frim did take the long way around, and he was there late, but perhaps collapsing onto him or looking for an initial pick first could have been a better option here. You know you don't have your 80 carry for this fight, and in the long term against this Jace damage and a Syndra who has so much damage this early, you're going to have a hard time, and that they did.
Yeah, and it ended up being good for Frim, because all he had to do was hit 1 accelerated shock blast and essentially not get caught, and he did his job. So it was like, okay, I helped, and Ivory did a lot of the heavy lifting, and he will be rewarded with 2 kills, as now the Syndra will be very close to being online already. In this game, Syndra very much a 1-item power spike kind of champion.
Yeah.
And, you know, she doesn't fall off for a while. I'd say maybe once the game gets to like 3-item / 4-item territory, some of the other carries could be more impactful than she will be. But definitely getting this early lead is going to be pretty huge for the Syndra.
Yeah, another thing we haven't talked about too much is with the Syndra rework. Syndra gets so much out of matchups like this, where she's constantly stacking her splinters with those combos, and even in team fights like that, where she's getting value out of those, she's getting more splinters. She's already at 54, so very accelerated in that regard to really getting all of her abilities leveled up. As you guys can see, every time we click on her, she's at 56 right now, and so Ivory is just pushing these edges, right, and he's sitting at a pretty nice lead here. Catalyst still the only item in pocket here for Calyx, just trying to stave off some pressure here, trying to grab these minions. And he's probably looking at a pretty delayed rod here. We don't know what his current gold is, but probably going to be 13-ish minutes. So he didn't pick up really any gold, otherwise no assist to his name. So it's not impossible for Calyx to catch up in this game, because he will naturally be able to side lane and be a big threat, but need to avoid any more mishaps.
Yeah. Again, it's just going to be fun times for Bro. I think with all this priority now with their Fed Syndra and the natural priority of their bottom lane as... Yeah, Gamin, I mean, nice try. That's all I can say. Good try. But basically all the Drakes are theirs for free. So that's 2 Drakes already. They got that early one very early on. Nicely done by Raptor. And they're going to have 2 at before 12 minutes. It is a Ocean Soul. But I feel like that's not half bad, especially when you consider the heavy amount of poke that Bro have in their composition, just to allow them to keep that up. As Ivory a little bit far down the lane, but he's got Raptor here as they nearly burst down Calyx, and now Sound is like, well, what am I going to do? I can't do anything. As Raptor is there again, he's actually been a very nice influence on this early game for Bro.
You can really feel, I think, some of the umpty in him, so to speak. Like, he's aggressive early, he's following the lanes and making sure they can put pressure on. He's essentially being bodyguard for prio lanes, and it's really easy to do that obviously when you have prio in all 3 lanes, but the way he's utilizing it so far has been quite impressive. So we'll see this Herald drop down. They set up for this drop with that play just moments ago, and it was a scary moment because Sounda did have flash and ult available, so you're like, okay, this could be a disaster if we don't react quickly enough, but because Raptor's there and can kick him away, it's pretty easy to just set that one up. Sound doesn't even commit the ultimate, and they're just going to have to give plate gold over. Blasting Wand picked up here for Calyx. You could tell he's just a little bit far away from that really important Rod of Ages.
Is it still 750? Once you have you have the components.
I have played so many Rod games, and I'm like thinking, I believe so.
I built so many rods like back in the day, and it was always 750. So in my mind, it's still 750.
That or 800. Chat will have to tell us.
Chat's very smart. We're basically talking to ChatGPT.
Yeah,
they know
it
everything.
is 750. Yeah.
As the pet is going to show. As the bouncing bomb does come in, there are the chains of corruptions. A ton of damage comes in. Nice stolen kick, but it is not enough to get Calyx out. And the unfortunate times for our new Nongshim mid laner continue.
Ju going to pick up split plate gold here with HH just for a moment here, and that's going to be like some small good news, but right now Mihail also potentially under a lot of threat. As the second Rift Herald is spawning here, so the group up is real. You know, you kill the Silas again, you've nearly gotten this turret down, so Gamin has so much power here in this early game, and I mean, this is just one of the risks of playing a having 3 prio lanes against you and allowing that in draft, and then not actually being able to successfully punish them. And I think the reason why Bro, or one of the reasons why Bro drafted like this, is because they saw the Wukong and they're like, Wukong can't do anything to us pre-6 probably. And if you get enough ahead, once he does have 6, he might not be able to do anything. He's going for something now.
Yeah, he's got something going on now as Palu is going to get caught. Him and Raptor were just kind of hanging out in the river. Thought they were safe, especially because, you know, the Wukong was pretty far away. They saw just the Aatrox, I believe, and they're like, oh, we should be fine. Nope, get flashed on, and they were not able to react quite fast enough. So the Rift Herald actually will go the way of Nongshim. I was going to say, like, if an LCK team has the lead that Bro has with all these winning lanes, probably going to be able to close it out. Like, I'd say probably 85–90% of the time. But this is Challengers.
Yeah.
So Bro, they've done a really nice job for themselves in the early game. can they bring it to a win? It's always the question, and that's why I want to go back to our game we were playing last week.
Yeah, I knew it was time.
Who is going to win this game?
I think right now, and I've been right every time, and I'm ready for the streak to be broken. But I think Brion are still going to win this game because the players are looking really confident. And yes, there's a lot of scaling aspects to this comp, but Rod is late. Zeri is a very nuanced champion that Gio is playing. Gio's got a lot of fans here in the arena as well today. We'll see how he performs on it because so far he's done fine, right? Obviously dying that one time, but the way this comp is played out for Brion is much easier, I'd say. They just kind of fire shock blast, they can set up scatters, they're shooting, you know, these Varus arrows, and it's easier to make a mistake as Gnomeshim, and from this far behind, it becomes very challenging to win those fights unless you have a carry type player. You know, like Pays would do this in the past when Gen.G is behind. It's like, okay, well, he could do it. He could pull it off. I'm not trying to slight Gio. I just think it's very complex the way they have to play this one out. And the one hard part of this draft, I think, is the Syndra. And to a lesser extent is the Lee Sin. But both of those players have been playing well so far, so I want to trust. So I'm saying bro.
Okay.
What about
Fair
you?
enough. In the LCK, I am a bro leaver. But in this game in particular, I'm going to have to be a Gnomeshim bro leaver. That doesn't make any sense. A Gnomeshim.
A noodle boy?
Yeah, a noodle boy. Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for, Wolf. I'm going to have to be a noodle boy in this one. I think that just overall, the better team in terms of what we've seen so far in Challengers. And I worry because Bros Comp, you know, they don't really have too much of a front line. It is a little bit difficult to play out. And I think here in Challengers, things always seem to go wrong.
That they do.
I'm willing to be proven wrong, but, you know, that's why we play this game.
Yeah.
Because...
Speaking of things going wrong, this second Herald is going to crash in here. They do not have a wave, but they're trying to burst this turret. They already got top turret. Mihail completely uncontested top side.
That clone really ate it. And there is just so much as Raptor's looking for this one. The kick is actually pretty nice as Kalix is going to get caught out, but so will Raptor as well. Goes straight into the Zeri, and Kalix survives. And some of this tankiness on the side of Gnomeshim is really helping out when Bro are not getting clean engages. As that one was a bit forced.
It was really forced. I mean, it was a nice mechanical play from Raptor, but the follow-up is just so far away that Kalix just barely survives there. And it has to break his stopwatch, so it is significant, but 2 turrets down here for Soul Point, and it is the Ocean Soul, or the Lake Drake, I believe as we call it here in Challengers. So it's not the most impactful, but this is just a jump toward here, gets knocked off, so can't actually follow through, and goes downwards here instead of actually trying to kite back towards his team, so he ends up dying. Kalix lives. A little bit awkward, as you say, and it's a lot of money here for Gnomeshim they pick up, so bringing it back in terms of the gold lead, or deficit rather. Bit shaken. I mean, you talked about the tankiness too. Plated steel caps on the top side of the map going to make it a lot more difficult for Frim to find value. It's lethality Varus, same story there.
Does mean that Ivory and Palu will get longer value in this game, you know, which is quite nice. I mean, Ivory does have a decent amount of flat pen in his build. He will be going for the... As Wolf's just chuckling at the chat as I'm trying to talk.
Soul. Sorry, no, go on. I just figured out about the Broshan Soul.
Yeah, it is the Broshan Soul. Yeah, he's got a lot of flat pen, but as, you know, I mean, there's already a Hex Drinker completed for the Wukong. Like, they're going to have to build a Void Staff eventually, and that's going to be very difficult for Palu. And for Ivory, it's not really the first couple of items that you do build. And, you know, he's got a lot of flat pen. He has Ludens, he has the Sork Boots, but there is a chance for Gnomeshim to kind of just, you know, hunker down. And
yeah.
I think that's part of the reason, you know, eventually the Sylas is going to become a huge threat, even though the laning phase was a little bit of a disaster for him. He is down more than 50 CS, and it hasn't been the greatest first look for Kalix here in Challengers, but I'm curious to see if they can actually pull it through, because in the same way, this is Challengers. Maybe Gnomeshim, they pull it back, but then they just throw it away, you know?
Uh-oh, speaking of throwing it away,
this is actually a pretty good look on to Frim, who is under turret. Thought he was safe, but they didn't have any vision in the jungle, as Gnomeshim were doing a very good job of clearing that out. And
optimistic is what I would say that Chains of Corruption from Kami was. He almost put himself in danger there of getting blown up.
Gnomeshim are like down on gold, but Bro are just like, it's almost like after that last fight, they're like, okay, everything is yours.
Yeah, the macro has really fallen off a little bit, and they knew there was a pretty good chance for that to happen. You could tell based on the movement. Paulo and Gamin up there, top side, staying towards the top, and then Frim, of course, very far back and still stepped up and got caught, but just really putting a lot of pressure on the map. And obviously the top side is where they want the most control, as Baron has spawned here. And so we're getting to the point where Zeri's like, okay, I'm going to be on 2 items here pretty soon, and we can look to fight for Baron if Breon make a mistake or if we get some of those key ultimates. And there's just no tankiness, right? So if you turn as Nongshim and get into range, it becomes very easy to win those fights. Now they're going to dive Ivory. Oh, he doesn't know, I don't think.
Yes. And you could see like how little damage he's even doing to Calix now. Like already, there's only been a difference of like maybe 5 minutes, but like one decent combo from Ivory, and it's only getting like 10-15% of Calix's health away, which is a big issue, especially because he's only on Merc Treads in terms of magic resist. He does have the tanky stats from Rod, but that's just the Sylas way of things.
Yeah, just his base stats and his growths for his levels. Something we don't talk about a lot in League of Legends, but why some champions are tankier than others is not just because of their items, just because of their base stats. And the Sylas is going to be able to eat a lot of damage there, and they almost committed the dive, but Ivory walks away with his life. And now that Soul is online here very early for Breon, as they have a 3 Drake lead, so we're talking about a 22.5-minute Soul fight here. And this is the moment where Nongshim have to fight if they care about the Soul. Still on 1 item for this Zeri. Rod not fully stacked for Sylas.
He just loves stealing that kick, man.
Yeah, he
It's
wants
like
it.
the only thing he steals. He's got like Chains of Corruption on the other side. To be fair, there aren't a lot of fantastic ultimates outside of Chain and Kick, so it makes sense. Especially with Raptor always being kind of the easy ult to steal.
Yeah, in terms of range, he's always very available. To agree with you. And they've grouped up here faster, and Breon, I think, really quite timid right now. And you're going to have to start hitting those shock blasts, so this is going to be doomed.
Yeah, I was hoping with Raptor in the lineup he would add a little bit of, you know, confidence, maybe aggression into this one, but that has not been what we have been seeing, Wolf, as they are seemingly just going to group up as 5. I mean, look at their lanes also, like the top
There's
lane
nobody.
is a total disaster right now.
Frim needs to be out there pushing this. If they're going to decide to not contest or blast any of these players with a shock blast repeatedly, okay, hold on, this could be a play. Hide on Bush.
Hide on Bush.
All on Bush.
Okay, they're going to use a lot into the Aatrox, and they do burst him down. 100-0, a big play from Bro. Can they get onto G was the question. That kick was massive from Calix. Oh, holy crap. That guy just kind of boomed Bro by himself. That was insane. I guess the hype about Calix was warranted, because that was really, really fantastic, as now I guess they're just going to go for the Baron.
Yep, just going to take that one away. And this was really disjointed for Breon after the initial play onto the Aatrox. It looked like for a second they all wanted to tunnel onto HH and take him out, and then they're like, okay, well, we can't get him using Yumi, and then everything fell apart. Frim goes in and then has to flash out immediately, so very messy fight. They're going to look for the contest here now.
They're trying to get on top of Calix here because they try to push him Raptor away, as now they're just going to go over the wall and try to fight them, as this is not really working. I hope you guys... Nope, they didn't keep the Baron leashed, so Bro with a very nice bait at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ivory does have teleport. It's actually just going to start walking over now, as the recovery time is needed here to take this Baron a second time. Wild game. Challengers. So this is Mihail getting caught by the scatter there on the edge. Yumi gets onto him instantly, but he's kicked by Raptor. And then notice how this fight turns here as Frim goes in. Yeah, the kick is sick, but Frim goes in and has to flash out. And Calix just says, okay, I've killed your Varus. Frim has to flash. He's doing no additional damage in this fight because of the Wukong ult. And we go again.
Yep, that's what you got to do. And this time we've got the Wukong in a great position. Double Cyclone. There is no escape for Raptor and Palu. I feel like I've seen that before, as that was a big turnaround. And now with the flank coming in from Calix, perfect teleport ward gets right in behind the Varus. And this poke comp from the side of Bro is not working. They just do not know how to set up fights. They do not know how to set up front lines and stuff.
Either,
and,
you know,
yeah.
this is just clearly a communication problem. Is you look at this fight beforehand, you see Frim is pushing top turret. He's left 2 players out to dry there. There's no tank, there's no peel, there's no real turn, so you can't just go, okay, I'm going to take this turret and then come back and assist you. It's not like he's playing Ornn, right? And at the same time, look at where Ivory is on the map. He's like killing Gromp right now. Where is the synergy here in this roster? Gamian is completely cut out here, no vision whatsoever. Kalix is on top of him, instantly just steals his chain and blows him up 1v1. I don't think it gets
in this as well.
Yeah, I don't think it gets less coordinated than this, unfortunately. And I think there's a big teaching moment here for the coaching staff of Breon to be like, all right, when you guys know Baron could be taken, you'd be talking about things ahead of time, like, I'm going to push out these side lanes, then we're going to collapse, we're going to prep that, or we're going to try to slow this Baron down, let's sit behind it, grab some vision, and then collapse from sides there with a control ward, because Ivory did have that TP, right? But instead, Ivory's like going to TP in after 2 people are dead and the fight is already over. Just got to work on that objective setup. Really big coaching opportunity here, I think, for the side of the Breon staff, because this game was theirs to lose, and ever since that mistake mid, the players have just kind of shut down comms. It feels like the communication isn't there.
Yeah, I think especially when you're kind of out in no man's land with everybody just used their summoners in the last fight, right? Because it was a big fight. Like, everybody was flashing away from everything. There was huge flanks going on. Nongshim have just kind of found a way through all the chaos to get enough engages. And yeah, I think that Bro's positioning needs to be looked at in this one, as Nongshim now very much in control of this, with the Baron going to be looking to push some turrets. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue now, because they can't really get on top of Ju here, who has a lot of sustain with the Yuumi as well, so the poke isn't really doing much to him.
Now that Sounda is missing on the map as well, like he backs away here, Frim has to immediately give away control of the side lane. He was trying to push it up. He was so far away with no vision. The second that Wukong is missing, he's like, I gotta back off because I can't actually be up here anymore. I will just be 100 to 0 so fast. And that's one of the weaknesses of Jace. If you fall behind in the game, is your side laning is possible from ahead, but from behind with no vision, no control, no peel, you're just going to die if anyone comes after you, whether it's a Wukong or not. So he can't put on that pressure anymore. As another Dragon Kick hijack. Level 16 for Kalix, by the way.
I mean, after what I saw, I'm like, yeah, don't even take the chains, bro. Like, just go ahead and look for some awesome kicks. As now, bro, once again, not going to cover their flanks. They just get hard engaged on, as the damage is pretty nice from the side of where they are able to get away for a little bit, but then Kalix kind of says no to the Heimer.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to cover your flanks here when you have no real frontliner. I mean, you have a fairly tanky Lee Sin, I guess we could say, but he has to walk towards the bottom side of this fight to try to push towards Drake, because if he's holding the flank angle, Breon could never in a million years actually go through this choke point. Really nice flank gets set up here for Nongshim, and 2 Ocean Drakes, but more than that, it's just getting these extra kills, pushing the Heimer out, and now just grabbing more map control. They haven't been able to yet actually put the pressure on those inhibitors, but we're getting to the point now when you group up as 4-1 is going to slowly start grinding away at those.
Take a look at Zeri's build, by the way. Not sure if you mentioned
Yeah,
this.
the Bloodthirsty. I haven't talked about it yet.
Very interesting. And it looks like he is going to go for a Infinity Edge next. That's what it's looking like.
I like it because you already have a decent amount of lifesteal with, and there it is, as you say. I like the lifesteal that you're going to have in this comp, and how also you have a lot of freedom if you're not one of the big threat targets for the Lee Sin, who's having to deal with Sylas, who's having to deal with Aatrox and Wukong. You're probably not going to get kicked. You're probably not going to get first down unless you have a positional problem. He can build up shields before the fight starts, and he's basically saying, yeah, I could do more damage with something like the Runons or the Quick Blades we've seen, but I'd rather just not die, because they have no long-term damage. It's lethality Varus, it's lethality on the Jace. I will win these if I don't die in the first 2 seconds of the fight, so let's just make sure that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's a really good read. It's a cool build. We also had the Wukong going for a pretty fun one. Did go for the Maw of Malmortius, but also the Black Cleaver. Afterwards, just a decent chunk of your damage is going to be attack damage, what with the Zeri and the Aatrox, who also has a Maw of Malmortius, so any kind of poke that's coming out from Syndra and timer at this point is pretty negligible, especially when you have all of the sustain. Just feels like Nongshim are just gonna, especially from ahead now, like there was an opportunity for Bro to continue with their lead, but they were not able to grab onto that. And now it just feels a bit doomed. And, you know, guys, we do, again, see the chat the entire time. Please be nice to the losing team. This is a positive
Hey, they haven't
chat
lost
only.
yet.
I said the currently losing team.
The team that's behind, all right.
The team that is behind.
Valdez
Please,
is like
please
out
don't
here.
be mad.
Valdez is like, be nice to these losers. I'm like, whoa, man.
No.
No. Nah, I'm twisting your words. I'm being mean.
Yeah,
We gotta
don't
be,
be
both
like
of us need to be
Wolf.
more positive, okay? Look, Ivory's level 16. That's good news.
Yeah, he did pick up a Void Staff. He's actually doing damage now.
As like, they're ironically because Breon took these early Drakes and the Elder isn't gonna spawn for so long, like that's not like the Elder flip angle, the LCK Breon Elder flip angle is probably not realistic here. Although we are going to seven Drakes probably in this game.
It is a bro game, so you know it's the way it goes in LCK or in Challengers.
The longer this game goes, we've like kind of passed the point of longer the game goes is better for Nongshim. Now that they're like so ahead, it's like longer this game goes. It could be possible. Okay.
Okay, well, stopwatch comes in huge.
Jerry, where are you going?
Took a supersonic train into that back line as Mihail got the flank again. I feel like there has not been a game or a fight in this game where Nongshim have not gotten a flank. And that is a big problem for Bro. This is not supposed to happen like this, as it looks like this game might just be over from here, guys. We are not going to take that Baron. We are just going to push down mid. It does look like Nongshim, they hit their spike, and they immediately rolled over Bro, as they should be able to take down these Nexus turrets. As you see Raptor, he's like, well, I tried my best to carry these guys in the early game, and you know, he did a great job, but was not great enough. As down will go the Nexus, Nongshim will take game number 1.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was my first time when we did our current game state prediction, where I was wrong, but they really fell apart after that mid play, and this is a composition that will lose tempo 100-0 basically after one lost fight, losing map control, but they never made any proactive plays after that either, and they stopped side laning, so just a breakdown of communication here. The final moment there was a sight to behold. Like, I've never seen the Zeri try to get that much value out of ult. Like, this is the way. I'm going to go straight into a lethality Varus Jace comp with a Syndra.
Looking like Corky in this game. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like she had the package into the back line or something. It's insane.
A bold display of confidence, let's say. I think the coaching staff will probably be talking to him about his angle of approach afterwards, although it didn't end up being consequential in this particular game.
Valdez said they were losing and Bro loses coincidence. Monka S. The LCK CL is rigged. Monka S. It is all one big conspiracy, guys. Valdez is actually pulling the strings. Today you learned.
Look, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to tell you guys, I think the Bro Challengers team is a top 10 team in the Challengers League. And
see, that's exactly what we want.
they're definitely a top 10 team. And
yeah.
I think that what we saw from them in the early game with the lane prio they had was really good. And I'm not just saying that like, oh, they were winning because they had prio, and then when they lost the game, they lost, but they only win because they had winning matchups. There is some truth to that, but I think the way they used it in the first 15 minutes of the game was quite nice, and they got those objectives. They won some early skirmishes. They won that fight early on at the top side of the map on that first Herald. That play was pretty clean overall. Did have some questions about Frim's positioning later on in the game and his lack of side lane, but when you lose control, there's Wukong out there, you don't know where he is, it becomes hard to side lane. Syndra can't beat the Sylas in the side lane once the Rod is complete, once he gets very tanky, so she has to play defensively. And some of the later game win conditions definitely came online here for Nongshim.
Yeah, they absolutely did, as it's pretty nice to watch Kalix kind of turn around that laning phase and then just go over the top. Unai did vote for Sounda. I think some of his engages kind of enabled them to get through the mid game. But Kalix was definitely more flashy, and he had some crazy moments in some of those team fights, so I don't mind this either. Seems like the Korean desk did go for Colix.
Yeah, his kicks
that's
were
all good.
His kicks were good. His engages were good. He did 100-0 Gamin that one time around the Baron pit where he just stole his chains and then blew him up instantly. Whenever there was a disjointed moment for the side of Brion, he was ready to punish. I like it. Like you just said, Sound I thought made a bigger impact in the game. Was more consistent. The inconsistencies though of Colix in terms of his deficit in CS and stuff like that was more of a product of the matchup and how well he was punished. Individually, I think there's a lot of growth to be had. We'll see how he does in game 2.
Yeah, Colix, 15 years old, as Kevin Kim very hyped about this player, and for a good reason. But guys, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. It's Valdez and Wolf covering Nongshim versus Bro. Game 1 looked pretty good for Bro, and then they kind of just fell apart. Nongshim looked great, though. That was cool to see.
I also thought the draft was really good from Brion. Like, both teams had a good draft, but Brion's draft played to their strengths, and they clearly came in with a different approach for how are we going to win this game against Nongshim, because they've had some tough opponents, right? Nongshim is kind of middle of the pack right now. I believe they're 2-2, so you have the opportunity to come into the series and be like, this is a realistic win, right? Because some series, like D plus Key, if you're Brion, you're going up against that one, you're like, okay, we can experiment here, but like, this is going to be a rough one. But it's a realistic opportunity to pick up their first win of the season, and I mean game win, because they're now 0-9. So good draft for the playstyle. Just gotta tighten up, a little bit some of that mid game, because they were so close. I mean, they were really close to going and taking that one away. And like you said, 80% of LCK teams probably finish that one out. 85% of those games you're gonna actually close it out, but they couldn't quite pull it together.
Yeah, and a lot of the meta nowadays, you don't see comps like that. Generally it's like you got a bruiser in the top side, you've got like a bruiser in the jungle, and then you've got mid laner that is sometimes like melee, if you look at Silas, and then you've got bot lane, which is what everything is played around, but it wasn't even necessarily the way it went in that game. So pretty interesting to see that game play out and kind of show why you don't see a lot of that. And the Lee Sin as well, did a lot in the early game, but then once it passed like 20 minutes, the game just like totally flipped off to the other side. It was very interesting, as Bro has selected blue side for game 2.
Not surprising, but if you consider like how they drafted in game 1, I guess you could say it's surprising, because you want to have that counter pick and you want to be able to draft those prio lanes. But maybe they want to just change up the bottom side of the map and hope to get like a Varus Ashe, or maybe they're going to go for another double 80 lane. There's a lot of different ones available right now. Something like a Karma could also be prioritized by them. Maybe they're fishing for a Rise here, because I do feel right now most teams generally agree that the prio picks on blue side are powerful, but the counter picks on red side are stronger. So you'll see teams even pick blue side in one game of a best of 3 and then pick red side later, because they're adjusting to like what the other team is drafting. I think we actually have the healthiest like blue side, red side sort of selection and where the power level is that we've had in a while.
I think that's a good read, yeah.
Because like remember last year it was like blue side is busted for like so long. People like were saying like the whole series was decided by them getting blue side on game 1. I don't feel like we're in that. Yeah, I don't think we're in that world anymore.
No, I don't think we are. Like at the very beginning of 2023, I was a bit worried because everybody was picking red. But that's changed. I think, nowadays it really depends on what the team wants to play, what kind of champs they want to play, where do they want to counter pick, what kind of bottom lane duo are they going to go for. So I think it's a good read, and we'll see if it helps them. I mean, they had a pretty nice, dominating bottom lane. I just feel like they drafted like the entire draft theme just then became like, oh, well, Varus and Heimer have got some really good poke and harass. Let's make everybody on the team have great poke and harass. And that's not necessarily the meta.
The draft, didn't have a strong foundation to it, It's like if you were building a Hearthstone deck and you saw all the 8.
There's a lot less smiling this time, I feel bad.
But if you had like a Hearthstone deck and you saw all these like 8 cost mana cards, and you're like, wow, all these legendaries have like 6 stats and like they're super dope, and you just filled your deck with those, and you're like, well, I can't play the early game now. Yeah. This is like the opposite, I guess. In this case, like all these strong early game picks and winning the prio lane.
They tried to play Zoo, and then the guy just like played Blizzard, and it was like, okay, well, I guess this is over.
Got consecrated.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the new Hearthstone cards. I don't know the old ones.
Me neither.
Consecrate might not even be in the game anymore. Like, I don't know. Probably still is. I couldn't tell you guys. I used to be a big Hearthstone player. Valdez was too, but not so much these days.
Back in the day. So we're already in draft. And yeah, curious to see where this one is going to go. We got Cassante banned here.
Yep, so some of these bans looking similar. The Zeri ban, very interesting here. Very rare to see that, because usually, especially on blue side, you're picking strong picks in the bottom lane that you want to crush a Zeri with. Like, you're like, I hope they pick Zeri because that's what our draft is based around. Or you're like, okay, well, we're going to beat them on the wave clear. Let's see what their option was. But to ban it outright is very unusual. And this leaves Ashe up so far here. The Rise is taken away.
I think it's fine for Bro to leave it. Okay. Well, it seems like they do not want to have a chance at the best bottom laner currently. So they'll just ban that one away. Seems like they want to go for something else.
It's not probably going to be another Varus pick, although...
Yeah, this
This
time
is-
Lucian not banned.
This is kind of puzzling to me because usually you want Lucian Nami into specifically the Zeri or Sivir in much more rare case. But banning the Zeri here basically just says you're playing this into the Varus lane where you can be outpoked, and there's a lot of options here for Nongshim in terms of support. Like, they could play the Karma, they could play the Heimerdinger, they could just stave off that early Lucian pressure and start winning this lane, especially with some support from the jungle pick that we're probably going to see picked up here. So, I'm just...
I'm sorry, just the entire YouTube chat. It's like, where's Faker? Guys, T1 isn't even playing, first of all. Second of all, it's not the LCK. This is Challengers.
Faker is probably taking a well-deserved rest right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty
At
sure
home.
he's not. Yeah.
He might be streaming right now. I doubt it, but he might be. I mean, I don't know. I'm not telling you guys where Faker is. I'm not calling him. Where is he specifically? I'm like, I don't know, in Seoul somewhere, but very likely.
Speak for yourself, Wolf. Everybody knows that the casters are very good friends with Faker. That's just common lore that you should know. We all have very close relationships with them. Definitely. So Wukong was picked. Do you think we see another Lee Sin in this one?
I don't think so, because I think that you're not going to have the same sort of power with Lee Sin in this draft. Depending on what mid is, like, obviously if they got somebody like Nazir, which seems unlikely, maybe you do. Varus Lulu is an interesting choice you can make, because you lose a lot of that pushing power and wave clear, and...
That's pretty yucky, Wolf.
Like, Varus is in the early game, especially if it's going to be lethality Varus, which... Based on what we're seeing right now with the Sejuani coming
Maybe
through too,
it
I hope
won't be.
not. Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, maybe it won't be with the Lulu coming in.
But he's a cooldown-based, wave clear-based poke lethality champion in this meta, generally speaking. And this just gives Brianna lane where they're like, wow, you don't even have like damage to trade back on us. You don't have a Zeri here. You don't have... Like, if your Varus Q misses, like, good luck. Like, they're just going to push on you so hard. Silas ban. Respect it here. We'll see the cast in first.
I like the Silas ban. I mean, Colix definitely could have picked that up for himself, especially with 3 ultimates hanging and looking very delicious already on the side of Bro. And the way that Colix was able to play it. So maybe he wants to go for something else, maybe the Akali in this game.
Interesting read on the meta here for Brion with this Jace ban. I think we're seeing a lot more Jace in Challengers and sprinkled around other regions. We've seen it in the LPL and stuff, but it's individually in a draft like this, not what you necessarily want. But if it was picked for Nongshim, it would be a very similar draft to what we saw last game. So it feels like Nongshim are like, no, I'm just going to play Renekton here, it's just totally fine. And Brion are like, no, I definitely pick Jace in this situation. I'm going to ban it, because that's exactly what they did in the previous game with the Varus draft. Interesting read. I think they have a very different idea about what's strong right now than Nongshim do. And this is the Renekton we were thinking might get picked by Brion when they went for the Jace instead.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And the Gnar looks to be picked here into the Renekton. Gnar just the mainstay top pick that's very safe, can play into anything. And the Akali,
blind.
I was thinking the Akali could be picked here for Colix, but it does get picked up by Ivory, looks like.
Yeah, just a hover for now. Very interesting pick if they do go for it here. The Azir was banned. We've seen it commonly as a response to Lucian drafts or Azir drafts, and sometimes both, because you can see a lot of Azir with the Lucian drafts. But they'll swap over to the Syndra at the last moment here.
Yeah, they don't have any AP damage at this point, so if you're picking Asua, you're trolling.
It's just going to be the Victor. Okay. The Bulldog favorite. We've seen Bulldog play this champion to great success in this matchup. We've seen him play it super aggressively into melee matchups with a Ghost build. I don't think we'll be seeing that this time around. I think Colix is definitely going to go teleport here into the Syndra, try to put the pressure on early. Can be a skill-based matchup, but Victor generally should win it. And that's one of the things that you kind of lose here with this Syndra face-up pick on blue side, is they get to play something that's a little bit more control-based and a little bit more damage in the later parts of the game. Something that was sorely missed for Brion in that last comp. They've got really strong frontline, for this Varus or some early game control. I think not a huge fan of the Varus Lulu lane here, but can get some control depending on how it's played. I overall want to say I like Nongshim's draft better, but that Varus Lulu makes me feel weird.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, you know, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed or something. It's like, something is just not right today. Varus is not going with Lulu very often, but you know.
Yeah, it's like it's like if Rion were like, we locked in Nami and we're like, okay, they're going for Lucian lane, they like, locked in Aphelios. I'm like, wait, that's not right. Like,
I think that would be even more
Nami
egregious.
Aphelios. It's not that bad, but it is. It's not something that we see often or really at all. So we'll see how they play it out here. I think it's going to be really important for the early game.
Well, this should be interesting. You know, bro, they definitely have some ways to win this early game again. Maybe this time they'll try to do that and actually bring it into a stronger mid game, which their comp this time around does have a lot more of. But it looks like we're just about ready here, guys. Nongshim versus Bro game number 2 about to start up. Nongshim confidently did wrestle control of game 1. We'll have to see if they can do it again.
Let Bro cook rotisserie chicken.
Let's go into game 2. T-Song from the YouTube chat asks, what is the name of the casters? My name is Donovan, and I am casting with, what's your name?
Chandler.
Chandler, okay. Cool, perfect. That's our names. I think we forgot to do that.
We forgot the do. I think the tone of this series is a little bit somber though. Lethal tempo for Jiu, thankfully, in this game. So we have been faked out by this a few times where he picks lethal tempo and still goes for lethality. Don't think that will be the case this time around.
These casters mad cringe. Oh, we just got called out.
Oh
no. Dude, this guy in the YouTube chat is just booming us. What are we gonna do?
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm
just
super
so
cringe.
How are we gonna cast now that we're cringe? I didn't know.
I wish my name. I wish I didn't pick Chandler. I wish I picked a cool name like ASDD, ASD, ASG.
Oh man.
Oh, he's backpedaling, Valdez.
Oh man.
He's backpedaling. We love you. Thanks for joining our stream.
Yeah. You can have whatever opinion you want, just as long as you're enjoying the stream and having a great time at the Challenger League.
Some trading here in the early game. Corrupting plot for both control mages. Very standard. This is what I'm talking about. If you don't actually hit some really nice poke here as the Varus, you can take really bad trades, obviously, especially once level 2 is hit here for Gamin and Palu. What are you chuckling about?
You guys ever think about bro before bed and just smile?
Every night. No. Only every night, Valdez. Only every night.
How does he know us so well? I mean, who doesn't just think about bro before bed and just smile?
Just smile.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
wait, how old is Wolf?
I am... How old am I in Western age?
100.
I'm 32. Yeah, 32.
32
I'm old.
So far.
So far.
This year, though, you will be turning 33.
That's right. Coming up.
I will be turning 32.
I'm a whole year ahead of you.
When do you feel like was the moment you realized you were 30? Was it when you turned 30 or was it when you turned 31?
I feel like it was actually, weirdly enough, like, kind of when I turned 32. I was like, oh, I'm in my 30s now. You know, like, it definitely felt like when I turned 32 was the moment where I was like, okay, it's not just like, it's cool being 30 now, you know? Like, everyone's like, don't worry, when you're 30, nothing changed. I turned 30, and I was like, oh my god, they're right, nothing changed. But when I turned 32, I was like, everything changed, and it's been changed the whole time. Yeah. I'm in my 30s.
It's the moment you realize. Because I had some friends that were like, it's 31. Like, 30 is just, no, that's like the fake one. But once you hit 31, it's like, oh my god, like, what happened to me? But I suppose for Wolf, it came a little bit later.
Yeah. I think part of
like
that...
I'm not there as well yet, even though I am 31.
Yeah, and I think part of it's, you know, with the pandemic and stuff, like, didn't get to live the 31, 32 that quickly or that well, compared to normal 31, 32-year-olds over the years is This is a nice little scry, although doesn't actually get vision of where they are. And he's just going to take that back because he knows that the bottom lane is missing. Could have been risky. We have seen junglers get caught. But yeah, the control of the lane here feels like it's definitely gone back towards Brion's side. And I'm a little bit surprised at the Varus priority when it's going to be played in a draft like this, because there are other AD carries you can play that we don't talk about, like Aphelios and Jinx and
No. Those don't exist.
they still exist. Jhin is also very good. Could have
Who's
been picked
that?
in a draft like this, but
Jhin actually would have been really nice in a draft like this.
Yeah.
I think that's a great call. Like Jhin Lulu could have worked. You know, if you really like, it seems like they really wanted to play Lulu, so could have worked.
it's weird because I think a lot of teams haven't figured out yet that Varus is really about how much he controls the laning phase, where that's so important, and that prio is what is winning games and snowballing games right now in this meta. And as a AD carry, he can do okay, but I think there were other better options here, especially with a face-up Lucian Nami lane. And like, we'll see how this plays out in reality as we see the noon quiver pickup here for Gamin. With this back timing, he's actually going to lose quite a few minions here.
He was trying to go for the Spell Thief's stacks, and he nearly got blown up by Nami. Unlucky.
Close call.
Now he can't back in the lane. He had to walk all the way back to his turret. He didn't even have boots. He's probably thinking, like, what am I doing with my life? Like, poor support player.
Yeah, sometimes you want to get that plus 20 though.
I always do.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Nowadays when I play support, I just always pick Lux, and I tell the AD carry to play Caitlyn, and I haven't lost yet on this patch.
It's a good idea.
Since season 13, I'm like 100% win rate.
Wow.
Well, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm curious about Raptor's effect on this game as the Sejuani instead of the Lee Sin. Feel like he had a good opportunity in the early game, in game number 1, but after that wasn't able to do too much. But the Sejuani might take a little bit longer to really get online and make a big impact, but perhaps he can kind of lead this team a little bit more, which might be part of the reason why he is playing for Challengers this week.
Oh, I do want to address something really serious
Yes.
in the chat, but I might have to wait a second here because we're looking for a Lulu Wukong gank onto Ivory.
The Wukong gank, he's not even level 6,
Yeah,
but he did get the flash out of Ivory, who plays it very safe. Unfortunately, though, Sounda keeps this flash, which means that a follow-up gank will be extremely deadly, and Ivory will have to play it safe or potentially die.
Let's see how much of this CS Geo gets before I talk about the really important question I saw in YouTube chat. The realist is, okay, it gets a decent amount of it, not going to fall too far behind, which is how to grow $30 with a 30-cent only. Now, this is assuming that it has to be dimes, by the way. It has to be 3 dimes.
Why does it have to be 3 dimes, though?
Because it's not gonna, if you have more coins than that, it's not going to work. And 3 dimes is the most efficient way to have 30 cents in coin form. Of course, we're talking about 30 cents USD. I'm not talking about Canadian dollars. It will not work with Australian dollars. You need to make sure it's good soil, and it also needs to be sunlight. No artificial light. Now plant it. Now wait about 30 days. And you should see the sprouts come out. Now, if they don't come out, you did it wrong, or your soil is bad, or potentially you're not watering it enough. If you have natural rain, natural rain is much better than using just water from your tap or whatever. So just keep that in mind when you think about where you're going to plant your 30 cents to turn it. And when it sprouts, the leaves should eventually mature into 3 $10 bills.
Whoa.
And that's how you turn your 30 cents into $30.
I guess
that's how you
that's
grow
why
it with a 30 cent only.
I guess that's why you said 3 dimes, right? Because there's no $25 bill, right?
No.
You can't do a quarter and a nickel, as Porardia, very, very on-point name for this question, did mention that a quarter and a nickel is probably more efficient. But as you were mentioning, you need 3 dimes to grow into 3 $10 bills.
Yeah. Also,
otherwise, it's not going to work.
Everyone knows that nickel is bad for the soil. So.
Yeah, of course. That's like just common knowledge. Everybody knows about that.
All right, Raptor, this is... Okay, he's Sejuani, so he's fine, but It was a very interesting exchange there because Nongshan were like, we don't have vision, so we're not 100% sure if we can actually stop him. They could have, but they didn't know, so they just let him take it, and then he just darts away. So first Drake actually going to Breon here.
Yeah, did a good job taking down Jeff. No Jeff Soul in this one. Probably for the best. I don't think I want to lose my mind this early on. We have to keep the mind intact before we get to the end of our 7-day journey of League of Legends, which will happen next Monday, Wolves. So, got to make sure that we're keeping it intact for today on Tuesday.
Yes.
And that there's not too many Jeff Souls, as I am a big hater.
Just one more tip. The dimes should be at least older than the year 2015, or they're not mature enough.
Okay. Do you think like a 2016 dime might work?
If the other two are...
Will my $10 turn into $5 potentially?
No, they just won't. It just won't sprout, and you'll have to start over.
Wow. So I would have to find new dimes. Can you reuse the dimes if it didn't work the first time?
You know, that's actually a really good question. And I wouldn't personally, because if it didn't work the first time, there's pretty good chance they're duds.
I guess you wouldn't know because you get it perfect every time, right?
Yeah, I
Wolf?
mean, I've never messed it up before, but you can go to your local bank and make sure they're not defective. If you,
the bank would know.
Most banks, not all banks, but
Okay.
go to their website. You can check and find out.
Going to a bank's website sounds like some special kind of torture.
You know, I'm not gonna name any specific websites or any specific banks that we may or may not have worked with here, but it certainly can be less fun. Sound's just gonna walk up and drop this one down. Does have his ultimate available here, and there's a wave. That's a really nice culling to actually deny the wave, and they should be able to stave off this pressure here because Paulo also has ult. Just a casual walk up and drop the Herald.
Yeah.
This is kind of a pacifist's game right now. We're in a...
That's why we're talking about growing $30 with 30 cents. With a 30 cents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With just a 30 cents.
It's really a good question. The other option you have is maybe you go to the World of Warcraft auction house and maybe you can build it up there. But I'm not speaking from experience, of course.
Oh.
So Lucian just got his Gale Force. You think now we're going to see some action?
I think we definitely will see some action here on this second. I mean, this is some action, but not, you know.
I feel like Cox has got a good lead on this lane, though. He's trying to bully the Syndra as much as possible, as the Victor does have a pretty good early matchup into the Syndra.
Yeah, we talked about this in the draft. Like, the Victor pick can put some pressure on early, and you can turn this into leads elsewhere on the map. Unfortunately, they didn't really do that early. They ended up losing that Drake, but that was a bubble.
That was one of the bubbles that has been cast before.
Yes.
Sounda, he's getting in there. I really like Sounda as a player. He's like, I click forward into the enemy, and then I try to hit my R button. No Dominus. For him is like, I'm desperately trying to make you use your ultimate, and Mihail just says no.
I feel like I thought you were about to actually like legit give like good reasons why you like Sounda, because I think he is very sound, let's say, as a player so far. Yeah. But I think everyone's talking about Lucid, obviously, because he's definitely easily the best jungle player we have right now in Challengers. But, you know, we got to shout out the little guys, you know, Sounda, Courage, has had some great games.
Courage.
Yeah, there's some real gems here in the LCK Challengers League for junglers.
Yep. Some real gems for the LCS to take away from us.
No.
The LEC, how about,
I hope
how about
Papa
the LEC?
Smithy's not watching.
How about the PCS? You think PCS is okay?
LJ, I'll give you LJL.
Okay.
You get
Only the
LJL can have
okay,
you.
all right.
That's where I'll say okay, but I will draw the line after LJL.
Lawrence Palmer from the YouTube chat says, "Just start killing already."
That's pretty violent.
That's kind of cruel. I mean, you let them kill when they're ready. You know, you can't force people to kill. They got to do it of their own volition.
You know, literally can't kill me in challengers is added with the constantly living moniker. That's what the CL stands for.
True. Yeah.
Literally can't kill, constantly living. And so that's just where we are right now in Notion.
Yeah.
It's taking this Drake, by the way, again, passively. No contest whatsoever, no cross map either.
Just, you know, kind of hanging out. And
I don't know what the latest First Blood record is.
hey,
in
Infernal
challenge.
Soul.
That
Any
means we're going to be
lava
fighting
enjoyers?
soon. Yeah, I think that means we're going to be fighting a little bit sooner than maybe we expected. I want to see if I have any data on the latest First Blood.
How old are these players? At least 15, and generally not older than 21, 22.
I would say...
But some of them are.
I haven't calculated it, but I think the average age of a Challengers player is about 19 or 20, because we do have so many players that are specifically like
I think
21.
it might be like 18.
I don't know.
I mean, if we look at,
I mean, you're looking at a
Okay.
small sample
Alright,
size here.
if you look at Nongshim, they have 4 players on the roster who are 2003, which is 20.
Yeah.
So I'm actually proving your point.
I was going to say, I'm like,
So according to this, Wolf is right. Anyway.
I talked about this on Pog State, and I've talked about it on the Challengers broadcast a little bit. Because we have such a great system, no one should just get 2 objectives for free, like completely uncontested. The way that players are pushed into challenges, they go through Academy first. The youngest players are in Academy, where Dogma is playing right now, and then you go to challengers later. So a lot of these players have actually gotten years of experience under the belt before they come here. So there's a lot of older players than you'd expect, because there is a system below this one. Just gonna take that Herald and drop it instantly topside as Calix. Okay.
They're throwing a lot into this Renekton, and I don't think they're going to kill him. I mean, he had Dominus and Flash. Meanwhile, Calix, as you mentioned...
He's just taken a whole turret.
Bro, really trying to force a kill onto the Renekton. I mean, I know we all hate Renekton, but
literally
I think they're
can't kill.
taking it a little bit too far. Like, they didn't have to use 3 ultimates on the Renekton.
All right, Sounda, Flash, and ult. And oh, it didn't stop the charge there. Was too scared, reasonably, but from what we could see, we know he probably could have stopped that. He stepped
Sorry,
forward.
my math has been called out. Sorry, they are still currently 19. Still proves Wolf's point. Although, support player HH, which, by the way, is for Hyun-Ho Lee. That is his name.
I was gonna see if Chronicle was in the chat because I wanted to ask about this because I thought he might know if that was his name was from, or if it was from Haha, like typing.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna
Hiot.
be Ha.
Yeah.
But yeah, he turned 24 days ago, so I was right at least about one of them. It's good
Happy
to be
birthday.
a little bit right. Sounda does not know about this. The bubble will miss, and Sounda will get it as both teams run away from each other.
It was just like the most like. Can we stop him? Nah. Because it's a Wukong. They didn't have the Nami ult. The bubble goes wide. He doesn't even need to really use his warrior trickster or anything like that to get out of the dodge. But and he still takes the scuttle. So.
I'm a bit worried about Bro. You know, the Syndra spike is not going to be used at all. They gave away 2 objectives for free.
I mean, forget the Syndra spike. The Lucian spike as well.
Lucian spike as well, yeah. The both of them spiked. Meanwhile, the Victor and the Varus were not really that spiked. I mean, they're going to be bested around 2 items to 3 plus. So, they're kind of just hanging out. And, you know, all of this passivity, Nongshim, in this case, like, they have parts of their comp, I would say, that can fight very nicely at level 6 and stuff like that, but they don't have to, because I think as the game comes along, they should be in a better and better spot.
Well, especially considering that Victor freely got his rod fairly early in the game. Not like the earliest time ever.
He got it earlier as well because he skipped the tier. Okay, nice bubble this time, but you see this, like, every time someone on Nongshim is running at them,
They just
namely
run away.
Sounda, they just run away. They're like, no, you've probably got some backup. I feel like they're a little bit scarred after game 1, to be
Yeah,
honest.
it really does feel that way. I think you have the same read as me on this. Is so much vision set up. This is not going to be a kill still. I thought for a moment we were going for the Lulu triple knock up here, but back away, tidal wave's up. Yeah, this game, like the Victor giving that Rod of Ages early and then just getting a whole turret to himself and winning the side lane here, where he hasn't been given a Gnar to deal with, because Gnar can't beat him either. Gnar also a level down, going to be 2 levels down eventually once that rod hits. It's just Nongshim have maybe 10% more prio on the map, just that little amount, and Bro's timidness and their lack of commitment means that they're just getting these objectives for free now. Speaking of, one's up in 10 seconds, and Bro, I think, really should fight for it.
Yeah, I like what Bro are doing now, where they, they've got their Lucian in mid. They're trying to punish the Varus to get close to the wave. They're trying to get priority through there. And let's see, I mean, if they can group up for this, as Mega Gnar is getting close. We have teleport here for Frem. As now they're trying to chase... Okay, they really hate Renekton.
Renekton antis.
Like, what is this? It's like they're throwing away objectives to chase a Renekton. I know, like, we all hate him, but, like, what is going on, guys? I think they have something to say.
The weird thing is, like, you can make this play happen if it's a set play, if Frim is there, and you're trying to shut this Renek down early, and you have somebody still near Drake, and you can kind of block them out and force them into this awkward situation. But if you just tunnel on the Renekton, like it was almost like a whack-a-mole type situation where, like, all eyes went to the Renekton the second he showed on the map. As this could be the first blood. It looks likely.
Just want to say that Faker is currently farming camels in New Zealand with Deft. If you're looking for him in the YouTube chat, now you know where to find him.
Okay.
You gotta go to New Zealand.
I thought he was in Seoul right now, but
yeah, no.
Good to know.
Also, this is Challenger League, where Faker does not play. That could be another reason.
So they didn't actually commit to the dive, so still no kills. We are at 2030 now. It has eclipsed current year,
Oh,
the
I thought it was
game time.
Deft's farm. I guess it was Chovy's farm. Sorry, I got the names mixed up.
Oh, I just thought like there was an update and Chovy sold it to Deft.
Yeah.
His former
Could
teammate.
happen, you know. As here we go, Raptor. You can see he's trying to be a little bit proactive. He's trying to get some stuff in. Sounda, again, he only taps forward. This is the only direction he goes. And he seemingly has baited Bro into a fight as Raptor is just going to get isolated here. Gamin not ready to go on in, and Frim is not ready to hit Mega Gnar. So Bro once again kind of getting caught, not ready to go. As Mihail will be frontlining very nicely here. Nongshim able to only get the jungler from Bro.
And this is a fight over vision for the Baron pit. But you know what? I'm not going to criticize it. I'm not going to say anything bad. It's our first blood, 2050. Okay, we'll take it. 2050, 55-ish. I didn't see the exact timer, but we got there in the end, you know? Sounda, he's going forward still.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Palu will have to flash away. He was getting caught a lot by the Wukong in game number 1. And the Nami's going to be in a little bit of a harder point here. As you can see, Raptor is trying to make something happen, and Sounda looks like he goes too far, but actually, it was a bait all along.
I mean, the Raptor is also trolling Gamin super hard. Like, his Warrior Trickster goes up, and he's like, I can't kill him, but then the Raptors block his shots, and he's like, damn, like, we're just not going to get anything out of this. So he doesn't actually end up getting that much done there, and ends up being a kill, obviously, on the turn. Sounda says, this belongs to me.
Sounda, I feel like he belongs on Bro because he is such a Giga Chad in all of these games so far. Like, he just has no chill. He only goes forward.
Will he get robbed of POG a second time?
You know, I think Chovy's gonna get it for game 2. That's my thought here.
That's what chat thinks.
Yeah. Somebody in YouTube chat said, Brendan and Woof are my favorite casters.
That's right, Woof Woof.
That's why I was laughing earlier. I just like the idea of calling you Woof instead of Wolf.
Someone asked Vales and Wolf what time. Okay, there's the correction. What time or what day is Pog State releasing? It's delayed this time, so we'll have an extra week. So it'll be in like 2 weeks.
Week and a half?
Yeah, a week and a half.
Something like that. Yeah, we'll be delayed a week. So sorry about that. Wolf, are you a cat person or a dog person, Wolf?
I'm a cat person, Vales.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that.
But I mean, I like dogs. I grew up with dogs, cats, and chickens.
Chickens.
Yeah, and like fish and some gerbils and stuff like that.
What?
But I had a lot of pets as
Are
a
you
kid.
living on some kind of like farm? I don't know.
I did live in a house that had a lot of outside space. I'd say I wouldn't call it a farm per se. It may have been a farm once, like in the 1800s or something, but I was just farming CS at the house. That's what I
No,
was
sour potato, bad sour potato. They are not they are not for eating, okay? They are pets. They are nice.
Yeah. It's really messed up. Especially considering some of my pets were eaten by coyotes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
Sorry about
actually
that.
a really sore subject.
Yeah. Well,
So probably find that pretty offensive, Chatter.
all right, here we go. Sounda is looking to engage again. This guy just literally cannot say no to the engage party. Raptor is quite tanky at this point, and they went pretty far this time around. Nomsun got to be careful. The chains, though, gonna come out. The Meganar is denied, and G will just take him down. And now Nomsun are ready to press their buttons. Raptor too low to tank up anymore. And Bro thought they had a nice little look there, but Nomsun were able to turn it around.
Come in, be careful, man. That is a lot of damage there on the side of Nomsun. The range problem that Breon's comp has, we haven't talked about it too much. They have a frontline evolution, but you need to snowball the game and have map control like we were talking about, because you can see in these fights, every time they want to be decisive even, to deal damage, they're just putting themselves in harm's way with the Wukong, with the Renekton, so much range with the Varus, and then, yeah, Victor is also fairly low range, but in these choke points, he's not going to do so much damage. And
Will they
we're going to
get
sneak a Drake.
the Drake? Yes, they will.
I think they're just going to get away with it.
I think Nomsun might have an idea this is happening. And they are going to teleport. This looks a little late, though, to try to punish this. Double teleport even. So, yeah. Break this one down for us, Wolf.
Well, I mean, look, Breon here trying to make a proactive play around setting up vision for this Drake, and then Raptors up here in the front line. Gamin's like, okay, we're going to set up a combo on Mihail, take him out, and then we'll win this fight 5v4 with a flanking Syndra on the other side, right?
Chains.
Yeah. Chains come in,
Gravity
the turn is
ball.
real. And, like, look at where Ivory was in this fight. If they actually get that pick on the Mihail, and Syndra comes in on the flank angle, they win the fight and they get control. Like, it was a nice idea, but there's a range problem, right? This Renekton is just too tanky. He has Sterox now.
Well, they're going to try it again. They really do hate this Croc, and he's not going to die. I'm sorry to tell you guys, Bro, that it is not going to happen. You are not going to get a kill onto the Renekton. As in goes Sounda. As Gamin, man, he's trying so hard to like output a ton of damage. He's getting like highest damage in a lot of these fights. It's just not enough. And
a lot of it's into a front line.
yeah, a lot of it is just into Mihail. I don't know if he's got like a taunt buff on him and they can't seem to break through that front line, but yeah, not gonna work.
Gamin is like trying to carry so hard too, like you say. He's seeing all these opportunities. Scale Force on cooldown now, so can't commit further. Kalix is level 17 with his rod. The 2-level advantage we were talking about earlier that he was going to have. Like, he is untouchable. All of his abilities upgraded a long time ago, and he's
Do you
going to
think
actually.
they'll give him POG again?
You know, I mean, I wouldn't actually hate it, but I feel like it's either Mihail or it's going to be the jungle player whose name I just forgot when I was talking about it. Sounda.
That was a nice try from Raptor. He just kind of got baited and there wasn't enough CC in it.
And there's just like, there's so much armor on this Renekton. He also has Sterox, he also has Lulu's ult, he also has Dominus, like.
And Jiwoo just cannot miss. And this guy is also insane.
Yeah, he could be in the running for POG this game.
3-0-1, he's had pretty much fight-changing ultimates time and time again. I mean, that's 3 times in a row, right? The first time he hit Raptor around the Raptors, right? The second time he got the Meganar right when he was about to get a huge engage, and then the Victor follow-up. And now here, again, he was able to get that pick-off onto Raptor and kind of win it for the team, so...
Ivory wants to push this wave and defend here up pretty far away. A very risky call when there's a Wukong here.
He's not going to get the stun either. He's going to have Raptor to come on over and nearly get him. Sound is so low and he still goes in. This guy just really has no chill. And he will take one for the team to allow Kalix to pick up yet another kill.
Yeah, that was that was a really nice turn, actually. Ivory baits them in a little bit there, and with the insta-scatter, he actually pushes Sounda just out of range there so he can't get the second knock-up, and Sounda commits his smite and wants to go in super hard, but does end up dying there with all the damage. And some extra gold being traded back here. Unfortunately for Breon, even picks like this don't matter necessarily if there's no objective to take while that jungler is dead.
Oh no. Look at all the pings, Juice, like, save me. No, you're fine, buddy.
He's all right. He's all right. There has been this recent trend of people being very mad about how many control wards are bought. Have you noticed this?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of comments about this.
It started with some of our, I'm not sure how to call them, like, stream analysts?
Co-streamers.
Yeah, like a lot of our co-streamers, a lot of our analysts in the community are basically like, you're wasting a lot of money and you're stopping your first item power spike by a lot.
Yeah,
and when you
it's
do
the
look
support.
at the numbers,
Yeah, the support stuff is definitely okay. Hold on, speaking of sports,
I don't even know what's going on here. But Gyu did hit his ultimate, so that's actually a lot of damage. Raptor is going to have to back away. As Sounda, you know, he can't stop himself. He just can't handle it. Oh no.
But I've even seen frustration towards how many controllers people are buying before objectives. It's not going to save Frim here necessarily.
Nice little tidal wave. As Frim stays, not going to be the answer
Victor
here against Omega Fed Victor. Cannot emphasize the Omega enough. As now, nice little flank coming in here. There is a teleport from Mihail, but he is not coming in, as that is going to be a couple of kills, it looks like, as Gyu will be left to the wolves. He actually flashes and cleanses. Not quite my tempo. And now he's actually going to get Kalix a little bit baited, and now he's got a flash.
What you guys don't know about Valdez is when he says not quite my tempo, like, Valdez is actually like, that's like the nicest thing that comes to his mind.
Yeah.
And it's actually just a really mean line from Whiplash as well, but it's like the nicest thing Valdez can think of.
Yeah.
He says it in real life. He doesn't say it in casting very much, but yeah. Well, Breon back in the game suddenly. I wouldn't say they have a massive lead or anything like that, but getting Soul Point here is huge.
Infernals, yeah.
And it was a greedy teleport from Frim. To me, I thought initially, because the guy is super low, but he has his Narbar in a good spot. It's almost completed. He decides to go to the back there and he traps them. And this is the kind of aggressive, proactive play we just didn't really see from Breon when they started to lose control of game one. And finally, we're starting to see it come through here. This is Frim, who's the hero of this entire play, right? He baits them into this fight. Again, kind of a misplay from him, but this is why they overextend. And look at where his Narbar is. As soon as he stops showing, he TPs back. There's a control ward, but he doesn't actually come onto that. He comes deep in, super far back, so they think they're safe. They don't see that warp in. And it's just a disaster. Gyu's flashed and cleanse. Definitely leaving a little bit to be desired. And then they have the follow-up CC to catch, or attempt to catch the Victor there. And suddenly, Baron spawns. Breon at back control. Challengers game. A Challengers game in LCK Challengers.
The bottom lane, okay, he is going to teleport into the fight. As now they are looking for the flank. Nongshim's still 5,000 gold up, but at the same time, Kalix, he's just frontlining. Look at this. He's got a massive gravity well, and he's got a Lulu behind him, and he is taking a lot of the damage here. He's still not dead. They cannot kill the Victor, as they finally will. Raptor will pick up a double kill. Gyu, though, is relatively untouched because of that Giga Chadness from the side of Kalix, knowing he's got the backup, and it's enough for Nongshim to win the fight.
He has Zonias, he has Wild Growth. The guy's just not afraid of anything. Okay, we're going to see a potential steal here for Raptor to look for. Doesn't have Smite, actually, so never mind. It's coming up here, but I don't think they have enough time.
Yeah, Mihail is going to stun him as well, as they are sticking around. This Renekton is being a menace in the backline. The culling mostly going to hit Zonya's air, as Gyu is pretty huge at this point in time. Not sure about that Frim when nobody is able to follow up. Thought maybe the Lucian would, but take a look at his health bar. So now they're just on the run. Looks like Raptor will also go down.
Yeah, that was a contest that was very greedy. And if you don't have Smite, as you can see, it's coming up just now. If you don't have Smite, I think it's very greedy to try to look for that play, especially when your base is open. Now you have to walk back in shambles with Baron against you, and you're losing all semblance of map control. You can't pre-push any waves or anything like that. Just a really risky call, and if you get a steal or somebody snipes it randomly, even without Smite, like, you'll feel great about it, but that's not the kind of proactivity we're talking about here on the English cast.
Sounda?
He's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. I think he's okay. He's gonna sound off the horn with that nice little emote, as, yeah, they're just gonna get double inhibitor here with this Baron. They already got bot because of the nice push from Mihail before that fight even started, so just putting themselves in a fantastic position as, you know, guys, I don't know if we're even going to get to the Elder Flip. I know everybody's calling for it, you know, but I don't know. Nongsum are in big control. They're probably going to have control of the map when this Infernal spawns, so we might get the 7 Elemental Drake, but I'm not sure about the Elder Flip.
I think we will get the Drake. Although, if there's an error here from Bro, the game could end literally now.
Well, it's a nice little chain of corruption, but also the angle here on the tidal wave is pretty good, as in they go to the amazing cleanse to come through as they are being flanked by a Meganar. Uh-oh, this is huge. A 3-man into the wall. The Lulu ult's not going to be enough to save them. As you see, G is desperately trying to fight back here. He's going to get 1 kill, nearly kills a second. Jeez. And a very nice flank from Bro.
Frim making it happen twice now on the Gnar.
There they are. They're not out of this game yet.
Okay.
Maybe it will be the Elder Flip.
It could be. That being said, Brion are the ones with the Drake lead, so if they actually are able to take it after this flank, they will just stop us. Oh, you're talking about Elder Flip. Sorry, I thought you were talking about 7 Drakes. Yeah. It does seem like this. Frim just teleports here, and they're like, oh no, no way out. And the Cyclone is good, but it's just unfortunately a little bit too late. Like, it's exactly what he wants to be doing, but if he was a little bit more reactionary with it there, didn't have flash, so couldn't actually use it to stop him. And nice try there on the stop, but a really great play from Frim. And Brion trying to accelerate us to that Elder Drake, as you mentioned. And this game has just kind of left me a little bit bewildered, Valdez.
You feeling a little flippant?
Yes.
Yeah. G was able to do nearly 7,000 damage in that fight, even though he was basically just hounded the entire time. He's got a very nice amount of lifesteal, actually, in his build, as Nongsum are just going to get the Drake seemingly for free, I guess, because the lanes were kind of in a really bad state for Bro, so they're not really able to gank up here, or group up here, I should say.
Yeah, that's the reason, because of the 2 inhibitors being down, as you alluded to. But quick POG check. I feel like right now, if Nongsum closes one out, I've kind of changed my tune. I think Gio definitely gets it. I think his positioning has been good. The damage has been real. And there's no question if Brion, no matter what happens next, man, there's no question that Frim gets it if Brion actually somehow turn this one around. I mean, he has literally saved this team so many times. The game would probably have ended by now if he had made those 2 critical plays. Speaking of critical plays, we still have a long way for the next objective. These inhibs will respawn, and Brion will get very likely 1 more real quote-unquote fight.
So, yeah, a lot of people were calling for the Elder Flip. I didn't think it was possible. We would have to wait probably 10 more minutes in the game to get there. Like 9 to 10 minutes. 9 if they like get it on spawn. Could be a little bit longer, actually. But either way, I mean, we're going to be pretty long in the game if we actually do get there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen, guys. I don't know.
I'm thinking that the game will probably decide on the Infernal Drake itself, and the timing of it is really nice for Brion, like in the fact that their inhibitors should be up by then, you know, 20 seconds, minutes 15, unless Nongsum just deletes it on respawn with the push here and the 4-1. Right now 1-3-1-ing, but Brion actually get to push these waves out, inhibitors respawn, and then if they can get their way over the Drake carefully, there is a real team fight to be had. But this is a full build Lucian. We are nearly 40 minutes into this game. Gamin is 6-0-3. Has used the gold extremely well so far. And if he gets a good fight, if he gets a pick, if he Gale forces Kalix and puts him down to low health, forces him to Zonia so they can set up for a big Gnar, Brion absolutely can win this game. Like, make no mistake, bro Leavers, like, there's still hope. Your faith has not been misplaced.
Very true. You just gotta have faith until the very last moment, and you will be rewarded. As a great job by our observer, Yundo. There is 0 vision for Bro, but Raptor is insanely tanky at this point. He has not gone for a Warmogs, but he has 3 very tanky tank items. As the damage that they have on this objective, though, is really huge, and the lack of vision here for Bro means that they cannot actually get in there. So the Bro fight will be happening now as the Cyclones are pretty huge, but Sounda takes a massive amount of damage. Gomin's position is just so huge, and Prim is in the back line, but he gets polymorphed at the exact wrong time for him. But take a look at Gomin, he's just doing way too much damage over the wall. It's going to be up to him to carry this, but unfortunately now a lot of his front line has gone down. It looks like Nongshim just barely are able to push forward on this one. That fight a lot closer even than it looks.
And I really didn't think the next fight was going to happen on Baron because both these teams are so strong right now. I didn't think Nongshim would be able to come over there and just say, this vision is ours and start this one up without a huge fight. But Breon just not realizing quickly enough. The double TP is going to end the game. We will have a 2-0 on our hands, but
it's all over my hands, Wolf.
Yep, it's all over the screen.
No matter how much soap I use, we just have a 2-0. It's all over my hands. Down goes the Nexus, and Nongshim will take it as Calyx did do 8,000 damage in the last fight, but I'm still going to give it over to Ju.
I'm going for Ju as well right now.
I think it's
He's also got those fans in the audience, you know.
Yeah,
I want them
the
to be
celebrity
rewarded.
buff.
Yeah, I want them to be rewarded for supporting this player who picked the Varus that we were actually pretty worried about in terms of what it was going to do in the lane, but they did wrestle back control. A lot of help from the jungler. And
my beliefs are being challenged right now. I'm having a moment of crisis. Don't
okay.
you worry. They will come back.
And that is the sad reality of this one is, again, a realistic opponent they could have taken down. A close game to game number 1, they have a pretty sizable lead with the winning lanes they drafted, but this will put Breon on a -10 score here, 0-5. Still yet to take a win in Challengers.
And I thought Ivory was fine. You know, I thought he played pretty well over the course of the 2 games, but man, Calyx kind of just outplayed him. Like, I don't even think it was because Ivory was not playing very well. Like, a lot of his scatters were great, but the Victor play and the Silas play was really insane. So I'm kind of hyped for this new, very young 15-year-old player that has recently just joined the team. Can maybe push Nongshim even that little bit further.
Yeah. It's been a really interesting series to see. Like, I think both these teams mechanically know what they're trying to do in their lanes, and like what the draft plan is pretty solid. Again, the Varus Lulu, quite weird, but Lulu works extremely well with the Renekton, works extremely well with the Wukong that they picked up in this draft, and it wasn't really about the lane. At this level of play, I think that you're getting punished a little bit less. We did see control of the Lucian Nami eventually, but they survived the laning phase. There's no kills, no deaths. They scale up. The Lulu actually is valuable in other ways. But
yeah,
this series, I think, really showed some glaring weaknesses in how these teams play mid to late game. Like, Nongshim just not checking flanks. They were punished 2 times in a big way for that. Not having flank checks, not having ward checks. That's something that they could improve on. I think Breon not being decisive, especially in game 1 with their lead. In game 2 with the advantage they had in draft, not pushing those. When games are kind of won by one big mistake, is we'll pick it up this time around.
We got some friends from the other side to vote.
Look at his kill participation in a long game like this, 93%. To be fair, half of the game didn't have any kills, but anyway.
Still counts.
What I was going to say, and I'll close out here, is that like the way that both these teams could improve based on this series is quite simple. Because a lot of times you're like, oh man, there's issues in the early game, there's issues in the mid game, there's issues in the late game, there's issue with the draft. I think both these teams have some clear things they can work on and improve. They're trying to push themselves towards the west side of the standings. This win puts Nongshim at 3-2. So definitely a step in the right direction with a +2 score line.
Yeah, and you know, I know you guys will continue to be Bro-leavers, and that is really the win if you are a Bro fan, because regardless of results, they are still your favorite Giga Chads. But it does, you know, both in LCK and CL, as One Arms Gaming did say, I think he's kind of right. It's like both teams very passive. Sometimes they don't really know what to do when it's an even game or even if they have a lead, and they're just kind of waiting around. I thought that their flanks from Frim were a really nice look. You don't even see that all the time from the LCK team. So I think if they can just kind of be a little bit more proactive and a bit more aggressive overall, like some of those fights could have been won by Bro when they were kind of just like being very cautious in the early to mid game, but instead they just kind of let Nongshim take the majority of the map, and that ended up being part of the reason why Nongshim were able to get the win.
Yeah. Someone's asked, are these games deciding of anything? What are the teams playing towards? It is the same format as the LCK, so it's a round robin regular season, and you're playing for points to try to compete in playoffs. That could then propel you potentially into the finals. There's no relegation or anything like that. It's just money and proving yourself so that you will be pushed up potentially into an LCK roster where the minimum salary is higher. And there's a lot of opportunities for growth there too.
I think the Challengers League it's a great way to show yourself off more than anything else. Like as an individual, like you'd love to get money, you'd love to like win championships because that helps your individual brand as well. Like either within your team or you've got all these eyes, like all these scouts from even not just in Korea, but also around the world. Like we were making jokes before, like LJL, PCS, like LEC, LCS, like all of these leagues have players that have played in this exact tournament, the Challengers League. And some of them didn't even play in LCK at all, and they're having great careers in other regions. So that's like the biggest thing for me.
What Nongshim is doing right now is because they're a very new esports org. Remember, they acquired Dynamics. For those who don't know, Dynamics was acquired and rebranded by Nongshim. This is the team Rich was on a long, long time ago in the LCK, and they've sort of like are sowing the seeds and making this budding new league where it's Academy to Challengers to LCK. And what they're really doing is setting up stuff in Valorant's Challengers as well, and basically turning 30 cents into $30. It all goes back to what we talked about
It
before.
all goes back to the YouTube chat.
Plant those. In this case, they're turning 50 cents into $50. Yeah, you got 5 dimes, and you're trying to turn them into $50. And I really do believe that
I think you're right.
Nongshim will be one of the great feeding orgs into the LCK in the future eventually, similarly to how Gen.G is. If they start getting some wins in LCK as well in a few years, potentially with these players getting older and getting more experience, then people will want to join the team. People will be like, I want to join that Challengers team. That's the team I want to be a part of. And it'll happen. I do think it's going to happen. Just, it will take time.
We have a question here from Emiko Zue. Did Zeus play in Challengers? I think he may have when he was 16, but he was a very quick entry into LCK. Like, if he did play, at first my
I don't think so.
initial,
Yeah.
like what I thought immediately was no. Because, like, I know he was just really hyped, and he basically went directly into the LCK. He may have played, like, a couple of games, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he did because when he came into the LCK, all of the narrative, all the discussion about him was, like, how hyped he is just based on scrims and, like, how good he was in solo queue and how popular he became very quickly through his solo queue play. And T1 picked him up early, kind of locked him in, trained him. He was playing and scrimming with them.
He was such a big talent that they were like, "You're not going anywhere."
Yeah, so
you will play for our team.
I don't think he did play in Challengers, but I could be wrong about this because obviously I wasn't following very closely 2 years ago when that was the time period. But I don't.
He may have
think
been.
so.
He was probably playing with. Like, I know he was in the organization for a long time, so he was definitely playing with those players, regardless if he played on stage or not. By the way, he did call Nongshim a feeder org, which is kind of funny in the yeah, in relation to League of Legends terms. Berserker is one good example. There's a lot of them.
I just love how it's like the chat is always gonna find like the thing that I said that's funny, but like that I don't know that I said that's funny by just kind of random chance. And normally when this happens on a real broadcast, like, one of you guys might tell me, like, Wolf, you said this weird thing, or you, like, missed a word in that sense that one time, and you did say this. But this time I can actually just see it in real time. I'm like, oh, yeah, I did say that. Oops.
That did happen. Geez, do they just cast every game? They must be so tired. Well, it wasn't us yesterday. Atlas and Chronicler did do the 9 out of 9 games for the 3 best of 3s. So Wolf and I are here. We do alternate days for casting in Challengers as well as in LCK itself. So even though we are there pretty much every day, for LCK at least, because we're doing desk as well, we're not casting every day.
No. I also, had a day off yesterday. We got to rest.
Same.
So
I slept a lot.
Almost every day. We cast 6 days a week. But that will change eventually as the season goes on. But at this moment in time, somebody's got to give you guys all of the Korean League of Legends. It's going to be us, and we're here for it. We love it. We love our jobs. And so, thankfully, we have you guys here to talk to and chat with on this Challenger stream. So it's a very special vibe here with the Challengers chat Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for joining us, guys. That was a 2-0, so we might have a bit of a longer break, so you guys might be waiting for over 60 years. Sorry about that. But we are going to go to a break, and we'll be right back with the second series.
파랑팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파랑팀의 포탑이 파괴.
그렇죠. 인내심 있게 매복하고 있다가 이러면 50의 궁을 뽑아내. 자, 들어가서 그 상태를 물었고 그 상태 보는 거 잘안 죽죠. 그리고 조공서 지금 달 초시계. 하지만 이러면요 딜러가 딜하는가? 딜러가 딜하는가? 자, 와, 카메리가
다 잡아냈고.
좋은데요? 제가 잡혔습니다. 아니 제 급발진이 됐죠. 자 계속 갑니다. 미하이. 자 미하이 그 상태. 야 동심 그 상태. 내 이름은 미하이 그 상태. 미하이 그 상태가 갑니다. 때 냄새 나죠? 그게 나고 싶을 때 하는 플레이거든요. 그래서 이렇게 대단히 맛 들어갑니다. 이러면
대전의 마스가 잘 들어갔어요. 근데 자르만 도망고요.
네. 자르만이 자체가 됐군요. 발언을 먹었는데 자르만이 일단 죽었고. 네. 그리고 지금 어디까지? 자 4대 5대 4대 5대 4대 5대. 와 메이가 슈퍼 토스. 와. 됐습니다. 이러면 자 바로 아직까지 때려주고 있습니다. 자 남은 체력 얼마 없고요. 자 들어와서 여차를 뺏겠다. 근데 이거는 한 방에 좀 붙이는 느낌. 한타보다 바로 저 바로까지 바로 진짜 싸움을 하는 건가요? 바로 쓰면 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 도망가면요. 자 이러면 그래 정면한다. 게임 넘어가는 분위기인가요? 1킬부터 과연 누가 만들어줘야 될까요? 스펀지 이니시?
아 이거 지금 모머가
네.
수문장이에요 수문장.
아니 이거
너무
너무
헛소리
않고
않고.
그리고 끌어들이면서 싸우는
그런
전환.
점.
자 와이 돌리가 감이 못 던졌고요. 던졌고요. 그리고 로버가 다시 나오면서 한 명이 사살이 높습니다. 하나생각 원투는 왜 이렇게 돼요? 잠깐만요. 태클. 잠깐만요. 혹시 어딨어? 펜타키를 벌써 먹어본 사람이 맛을 알고 있어요. 그만해. 어떻게 우시겠죠? 이 파괴는 뭡니까? 야, 타기 바빠요. 어떻게든 펜타 안 올려고 있다 빠지고 절대 안 주겠다고. 펜타키! 자, 다시 한번. 자, 탑 지역 상체 쪽에 서기 서로가 좀 구도가 좀 이어지고 있고. 자, 여기서 무배사슬 오히려 들어갑니다 앞으로. 플랜 B. 자, 플랜 B가 좀 앞서서 움직임이 좀 앞서 좀 보여 있고요. 자, 여기서 일단 밀어집니다. 구도가 자, 디아블. 자, 뒷발이면서 아칼리. 저기는 이구 이지레. 자, 아칼리 마무리하면서 이거 바로 프리한데요 이게. 맞다. 이러면 바로 프리하면 안 되죠. 자, 서로 간에 교환해서 이름이 되거든요. 디아블. 전성기 타이밍이 이지레. 자, 들어왔습니다. 한 번 더. 이지레. 경쟁 그런 타이밍이거든요. 자, 그래서 이지레. 마무리할 수 있죠. 자, 디아블. 어떻게 디아블. 와! 샌드박스.
자 들리냐? 렌스?
아아
야 근데 좀 작다 주성아.
지금 왔던데.
살짝만 더 끼워봐.
이거 우리가 피우면 되는 거 아니야?
형도 작아 형. 아 맞네.
나는
야너 진짜.
지금은
완벽해. 깜짝이야.
ASMR이었어?
깜짝 놀랐어.
A few moments later.
사내탑 노플 들리지?
오야 너무 커.
너무 크다고?
너만 큰 거 같아. 너가 너무 커 놈다.
지금은 뭔데?
지금은 좀 작은데? 좀 작은 거 같은데?
됐어요.
중간이 없는데? 그러니까 이거 좀 너무 크지 않아? 난 적당한데? 난 좀 큰 거 같은데?
중간이 없어?
야 좀 커. 마이크 살짝만 떼봐 정상.
상해탑 노플이요. 잘 들리시죠 여러분?
지금 딱 적당한 거 같아.
네 감사합니다.
정한이 좀 뭐야 그거 풀고 기운 좀 내봐.
정원아,
기운 좀 내봐.
정원아,
원래 1대1이 제일 재밌는 거야.
정원아 그 상태 배워줄게.
미아의 그 상태가 갑니다. 미아.
아 그런 말 하지 마.
알아서 잘할 거야.
나 믿어. 나 믿어.
네네 야 준배랑 정한이 그거 한번 해.
아니 뭐래?
너네 그거 한번 해야 돼 진짜로.
그게 뭔데?
아 빨리 해.
뭐-
준비.
나 내가 몰라 내가.
알잖아. 준비됐어 달.
준비됐어 날?
빨리 뭐해 정한아 빨리 해야지.
아 못하겠어.
아니 이걸 안 한다고?
이기면 할게 이기면.
아 지금 해야 돼 정한 진짜 지금 해야 돼.
해야 이겨. 해야 이겨.
해야 이겨.
해야 이겨.
준비됐어 날?
진짜
진짜
뭐하냐 정한이.
그리고 사이드 쪽 지원을
탑 봐줘야 돼. 빼. 미드.
야 조심해.
됐죠.
뺄수 있어.
패스 있어.
뺄만한데 우리가.
빼만해.
빼만.
가볼게. 나.
해보자.
붙어줄게. 맞아 와봐. 좋은데?
좋아.
탈이 왔어요.
달리야 높여.
달려.
레드.
이걸 이렇게 완벽한 합류.
나이스.
봐봐. 봐봐.
얘들아 메가나를 없어.
파스 오플 따라올게.
해봐.
노플이야. 맞죠? 나 파스
알았어.
잡혔습니다. 지금 싸워.
천천히 해. 나 치카 떨게 얘들아.
레이턴 봐줄래 레이턴? 레이턴 봐줘.
나이스.
지원.
좋았다.
끝내봐.
파스 볼게.
아니야 타워.
상관없어.
타워쳐.
아 끝났다.
수고했다. 이런 거가 진짜야.
수고했다.
그래.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. We are here live at WGG Esports Studio. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf. And we're only back, of course, because Queen Derpy said, please come back. So that's the only reason. We wouldn't be here unless that happened. So you might as well thank that person for our presence.
Your dads are back.
Yeah. It wasn't the timer nor the producer telling us to sit back down. It was that person in the chat. So
I like
there
to
you
think
go.
that you and I are the dads of Twitch chat, and Atlas and Chronicler are the uncles of Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they the dads of YouTube chat then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Does that make us the uncles of YouTube chat then?
Yes.
That would make sense.
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm the disappointed uncle, but you guys are turning it
Yeah.
around. You'll turn it around.
I'm kind of just the uncle that kind of stays away mostly. You don't see much of him. YouTube chat is adopted when we are here. So that's the way it goes.
I'm a little bit overbearing. You know, I'm always checking in on YouTube chat. I'm like, what's going on over there?
Yeah.
Atlas and Chronicler raising you right?
I think they're doing a better job nowadays, so that's the way it goes. Wolf is the uncle that plays Fire Emblem.
It's true.
He was just playing Fire Emblem.
I was.
Just a moment ago.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, though. This Engage game, you know, it's got some good parts and some parts that are not good.
Okay.
I'm
Interesting way
like,
to describe it.
It just makes me want to play the old ones. You know, it's somewhat honoring the traditions that have been in the Fire Emblem games for like 30 years. and it's got the old characters. I'm like, I just want to play the old characters. But anyway, let's focus in on this for a second here, because we are sitting at a battle for third place here. That's going to be the matchup we have coming up. Hanwha Life Esports versus KT Rolster, both at 3-1. Hanwha Life having that one extra buffer game win, putting them at a +4 ahead of KT's +3. But a win tonight would push one of these teams potentially past T1, in fact, depending on the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can happen. We could even have KT, if they win 2-0, it would be tied with T1. If Hanwha Life win 2-0, they would get ahead of T1. So, yeah. What's your expectation coming into this one, Wolf? You think?
I'm leaning towards KT Rolster. I think they've had overall stronger decision-making. I think Castle is kind of turned it around on the top side. But Hanwha Life, obviously in terms of standings, is the stronger team and has been a really good team too. Both of these teams, I feel like, are really difficult to criticize. Like, they're just one tiny tier, I think, below T1. And they both don't have the glaring issues we saw in our previous series, for example, where there's like a lot of macro problems, a lot of missed win conditions. Let's just say these guys are much more LCK ready. I think that we could see some movement upwards or sideways to, you know, another league like the LJL or something. But these guys have some real potential, and they're kind of ready to be tested, I feel, more than some of the players on the bottom side of the standings.
Yeah, it's all very important, but more importantly, E43 from YouTube chat asks, what's your favorite pizza? Funnily enough, Wolf and I just had pizza. We have pizza every time we do challengers.
It's a tradition now.
I don't know, but it just became a thing. On week 1, we're like, pizza's easy. Week 2, we're like, oh, well, that was fine. Let's do that again. You know, let's not have to think about it. And then week 3, we're like, well, now it's a thing, because we're going to get it again, and now it's a thing.
So in Korea, the safest thing to do with pizza is always just to get a pepperoni pizza, because otherwise you just really don't know. Like, if you get a cheese pizza, it might not have sauce. If you get just a combination pizza, could have sweet potatoes on it. You don't know.
Yeah, corn,
onions underneath the cheese. You just can't see it coming. I've seen mushrooms under the cheese hiding in there.
Oh no!
I mean, I like mushrooms,
that's
so
okay,
that's fine, but
not if you didn't order them.
We joked about how Lure is Samdi imposter, but this roster has serious fashion. The hair game is definitely strong for Hanwha Life Esports. I think this roster...
Absolutely. Rooster is my favorite hair of the entire league.
Easily. Now, KT Rolster so far has been the hardest team to cast, because every time Rebel does something, Valdez calls him Reble.
Yeah.
And
Reble.
every time we talked about this player, the former Breon player, Feisty in the past, we called him Feisty, so it's like really tricky to start calling him Feisty, which is what his name really is, even though he pronounces it differently in Korean. But the best part about this roster is that there's a player called Hype, in terms of the names.
Yeah,
and he's been pretty good. He might
Yeah.
even be our key player matchup today. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Him against Roamer should be a pretty fun one. There's Rooster's hair once again, just kind of taking away my focus. I just can't help it. No water spills today, no heat pack explosions just yet.
Not yet.
What about taking corn on pizza to the next level, though? Popcorn pizza.
Definitely not it.
No.
And it is going to be the Lure Hype matchup here for the bottom side key player matchup. Both of these players have looked really good on scaling 80 carries. You can see the Zeri is the most picked champion of both of these players at 4-0 for Lure. Hype hasn't had as much success on, but he's picked it up a lot. He's taken that risk of trying to scale up. And we've seen both players pick up the Ashe just one game, so both of them were wins. So I think both teams will be banning that one away.
Ashe is OP right now, so just ban her away. And outside of that, everything's kind of up in the air. You can leave the Caitlyn, you can leave the Lucianami, the Zeri. Those are very common. The Varus, a little bit less common because sometimes it does get banned. But yeah, I think this is a very nice key position matchup we have here.
Yeah, you could see the stats are very similar for both players as well. They're both basically at the same point in the standings. CS per minute sitting nearly 10, which is the ideal number you want to have as an 80 carry, where you're basically soaking money in lane and then going mid and constantly not missing waves. It means your team has a lot of control, so you can farm that up. Very important for a Zeri player. Again, both these players very good at Zeri. DPM a little bit higher for Hype, and I think that's what's part of what's being highlighted here is his stats look slightly better, but I think the difference is so negligible in terms of what we're talking about that I think it's going to be a good matchup, and what matchup we see in the bottom 2v2 is going to dictate a lot of where these two players' power level is.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have KFC in Korea.
Yes.
There is one at one of the most common, or most popular, I should say, subway stops in Seoul. That would be Hongdae Station.
Exit 9.
Yeah, if you want to go there, you can. It's also in Itaewon. So I don't know all of the locations, but those are the
Valdez
two.
chuckled.
The two, yeah. Said the narrator. Yeah, I mean, those are the two most famous locations, I think. But yeah, just eat Korean fried chicken. It's better. KFC is like...
It's the wrong K, isn't it, Valdez?
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't...
KR greater than KY.
Yeah, there you go. For one thing, not for the bourbon. For that, it would be the opposite.
Yes, that's true.
So that's one thing
that is true.
Kentucky does have over Korea.
Big win.
If we're making comparisons.
Big win for Kentucky. 1-1. We'll have to break the tie later, chat.
Yeah.
You guys can figure out the
Who
way.
else has got some other ideas?
I'm from Georgia, and Valdez is from New York.
Yeah. From New York City and then Long Island.
Not from the short one.
No, not from Short Island, definitely. Otherwise known as Rhode Island. It's close by. But
Also not an island.
Does Korea have Mickey D's? Yes. It is better than Mickey D's in the States because they have better ingredients.
Yep, it's more expensive as a result, but I'll take that trade-off.
Yeah. We do have a draft. It popped its head up, but notice we were talking about not League of Legends, so it popped its head back down. But now it's back, and it's like, okay, guys, I really got to start the game now. So this time we're gonna let it, begin because of course casters are the ones that control if the game starts or not. And Ashe is banned, unsurprisingly, by the red team.
Yep. Don't want to let that first pick Ashe through. The Ryze ban is interesting. It really does kind of scream, I'm looking for a Lucian lane here on the bottom side. If it's left open. Could be a Varus pickup here too for that BU1. As Maokai is just too strong right now to be left open. We see Maokai's win rate is very high across all regions. He's just too flexible. He himself is not the problem, but he empowers so many things that it's just such a great blind first pick.
Yeah.
The Elise ban makes me change my tune about the Lucian first pick, I'd say a little bit. Might be that Varus we were talking about.
Or the Gerald in the bottom lane, a.k.a. Zeri.
Could be.
Zeri-Yumi.
They want to play blue side Zeri. Well, with this Lucian ban, it's a very easy call.
Yeah, you might find yourself playing into Varus and Heimerdinger, as did happen in the first game of the last series.
Yeah, or like a Varus, Karma, another option.
Yeah.
See what they do to side.
Oh, do you hear this music? It's like, it was going crazy there for a second.
Yeah, we did get
was like getting a little bit too hype. I don't know.
We went very, we turned the guitar sound effects up big time. Handshake? Any handshakers?
Any handshakers in the chat?
HLE, KT, handshake meme, on the bottom, scaling 80 carries.
Yeah. So you're thinking Sivir here for Lure?
I think it's almost certainly going to be Sivir. Jin Yumi, we have seen, it was actually played yesterday in Challengers, I believe by D+, but I can't remember exactly which team did, but it's not as strong as the Sivir which really picked up here. Vi, also going to be a great pickup here versus the Zeri specifically that they opted into here, Yumi-less. So, the Yumi gives you a lot more escapability against that Vi ult. You're still going to get caught by it, but it means the Vi is where she doesn't want to be if she does ult you. But now that you have the Yumi on your side, feels less bad.
Yep.
Will be the Lulu, unsurprisingly.
This draft, we've seen it many times before. Sometimes it's a Sejuani instead of a Vi. Sometimes the Maokai sneaks through. But that's basically it. This is just what we get. The handshake is real. The Renekton gets banned, even with the Elise off the cards, but Renekton is just strong in general. And the classic blue side second phase Kassadin ban.
Yep. Very common. See if we see a ban on any of the side laning Jax or Fiora here. Cassante is still open, was banned every game in the first phase of the last series, so in this game, definitely a pick that I think will come through for either Rooster or Castle. Castle has picked priority if that one is left open. And you can play Gnar easily with Hanalife's comp, unless I think this will probably force a Cassante response ban, which opens up a lot of mid picks like Silas.
Yeah, they definitely should, I would imagine, here. Otherwise, Castle will be playing Cassante for the 3rd time. Let's see if they do it, or if they ban something like the Lissandra.
Lissandra into the
play
super
Ari.
comp.
They want to play Ari with this Vi.
Yeah, that's
the freest Cassante of all time.
Yeah, that's the freest Cassante of all time. But they can play Jax into it, have a bad time. We have seen it. That might happen to you, Valdez.
Cassante counter.
We've seen this in the
real.
LEC.
Yeah.
It is a very strong pick, and a lot of people don't know the matchup very well because Darius has been so non-meta for so long. And it's kind of one of those trap picks where in high elos you can play it, but when you get to the highest, it becomes a little bit less viable in a lot of matchups, but still an option here as they will lock in the Ari.
Yep. That seems pretty obvious with the Vi and, of course, the Lissandra ban.
And there's the Jax you hate so much, Valdez. Could have been Darius, could have been so fun, but nope, it's going to be Jax.
Jax gets dunked on early if you don't play perfectly, so we'll see if Rooster's got it in him to not die that much.
All right, Feisty living up to his name here, going to lock in the LeBlanc, which has kind of been a older soft counter to the Ari when Ari, and I say older, when Ari became popular again after her mid-scope update last year, then LeBlanc and Vex became popular again. So you couldn't ban the Gnar and the Ari here, and when the Lissandra ban came through, you're like, uh-oh, this is what it's going to be, but we're not going to pick that one up. We want the Cassante instead. So the drafts we end up with here, a pick-based comp here for Hanwha Life Esports has a lot of late-game damage. And then KT also have a lot of pick potential with this LeBlanc. They have better engage for team fights and a lot of good peel for the Zeri. The one thing that really, I think, stands out for me in this game for how you can really differentiate these two teams is how well Rooster plays the Jax and the Cassante, because we have seen in the LCK, it gets hard early. It doesn't always get better until very late in the game. And if your team is behind by that point, it might not matter at all. So a big risk to go for this Jax pick. I think not as risky as the Darius pick, which could be a lot more all-in, but it would have been fun.
It's okay. Rooster still has the best hair in the league, so he's got that going for him. He's also got a team full of great hair that is unfortunately a little bit downplayed just because of how good Rooster's hair is. I think it's a little bit unfair to Roamer, who's also got fantastic hair. Even Lure's gone for the, the little bit of a wild look with the blonde, but unfortunately Rooster just takes away all the attention.
Yeah. Valdez, is this the non-official LCK why the player name seems weird to me?
It's the Challenger League, and Faker is farming camels with Chovy in New Zealand, in case you were wondering, because you probably are if you're asking if this is the non-official LCK. It is the Challenger League, but yes, I would leave the rest to you. Guys, we are ready to jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. Let's do it.
Do it. Big doo-doo fans here in the chat. If you know, you know.
You know. I know.
We know.
Someone in the YouTube chat said dun dun dun.
Former Nongshim Challengers player. Just
Yeah.
kind of
I see.
a little bit misspelled, but
it's okay. Close enough.
sometimes you forget what the spam is. Let's look at these runes. Valdez. Grasp Cassante.
Yep.
Yeah. Flash Cassante as well. Counter-Strike.
I kind of still like the Ghost. I don't know.
I do too, because Cassante, if he does not have an opportunity to hit his Q3, he can't do anything. He can't kill anybody. But if you have Ghost, you can kind of force it. And even if you miss it, you might still catch somebody and kill them. Counter-Strike first. Good trade. Ooh, that's an unfortunate miss. If he hits that, proc his passive, can trade a decent amount of that health back. Not today. It's okay, they got Doran shields. They'll be alright. They'll be alright. It's fine.
They'll be fine.
We're watching the top matchup. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, you know, like, I thought the top lane didn't matter, but Yundo's trying to teach me a new story.
Well, here's the thing, because the bottom lane usually matters a lot, But in this game, it's not gonna matter for a while. And he's gotten 2 big counter strikes off, and Castle with no ghost. I guess he just can't get away.
Yeah. Well.
Sorry, just my watch was harassing me.
Yeah.
My watch was like, "You've stood up 12 times today." I'm like, I'm sitting right now though, so I think something's going on.
Does it actually congratulate you for standing 12 times? Is that
well,
like
once per hour? It's a thing, Valdez. It's not what I look. It's not what I love about my watch that much, but it is a weird thing where it encourages you to make sure you're not sitting.
Yeah, I mean,
for more, like you should at least stand up once an hour.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
good. But like, why are our standards so low that it's only 12 an hour, 12 a day? Like, really? Or once an hour or whatever. Feisty is really trying to bait this one in, but it's not. Okay, he's getting pretty close. It actually might work. The flash forward, and it is a perfect bait, as Feisty will live to tell the tale.
Bit of an aggressive play here from Romer, looking for the all-in, and he has teleport, so he's not going to lose that much minion money here, but a trade of flashes on with a champion that needs her flash more than LeBlanc does feel bad. It's so funny how
Could have brought
Cassante
Ghosts here.
needs the turret. Like that's it. All of these matchups that he plays outside of like the Gnar matchup or all of the melee matchups he plays, his kit like uses the turret. As when the chains miss and he gets the electrocute proc here, charm, feels like okay, I got this. Identifies which clone is the real one, and then just gets hit by Hambak here. 2 flashes for 1, so you will feel good about that one. But in the mid lane, you feel much less good about losing your flash versus LeBlanc, who has distortion and isn't as reliant on the flash.
Yeah. It was a really clean bait. I think that in the LCK you might see some of the players kind of like take the good trade and back off earlier and be like, this doesn't look real. Like, it looks like you're trying to bait me. As Feisty, after he stayed after the clone, that one was a little bit suspicious. But Romer could not help himself. But who could blame him?
Who could blame him?
Definitely not me.
Not us.
I wouldn't blame him.
Someone else might. YouTube chat might, but
Not Twitch chat? You think Twitch chat wouldn't
I
blame
think
him?
Twitch chat would be pretty understanding of the situation.
Yeah. Seems reasonable. I like that take.
I am really the most overbearing, like obnoxious uncle of YouTube chat. I'm like, YouTube chat. I'm also like the gossipy uncle. I'm like, looks like YouTube chat's not doing that well these days. Like, anybody checked up on YouTube chat?
I heard he's not getting good grades nowadays. I was talking to their parents, Atlas and Chronicler.
Heard YouTube chat was spamming some links recently.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Worried about them, you know.
Yeah, just I am concerned. It's definitely not about the gossip.
Concerned, overbearing, gossipy uncle is Wolf. That's why he's gossipy. He's trying to get someone to do something about it, but he doesn't want to be the guy and take responsibility.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, over here on the bottom side of the map, we do have a bit of a group up for Drake. Be an early take if it does come through. It'll be very difficult to execute this versus a Sivir in the early game. And Sivir obviously scales very well, but has a little bit more power in the early to mid than a Zeri does, depending on the situation. But generally speaking, those autos hit hard, especially when Kraken Slayer is done. So we'll have a Noon Quiver here for Lure versus Berserker Greaves for Hype.
YouTube chat asks, did the Hama Life Esports mid laner change? I have news for you. Okay, Chain's going to land here. Romer actually in a little bit of trouble, but he will be fine.
Yep. The LCK Hana Life Esports mid laner changed to Zeka.
Yes. And Faker is farming camels with Jovi in New Zealand. So just in case you were wondering, because I figure you might be.
In a serious answer too, though, it did change for the season. I actually don't remember who the mid laner was before Romer, but I don't think Romer was on Hana Life. I think he was on... Whose team was he on? I know he was on a different... If I'm remembering correctly, Romer was on a different squad last season. So if you're asking a question in regards to a non-Chovy player, then
I just assumed, you know.
It's been 2 years, okay? He's been on Gen.G for a while, all right? And Karis is on Bro.
He is. on the main squad in the LCK.
Yeah.
So there you go. And yes, this once again, this is Challenger League. And we're going to be kind of hanging out, you know, outside of that one bait, that one great bait mate. That was okay, well, and it seems like Hype heard me. He's trying to hype up the cast as Lure's going to get pretty low, and Hype is extremely fast because he had Whimsy, and looks like he's taken Ghost in this game alongside of Lure, so he's just going to back away. Oh wait, no, was it Cleanse? It's like so far, no, okay, Hype's got Ghost.
Yeah. Ghost versus Ghost.
Oh, okay.
It's the old Sivir Zeri Ghosty.
That makes sense.
Ghosty Ghost. So 2 Ghosts expended. Yeah, Valdez, he's very close to the chat over there, and you know he's looking over here with me to see what summoner spells are used and stuff. Okay, Guwon has 6. I don't think he's going to be looking for a pick mid or anything like that. They're starting this Herald up, and Hambak a little bit behind in experience actually. Not able to get 6 until this very moment, but there's no setup to contest.
And if Ice is going in here, this is a good trade to take while this is being taken, trying to get some priorities. Got Hambak with him, and it looks like even though they were on Vision, they're just going to give this one away. Doesn't look like KT wanted to challenge them at that objective. I think level 6 Vi Ahri is probably a good reason not to fight.
Yeah, I mean, even with, excuse me, with Wukong hitting 6, by the time he had it, it was very late, and they didn't have a setup to actually put their AD carry in there and look for a team fight. Because Wukong, he can knock everybody up, but he needs some follow-up damage. You're a LeBlanc. Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. Shifo he has the cast muted, but he told the idiot casters to focus on the game.
He wanted to mute
happens.
before he chatted, so he knew that he's like, I muted them.
Yeah, he wanted
He's
to show
listening.
us that we're muted, so he doesn't get to hear our response. It's like someone who tries to like insult someone, but then immediately ignores. You know, like in a video game or something, just like immediately puts them on ignore. Doesn't even give them a chance to respond. Like, come on.
Misplay.
You gotta give us a chance to retort. Otherwise, like, what's the fun in that?
Yeah.
You can't be scared of the retort. Doesn't make any sense. As Hype is going to be ulted here by the Vi, but he still does have Flash, so not going to be a kill here for Homolife Esports.
Nope. Not going to be a plate for Roamer, as we pointed out and showed just a moments ago either. A little bit unfortunate that the Herald is committed to him and he doesn't get the full value out of it. Definitely going to be a feels bad man. It's a lot of gold tossed to the nether. And we do see the Dark Seal picked up here for Feisty. So hoping that he's going to snowball this one, and that is what LeBlanc loves to do if she can get ahead. Gonna need to take some objective fights here first. Tough to do when it was really nice threat there from Hambak. Look at the ult. It's really difficult to do with a Zeri comp, though. You know, we see a lot of LeBlanc work with champions like the Aphelios or the Jinx, where you're kind of pick-based a lot of the time. But in this meta, which is kind of a mid-counter pick that we see, very rarely Showmaker picked it up. You know, it was kind of a stompy game. Not too much to write home about with that one. In this game, the opportunities have been there for Feisty to get ahead early, but hasn't been able to get a kill. Just the assist from that earlier time with the bait. Settle down, chat. Settle down, chat. Settle down.
Shivo has repented and has said sorry to Quinthanadolia. Good job. He can't hear us, though, because he has us muted. Well, Lure decided that he's had enough, and he has left.
Peacing out, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's just sometimes... Oh, we get the big zoom in. It's like, this is the guy.
Well, Kespa found out Samdi is actually cosplaying in here. He can't play in challengers without being registered officially, so they're doing some investigations.
Hold on, let me run out of the room during this pause and ban Shifo. No, I don't have that power yet, unfortunately. Maybe in the future.
So I got the update from Yundo himself, the actual real Yundo, because we're tight. We talk all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to hang out with him in the parking lot later because we're cool friends like that. But he told me that Lure's screen froze, so not a ideal situation. And then we got the update from our other producer that is a device issue. A screen freeze.
Device issue. calling out Sheepo now. You gotta unmute him. Yeah, you gotta let us get our retort in. Otherwise, what's the fun?
Yeah.
Where's the fun in that?
We like to retort. I do think, though, Valdez, sometimes the mute thing is broken, like the display. Or somebody might have 2 Twitch chats open and like one is muted because they heard a sound and then they opened a new tab and then it shows they're muted, because I've seen people react to sick plays in Twitch chat while they have the video muted, and I'm like, well, that's clearly not possible, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it's okay. Maybe he'll figure it out for game 2.
okay.
Whatever the issue is. But Loris figured out whatever was going on with his frozen screen. Seems like just a quick restart was all that was necessary.
He's back with a Kraken Slayer. And this is the first spike in the Sivir Zeri matchup where you're actually much stronger than the Zeri, even when Zeri picks up her shield bow. Ooh.
Castle's
So he's
freezing the wave.
Yeah, he's freezing it because that's where Cassante has kill pressure, because he uses the turret to kill people.
Very smart. Guwon is back. Hype still does not have flash. And that means he can just be there and threaten. But immediately a rotation is coming down from KT. They're trying to isolate Guwon here, but it is not going to work. As Hanbok will be here. There is a Drake, an Ocean Drake.
This is definitely a fight that Hanwha Esports, if they could get this Ahri in position, could look to take. And Rooster does have teleport if he wanted to come down here. We want to have a full commitment. But I do not think they should be giving this one up to KT. 2 Drake lead would be massive for them. And this is where Sivir is at her strongest versus Zeri. She has no shield bow. You do have the Kraken Slayer, so unless LeBlanc comes in here and causes problems, which is, again, difficult without her Mythic online, should be kind of free. And it looks like that is kind of been sussed out here eventually by Hanwha Esports. Hanbok wants to look for the flank. Ult. Flash available.
Seems a little late to go in on this one, as he is just going to be 100-0 potentially. He does get the Cyclone off and will get eventually taken out, as Guwon will live with the survivability of the Yuumi, and it will be enough as Feisty's clone perhaps just baiting Guwon in there a little bit. But Hanwha Esports do get the better of this. They get the Drake, and they get the kill onto the Wukong.
Shifo, man.
Shifo's like one of those, like, it's like r/I'm the main character. It's like everything is about him. Like, cool story. We didn't really care whether we removed the mute or not.
Never change. Notice how much damage Lure gets done to Zeri here on the top side of this as the shield.
Redemption arc.
Redemption arc.
For one of our best chatters, perhaps Shifo can redeem himself. We'll see, though. So far, he has not.
I think a bunch of people testing that theory I was talking about, where if you have 2 Twitch tabs.
Next time Atlas and Chronicler are casting, just everybody put on the mute one.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god, this could be our new inside joke. Alright, so next week, guys. Next week on Tuesday, we'll remind everyone on Monday. Next week, just everybody have 2 Twitch chats open so you can have the mute icon there. Just make it seem like nobody's listening. It's a perfect
I think you can. You don't even have to have 2 Twitch chats. You can just put it on the badge, like they're saying, you know? Just put on the...
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you just put on the mute badge, and it's like, okay. As we might have another fight here, the RE buy turning out to be a big issue that KT, they did kind of ignore it in the draft. Kind of let this happen, as I'm not sure what's going on here. Just LeBlanc things, I guess. And Hanwha have really been making that... They've been putting that to good use, and Ahri doesn't even have a single item yet, so that's nice.
Yeah. Very successful so far. Hanbok looking for the angle.
Trying to get on top of the Sivir, generally not a good idea, especially with the Yuumi nearby, as Feisty is desperately trying to take down the Sivir. The Sivir has survived, but Hanbok will survive as well, as a nice little stun comes in from Castle, but he goes miles deep into this one, probably a little bit too far, even though you are Cassante.
We use kilometers in this country, Valdez.
Absolutely.
Feisty! Oh, Yuumi OP! Call Freak! Push the patch schedule up! Oh my god, so silly. I feel like I don't. Did he like stop walking or something? It looked like he was out of range and then he just died anyways.
Just Yumi's OP.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation.
So the idea of catching a Sivir here is that yes, she has Spell Shield, but you can't really Spell Shield Cyclone. So she's in a lot of ways a good target here. But flashing instantly out of the Cyclone here, great reaction time from Lure, has a Yumi on top of him so he can get out of there. Then does so much damage in the follow-up here. Look at how untouched he is while the rest of the CC comes through. This was definitely a call you could make. And I've been like Castle's biggest fan, but that was unfortunately not the play, as this was a great charm setup here. Yumi attached. Here we go. Prowl. Oh, no, yeah, he was too close.
Yep, just a bit. And Guan gave his life to make that all happen. He tried to save the Sivir, and he was, you know, he did get focused down, but it kind of forced KT to overextend. I mean, that's kind of the nature of challengers, right? It's like, well, and all of this happens. I mean, Humble Life now ahead by 1,500 gold.
Chat's getting in there, man. Chat's trying to meme us, dude.
Sounds to me like Valdez and Wolf walked off set.
This is so good, dude. Dude, Twitch chat is so smart, man. I'm so proud of Twitch chat. They're growing up so fast.
YouTube chat doesn't even know what we're talking
YouTube
about.
chat, meanwhile, is like, you know, there's still some maturing to go, but like, you know, some people are late starters, you know, late bloomers.
We always love to compare our kid to other kids, right, don't we?
Okay, well, it's not a fun time for KT Wilster right now. Still no Mythic here for Feisty. Just waiting for that one. No Dark Seal stacks.
Game is so much better muted. Why Omega Lol 2 chat?
The guy's name is Megalol also in the chat.
And he's got the Mega Lol picture as well. Is this live? No, we're still recorded. Yeah, we are AI casters.
We can predict what chat will say because we know them so well. So we just say it ahead of time, the right specific time.
Casters is like Yumi now useless.
What?
I don't know what he's trying to say, dude.
All right, so here comes KT, grouping up on Drake. It's Mountain Soul, so getting this lead is going to be pretty massive. It's a 1-to-1 start here. Zeri definitely can be set up very well by the Wukong here, but they started Drake first, so Hype needs to sit very far back here. Even a few autos coming through from Lure can ruin it.
Uh-oh, here we go. They get on in there and immediately get blown up. Hambak, unfortunately, just not tanky enough to make a play like that happen. As Ingo's Castle, though, he's doing a great job frontlining in the pit and actually gonna nearly wipe down Humble Life, but the vision in the brush is going to get the best of Feisty. And the cleanup was there on the backside, although Hype is still here. A massive charm again from Roamer, as this guy is having a day out on the Ahri, and an extremely messy fight will just barely go in the hands of Hanwha, but the Drake did go the way of KT.
Feisty, man, he's been so close to greatness, I feel like, in this game. Obviously, that nice bait setup he had early on, like level 2, level 3 was quite successful, but he chases really deep here, and the Wukong engage is just really optimistic, let's say. He's just chain CC, but then a lot of the resources are used, so Castle says, hey, they don't have any CC for me, I'm going to pull them in and look for this fight. And then watch this flash. Over the wall, but then flashes just into the brush, and Feisty can't get him. Like, when I watched it the first time until I realized, like, the first thought I had in my brain is, like, why flash? You're already over the wall, he's long, but he gets into the brush, stays alive. Clean gameplay. No, not so much the full fight, but from Roamer specifically.
Yeah, I mean, if they end up winning, I will be voting for Roamer almost definitely.
Almost defiantly.
Almost defiantly, as even if I am the only one, I will defiantly vote for Roamer. And definitively, he is the only choice in my mind.
Yeah. There's no other, like, there's no other defs.
Deft is farming a
almost defeatedly. Well,
How to get the muted icon? Just mute the stream.
stream chat, dude. They just.
Stream is over. You're gonna start like trolling our mods. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, are they muted?"
Report the mods.
Yeah. Shifo said he banned the casters. Maybe he can ban the mods too. He's a really powerful chatter, from what I can tell. He's quite based.
Okay, hold on. This is a potential trap setup here. Not gonna actually go in. I thought Life Esports were trying to collapse on top side. I'm like, don't chase Feisty and then walk into this trap. Well, you have no vision. Just let Roamer handle that on his own. He's Ari, great side laning champion, especially from a head like this. Ari is going to be able to do a ton in a side lane and then can just easily escape if there's a commitment. And yes, the LeBlanc can crush Ari if the right items, the right setup can land the chains, but so far it has not been Feisty's days. Yeah, a few -1s maybe. It's alright.
Yeah. Also, the turret survived on seemingly -1 health. But when do you think we get the Magi's here for Roamer? Do you think he's going to pick it up soon? Maybe 3rd item? He's got 10 stacks.
It's hard to say because I think it will be after the next one. Like, it will be after the next one team fight. If there is not another one team fight, he probably dies and sells the Dark Seal and, you know, we move on. But if we're talking time specifically, I'm guessing it's about 2 minutes time when we do have that Mountain Drake fight. Tie us up 2-2. That's what I'd predict. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think he picks it up sooner than that because the value in itself is negligible and the risk is quite high. Don't buy Magi's early, chat.
Not too early. But
Not too early.
If you're feeling confident, the payoff can be large.
Because you're going to
Or
have
you
the
could just
stats.
lose your stats.
Yeah, you're going to have your stats on the Dark Seal anyways here. So grabbing a Magi's won't instantly give you a lot of cost-efficient value, and then if you die, you're going to feel really bad about what you've done. You'll be like, oh man, I feel bad about okay.
Yo,
2
casters.
ships pass in the night.
Oh, not going to have to hear from that, guys. Feisty is just getting launched into the air. This LeBlanc cannot get away from the Vi, and down he will go mid laner. For mid laner, and maybe Roamer should have taken the Magi's earlier because he would have a total of a lot of stacks now. But that's fine. Still going to pick up a bunch of kills, and now Life Esports can just go for the very early Baron.
Well, now he's got so much more room to buy the Magi's, and he has all that extra gold he picked up, so can buy Magi's now and then get a 3rd item, like a 3rd standard item very soon after that. Unable to save the turret. This is going to be also Baron gold he picks up on top of this. Yeah, Roamer, he got the Ari. He wanted to protect it in the draft, and it just works out as, yeah, that was a very weird Vi ultimate because of the interaction there with LeBlanc, but still gets collapsed onto. The follow-up is good. And unfortunately, Castle is just kind of left out looking very awkward here because the rest of the team wasn't there to protect or fight. And fighting open out in the open like this where Zeri doesn't have a lot of protection also feels not so great. Like, she did a ton of damage, but here we go. Here's that Drake fight. Did he buy the Magi's?
He should have. No, instead he bought a Crystal of the Void.
Rip. I don't think it's happening about this. I think he's just going to build a Void Staff and win the game at 30 minutes.
It's crazy because he's being handed so many free kills on a platter by the Vi. He's playing great as well, as this is a great little hide on Bush from the side of KT. They're going to get the 1 kill, and Roamer says, I don't care, I'm super strong. He nearly gets in there with a kill, but Feisty's clone will also get away. Nice little gank brush, I suppose, from KT, but again, another Mountain Drake. This one will go to Life Esports.
Yeah. They didn't get the Ari, who has a lot of shutdown gold, unfortunately, and still has the stacks as... We'll watch this play here. Feisty is on this brush. The Prowling Projectile misses, so Humbug gets in. Cyclone combo is real. Tons of damage here just up front in this comp. We talked about it's both got great late game scaling and a 5v5, but it also has burst and pick potential. It's one of those moments. And if the Prowling Projectile hits, they might still get left on there because of the time where it would have seen they were still pretty far forward. But Hanwha's defense, they did check. Or
Yeah.
they did try to check.
They tried to check.
They tried to check.
This is a very slippery squad on the side of KT, which is why I feel like Ari and Vi was a fantastic choice when you were seeing what KT had face up, and then KT just picked another slippery champ in the LeBlanc, which in theory in the 1v1 should be pretty good, but outside of that, you're just going to get locked down pretty easily as well by all this CC on the side of Hanwha. But either way, you know, this is Challengers. It is about a 6,000 gold lead for Hanwha Life Esports. I feel like they should be able to close this one out, especially with how well they are playing. But will they, is the question.
Yeah, it's always the question here in Challengers. The comp just plays itself from here. And like I said, okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Sneaky beaky. All right, that's the end of that.
You were talking about a Counter-Strike earlier. I see where you're going with this.
Not going for a windy walk here. This team, we talked about when we had the standings. As Castle will trade this back. We talked about them in the standings. We're like, okay, these teams are actually kind of in our A tier. There's the ST1 D plus Kia tier, and then there's this tier just below them. That's the E tier. And Hanwha, if they win this 2-0, they will actually pass T1. So there's a chance that they actually like beat T1 in the standings, and we can talk about what that means. But this team, I think, is a team unlike Rion earlier, who will take a 6,000 gold lead and actually side lane with the Jacks and get some pressure on the map and set up soul point, fight really well, and end this game. I don't see a world in which KT comes back. It is Challengers. I know Chronicler's probably shaking his head like, oh, Wolf, man, you're on week 3 by now. You should definitely know. But I think they got this. That's my official prediction at 26 minutes and 57 seconds.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this time around, they're playing clean enough so far. And maybe that trust is unfounded. But, you know, it's looked good so far here in Game 1. I think KT have taken some iffy fights, given what they're playing against. So, let's see. Let's see if they actually can close it out here. As they still have this very strong Cassante that they were able to... Okay, well, man, it's just Roamer is not missing anything. Even around the wall. Hambach has to go back now. They don't have a lot of sustain. Roamer is looking for more. Looks like he's got another angle here. They just keep getting hit by these charms.
Okay, Feisty's like, no charm, I'm going in. Not going to grab it.
Didn't go so well for him either. As Roamer now, he is here. He's got his ult. He's just waiting to Spirit Rush someone as Feisty. You know, he's doing a decent job of pushing him back, especially if the charm does miss. But that's a pretty clean inner turret. You know, there's no Baron buff or anything like that.
Yeah.
So they just take it away.
It is in a Challenger's way where they all group up as 5 and push it in and take it down, and there's no sort of cross map. They're not getting that much out of the Jax, except his damage to rush the turret down, but could have been doing more on the map. But I respect the lead they have and the pick potential that Ari has over the wall. They wanted to turn that into a KT overreact. They freak out or they try to flank and Ari charm somebody, and then we actually get a kill, and then we get an inhibitor. A very greedy way of playing, but it doesn't work out in the end. Remember when I was talking about Sivir's wave clear in the last series? Well,
I remember.
Down on CS,
there.
but absolutely helping them push these waves super quickly to get map control. And this is going to be one of the many reasons why they have now a faster setup here onto this Drake. We're actually going to push this really deep, so maybe never mind. They could be flanked now. There's no inner there, so maybe just back off. Play it slow, head back around to the Drake.
It feels like KT have lost a little bit of confidence in taking these engages.
Okay. They're just going for an
Off
inhib.
vision, yeah, they're like, sure, take the single Mountain Drake. And they're going to force
more?
backs. Well, they have this huge wave in top lane.
I think they actually get both. This is actually a great macro play here.
At least the turret.
And Rooster is coming in here just doing tons of damage, level 16.
Yeah, I mean,
This is actually a fantastic call.
Yeah, they have 5 members, and they're like, well, you have to have a couple of members on the Dragon at least, right? So we can just do this. It's still a 5v3.
Careful, Feisty.
And KT can't punish.
Nope.
Wow. Is this Challengers, Wolf? I don't know. That was kind of sick.
T1-esque.
I mean, that's stuff we don't even see in the LCK. Like, I'm not even being sarcastic. Yes, here we go. They're trying to pick him off. It looks like KT at least have been able to respect that. As the flash comes in from Hambach, and he forgot he was playing against Sivir and Yubi. So you're not
the
going to
observers
chase
calling
that.
him out. Calling him out.
You know has
Center
no
screen
chill.
on Hambach. My favorite part of that was when Rooster intentionally didn't Counter-Strike the Wukong clone. Like, he walked out of it just to let everyone know, like, I knew this was the clone. It was very funny. I could just feel he's like, I wasn't fooled. I just need everyone to know that.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not Counter-Striking this clone. I don't want anyone to doubt me and to make it look like that it was a... to make anyone think that I thought that was real.
It's okay. We realized. Very nicely done. And Romer still has not bought a Magize. To be fair, I feel like actually in this game he wants certain items really quickly.
Yes, that's why he's not doing it.
The Void Staff, he has no penetration otherwise in the build, right? So it's really good, especially with the levels coming along. And the stopwatch is always going to be good. I'll never disagree with that. Oh man, just give this guy like 2 MVPs right now. Like, what is going on with this Ari is just insane. Guwon goes in, but guess what? He's got a stopwatch as a massive follow-up engage comes out from KT as Hamalife stacked for it. It might not matter as Rooster is looking for the kill, but Castle gonna get this back line.
How many kills for this Ari?
Got a stopwatch. Why does everybody have a stopwatch in this game?
Ari almost actually gets the whole team and is like looking to potentially set up waves here to end. I mean, I'm being facetious, but like Romer did so much in that fight by himself. 4,455 in this skirmish, making Zeri's damage not look so hot. I mean, 6,500 it's all of Hype's damage, but definitely getting outshone in terms of impactful damage here as we watch this one more time. This Ari, or this Vi, ults super deep, this Charm onto a LeBlanc, Everfrost follow-up, instantly the Sivir Q, and then Vi comes in here, but it's not greedy because he has stopwatch. Forces out the first part of the Cyclone, and unfortunately, Hambak does still get a massive knock-up here on the turn, but where's the follow-up damage? Hype does a lot of it, but it's not impactful damage. Another stopwatch comes through, and Hype is just zoned out. And even with Rooster going down here with a stopwatch, the fight is won.
Yeah.
And if he can't get over the wall, he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, Rooster's so scary at this point, but yeah, it's just the fact that Hype was able to survive the entire time. I feel like Reble, of course, the support here for KT, was just able to hold on. And yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it was interesting. I was watching actually Hamalife Esports' positioning to see how they stacked up perfectly for like the 4-man Hanbok ultimate. They were waiting for the LeBlanc and for her teleport back, and after that they all flash into the fight, fall on top of each other, and that's how. As Rooster, he is Jax, so he's not gonna mind too much about that.
Counter-Strike, pretty good ability. Here we go.
He's getting in there. He's just trying to zone them away as he will be taken out, but he will offer his team the Baron. Didn't necessarily have to do that, but I suppose an honorable play as now Romer, he's still looking to keep them around because look at their base. Like, yeah, look at the minimap right now.
It's completely open.
If they stop backs, this could be huge.
Yeah, and they're trying to do so. Unbox clone coming out here. They're going to run to the Nexus turrets, but this opens up the Drake that spawns in 1 minute time. Unfortunately, Hanwha Life Esports sitting on 2, not the 3, so it won't actually be sold, but they will be able to turn this into potentially a 7-break game by picking it up. So we'll see the teleport bottom side. Rudy getting that one pre-set up, and Ari going to be pushing the one wave they don't have full control over with what's remaining on this Baron. And yeah, Rooster here, pretty risky play. Counter-Strike buys him time. Then with obviously all the cooldown reduction he has, he wants to use it a second time here, goes over the wall with that ward. Really nice angle here to stop anybody from coming in to try to go for a steal. Yeah. And Hanbok just a little bit late to get in as a result.
Yeah, he does a good job. You know, it kind of looks crazy on first look, but on second look, it actually perfectly zoned Hanbok. It just did not allow him in. So it was essentially a perfect sacrifice, you know. Very well done from Rooster. Just made it not a flip, which I was waiting there. I'm like, okay, well, I guess KT are probably going to steal this Baron, and they're going to win the game because they have Zeri, maybe? I don't know. Could have happened.
They have Zeri, but Hanwha Life has Super.
Yes. They also have Romer.
Yeah, they have Romer, and he did buy the Magize.
He did it after buying all of his necessary items. Yep. Very well done.
Doesn't need his Zonias because he's got a stopwatch.
There's pretty much nothing that this guy has done wrong this game, except that one time he got baited in mid lane.
That was it. That was actually the moment he snapped. That's when he became Romer.
He's like, I am joining the LCK next season. Like, you watch me. This is my start point. Hanbok, a massive play. He gets 3 in the front line. as Lure, though, is going to be able to zone out the rest of the team with the Yuumi on the back, and he's doing so much damage. The ricochets from the Sivir are really the massive play here as another charm hits, of course, from Roamer, but Lure cannot be stopped. This guy is a madman. He will not pick up the Penta as it is stolen away by Roamer, which I suppose is fitting with the way he has played this game.
Roamer wants that POG, man, and he wants it bad, and he's going to get it. Valdez voted for him 20 minutes ago, but
I actually did.
Like
I put it in the
officially, he
chat.
actually wrote it down 20 minutes ago.
And take a look at the damage. Like, yeah, at this point in the game, the AD carries are the ones that are doing the majority of the carrying, but insane charms once again from Roamer. Great play from Lure to step up and just understand that he will survive. He's got a front line. He was able to zone them all away with the Yuumi. Very, very nicely done.
The Ahri Vi, we've seen it banned so many times in the LCK. We've seen it in challengers as well, banned away. That synergy that exists with these with this mid jungle is so successful here once again, albeit of course off the back of that one fail in the early game. But the Sivir pick, when you get ahead too, you could snowball these objectives so much faster because you get your Kraken Slayer spike much faster than Zeri could do anything. You have Spell Shield, you have a Yuumi to get you out of some of these sticky situations. There isn't a ton of great CC in this comp here for KT. Yeah, LeBlanc might chain you, but that seems very unlikely. You also have Spell Shield for that. Wukong is good at locking down this Sivir, which is part of why Sivir is less popular than Zeri right now, but he gets out of that first cycle in that really critical team fight. And if Cassante is getting on top of the Sivir, you got other problems in your composition. So it's really just, I think, a draft synergy problem here for KT Roll. So like they couldn't actually make this Wukong and the LeBlanc work outside the early game. Cassante not being too impactful in fights, and once the map opens up, this Sivir has got a great wave clear. You've got an Ahri to follow her, and clean HLE win.
Absolutely. We did have one person, Jupiter Kin, say Ahri is the main character, not Sivir. Yes, that is what we were saying. Ahri, Roamer just did so much for this team. From early to mid to late, just super impactful in pretty much every single fight. They just eventually got their AD carry online, and Lure did a great job to follow up, basically. So, very, very nicely done. I think Homolife definitely deserved that fight. KT, though, it wasn't like a stomp. It still felt like they had certain moments where they were coming back in this game and making some Zeri moments, some small ones. As Roamer, he's
easy
pog,
pog. Kill participation 94.4%, doing 30% of his team's damage on a assassin champion. Didn't even finish his Magi's, but if he had chosen to pick it up earlier, he probably could have. But you know what? He was like, I'm just going to do the right build.
Just got the word this was a unanimous vote. If anyone voted for Lure, I would have been a bit disappointed. Just throwing that out there. So, indeed, a unanimous vote from all of the casters here. We all vote for Roamer, and it is well deserved.
Well deserved. Great start here for Homolife in this series. I think we're going to see a very different draft in game number 2 because there's just clearly a map movement. Like, I don't want to call it macro because it is macro, but the way they use their macro to actually find picks and use this pick composition is really problematic. I don't think they'll allow the Vi through. I don't think they'll allow the Ahri through. If they had played something like Lucian, game gets a lot harder to play. I don't think we'll be seeing that ban this time around.
I think game number 2 will look very different, but who knows? We'll have to wait until we see the draft. Guys, we're going to take a break and be back later for game 2.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back. We are here for Hama Life Esports up against KT at LCK Challenger League.
Notice how he specifically emphasized
It is the second
Challengers
league of Korea below the LCK. CL stands for Challenger League, which means it's not the main league. It is the sub-league.
It doesn't stand for Chovy League, YouTube chat.
You never know.
I don't think Chovy will ever be sent down to Challengers.
Nah, he'd probably go to a different region before that happens.
Yeah, that's where the C stands for Championship Series, the LCS. Thank you guys for joining us, of course, as always here. We really appreciate your support. Lots of followers, getting us up to 6.9K there on Twitch. So we're growing every day, and
who won game one? The
faster.
fans. The fans won game one because it was such a great game.
Chat has adopted the new mute meta. I appreciate it because
nobody can hear us. Yeah.
Next week, Atlas and Chronicler, they don't know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be our little secret chat. It's our little secret.
Yeah, and we're gonna be back on Monday, so you can do it then as well. But we will reaffirm the meta before our friends, our brothers, will join on Tuesday.
Oh, that's true. We're gonna be here Monday first. So we'll spread the word again. We'll let you guys
tips
know.
on how to deal with a duo mate who runs it and flames you? Find better friends.
Damn, Valdez too real.
Chronicler
but he's right.
is definitely lurking somewhere, and we'll know. No, Chronicler's... he's not. He's somewhere else. Oh, man. This caster dude finally... better hair than the other one. I'm not sure if that's true. They have Chronicler on their side,
It's
and
hard.
Atlas's hair is pretty cool as well. So,
Yeah, I think it's not us. I'm not gonna lie.
KT selected blue side.
There we go.
I'm not too surprised by that, Wolf.
No, me neither. Especially considering how the Yumi pick worked out for them last time around. I do think we will see some different bans than Lucian ban, because I think the bottom 2v2 was not where things went wrong on the side of KT.
Bring back Achilleos. Well, he was casting with you on this desk. Just a different game.
He did. It was a different game. Undersight. Remember that
Undersight.
Remember
Wait,
that.
Chronicler's here.
Oh, he's here?
Wait, what? Chronicler, I don't think that guy was serious. The memes today are being very sarcastically negative. In fact, Shifo is doing a great job. Sorry, Chronicler.
And he does get the vibe, yeah.
Sometimes, you know, it's hard to tell because either they're totally out of sorts and they don't even know, you know, what they're watching, or they kind of get it. That's kind of where we're at today. So
I drank on the stream. I mean, water, but I usually don't drink from that. But I was getting really thirsty and I couldn't hold it anymore. Chat, I'm sorry. That was a non-branded cup from no particular organization whatsoever.
Yeah, of course. There are some Roamer fans and also some Rooster fans. Makes sense. I mean, the two of them have the best hair in the league.
And we do have Rooster versus Roaster.
Whoa.
It's a pretty sick time to be a Rooster fan.
So,
all right.
Some Hanwha fans as well.
It says yellow hair lure is going to get a pentakill.
Well, he was close. And then Roamer stole it away. So,
Samdi, man. I can't believe he's changed his entire appearance.
yeah, he's
up.
undercover, you know. He's he's just waiting for the right moment to make his comeback here. And Roamer had all right to take the kill. Yeah, I kind of agree. Although, everybody lives for those pentakill moments. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine. As a fellow mid laner and Ahri player myself, I would have also taken the kill.
So we do have an update that from Yundo. He had a 76% roamer, 76% charm accuracy rate that game. Out of 26 charms he fired at champions, he hit 19. of the charms he fired at champions.
Wow, that's
Not
pretty
including
cool.
ones he used to last hit under turret or anything like that. Out of all charms fired at champions, he hit 19 out of 26. And Yundo, the real Yundo, yeah, he counted manually himself.
Yeah, it's the real Yundo. That's some official Yundo statage right there. You guys better be very appreciative. What are those sacks the players are always fondling? Those are heat packs. They keep your hands warm. That is what they are for.
We call them hot packs.
Yeah.
And it creates a chemical reaction, and it becomes very warm, and it makes sure that your hands don't get cold while you're sitting on the desk, so you can be warmed up. As Yumi will be banned this time around, as Lucian actually banned by Hanwha Life Esports on the reverse. No Ashe, so Varus still up, potentially here for the taking. The Zeri pick feels a lot weaker here.
Yeah,
without
with the Yumi off the board. What if they like first picked Lulu? They're like, we want so desperately to play this kind of handshake thing, and we will get like Lulu Zeri or Lulu Sivir. It's not going to happen because they are going to first pick Varus, which feels like the better option. I was just getting worried because after game one, I'm like, these teams just desperately want to play a hyper carry, but not necessarily going to be the case here.
See what comes in as a response. We haven't really seen that much Karma in Challengers compared to the LCK. We did see Pullbay flex it into mid. So it looks like it's just going to be that Lulu Zeri lane. However,
just pick Ahri now. Just pick it now. Like,
yeah, just pick it now.
It was
honestly,
so good.
Just do it.
Lissandra is available, so if Feisty wants to play that, if they do pick Ahri, it could be a little bit of a problem for them. So maybe.
But he played the LeBlanc, and he wasn't able to, outside of that one mistake, do much to punish. And I think it is easier to play the Lissandra, but and much to Romer's chagrin, gonna be the Lulu here.
Could always pick it third and play Jhin, maybe force them to like ban some maybe carries and then just play Jhin or Aphelios. Who knows what, you know? Already forgot what that champion
Lulu
is.
Aphelios is pretty solid option. Okay, this is an all-in lane.
Yes.
Very bizarre to show this face up because I mean, there's a lot of other champions that could have been played with this. The Heimerdinger is banned, so it gets a little bit awkward, but you could have played the Karma here. Could have played another AD lane. Could have played something like the Kalista or Caitlyn.
We got Wolf the Goat bot in chat. The only thing he says is Wolf the Goat.
Thanks, Wolf the Goat bot. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, that's why he's here. Just to say Wolf the Goat.
We will see a Renekton ban here, and obviously trying
Makes
to make
sense.
sure you don't have the at least Renekton kill power top while you're also dealing with all these other things on the map, the pushing power of Varus, Nautilus, the all-in at level 2, stuff like that. Does seem wise. Similar idea here with the Jace. For different reasons, Jace has the extra damage that can assassinate so many targets with the Elise pick. And Renekton has damage plus the CC, so you just chain them to death and destroy them. Let's see what this last ban is here, because Cassante, not really an issue, I think, in this draft as much. Do have the Jax Fiora angle potentially here. Okay, just going to ban the Ahri. I think that we just see like a Fiora pick here, and then wait for the music getting too intense.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just this one moment in the music, in the draft music, where like there's like an actual electric guitar solo.
They picked the Gnar. I would have much rather seen a side laning win condition here for Hanwha Life Esports to buy time for their Zeri to get online later on in the game, in case things go awry early in this all-in lane here for KT, but still saving counter pick for Romer. Watch Romer pick LeBlanc now, and just like, doesn't matter what the matchup is, he's just like, I'm gonna win this.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But, you know, who knows? Maybe he'll play like Galio or something. Let's see what the pick is going to be for Feisty as the Jax once again.
What about if he just plays Azir here? Well, never mind.
I mean, you were right about the Azir.
Well, it's going to be Taliyah now, it looks like.
Yeah, the Taliyah very strong into the engage from KT.
Because, like, Azir into the Nautilus, the Elise, the Varus, you know, you have a lot of power in terms of what you could do at a long-term team fight. The Elise can, but she's also a lot more bursty. And at least into the Azir in the laning phase, that can go very poorly for the Taliyah early, but it depends on how much gank assist you have. You do have the, or how much assistance your jungler is going to give you, rather. In this case, the Vi can set up for kills, but I like KT's draft overall better. I just don't know how this 2v2 is going to go on the bottom side, because Rebel is going to break those minions down early with his support item. They're going to look for level 2. They're going to look for the first hook. They're going to try to hook Zeri under turret, or right before turret, put the wave right to that spot, and then if you get that kill, at least comes back over a second time. You repeatedly dive bottom side with the Azir pressure, and like Feisty can come down early and help out with this pre-6 if they have enough prio there. If Elise is helping set them up for that, and then this could just become like this kill lane that's crazy while Jax is self-sufficient topside.
That's the idea. We'll see if KT can pull it off, or if Hanwha Life Esports will have an answer. It is pretty, you know, face up, right? Like you were saying in the draft, it's like very obvious what KT wants to do. So, and we've seen this before in other games. So maybe Hanwha Life Esports have what it takes to deny that amount of dive and aggression, or will KT be able to make this engaged support work alongside of the Elise, which was banned in game number 1. So definitely going to be a different look here, as I was a very big fan of the Taliyah pick. We'll see if it does pan out. Has panned out in an LCK game against a lot of dash and engage. But can Roamer make a second game work for himself is truly the question.
That's the question.
That is the question, and this is the Rift. Game 2 starts now. Vlades, Blendin Velvet.
It's the alternate universe where he's a Vladimir one trick.
I used to play some Vladimir. I used to.
Velda's a very good mid player. All right, are we flashing for it? Nope.
All right, Unsealed Spellbook for the Taliyah. Alongside of Second Wind and Resolve secondary talents to get through the Azir lane.
Yeah. We do also see Hex Flash for the Nautilus, unsurprisingly. So this bottom lane is probably where we're going to have our eyes focused the entirety of the first 3 levels of the game. We might peek at Roamer and see how well he's dealing with the Azir pressure early here. The Comet pickup, etc., where the pressure is going to be real. Down here, it is lethal tempo on this Varus, because the Varus is going to be trying to get ahead in this lane, but not going to be looking for poke and that lethality damage in the mid game. Wants to be able to match some of Zeri's late game damage. This Gnar comp is, yeah, pressure is on. Bottom side here, you'll see the Nautilus break down these minions, try to get level 2 as soon as possible, has Dematerializer as well, so can keep pushing that through and constantly follow up with Elise ganks if you get that lead. We have seen some Nautilus players miss the hook in LEC and get punished right away. I happened to see that last night. It was very sad. But Rebel, very good engaged support player. Used to be a Alistar player back in the day. That was his best champion. His Nautilus is also very good. Played through the Nautilus meta during the Zeri times last year.
Yeah. It's, Alistar is a little bit more of an extinct species nowadays on the Rift. But the Nautilus, every once in a while. Not half bad, just because of how reliable his engage is, how good it is into the Zeri later on in the game as well. The Vi was picked away, so not able to take that one for the lockdown onto the very slippery Zeri.
So Lure deciding he's just going to lose some of the CS with the freeze there in order to not get hooked, but otherwise handling the pressure really well and staying behind the minions. See, Hambach is actually going to look for very aggressive pathing here towards the red buff early on and is not going to commit to bottom side just for now. And they're keeping this pretty well hidden. Checks and sees that Guan is not there. Question mark pings as Hambach knows he's coming over.
Yeah, and Guan is getting pretty low. Not sure that he can actually win this trade 1v1, as Guan is going to have to flash the wall and give this red buff away.
That was really well timed, the question mark pings there as well, coming down from the bottom lane. They had the extra prio to check and make sure He wasn't coming down for the dive.
I mean, Guwon is here. The question is, can he get over in time before Rooster dies? He might be able to trade a kill back. The flash is so clean from Castle. And he's going to get... Nope, he's just going to turn around and get killed. But Hanbok does kill him.
He wanted to get the kill, not the assist. Greeting for it, Valdez. Is going to turn around and die. Bit of an oopsie, but it's okay. Picking up 2 assists here. 2 kills for the Elise early. Hanbok snowballing very well. And now is the time to clear this top side of his jungle.
And never come back ever again.
Not to top side, but he will be going to bottom a lot.
Yes.
That's his new spot. So we'll watch this one more time. Rooster flashes the Counter-Strike, is still leapt onto here. Hanbok gets on top of him, will take him out. And then the flash from Castle is so slick. And then, we don't like to talk about what happens next.
Just, no.
Oof.
Why? Somebody asked in chat if this was a rebroadcast. Yes, this is a rebroadcast. In fact, we planned for this. That's why I'm saying this right now. Definitely not live.
Yeah, someone also asked earlier if these are real games. No, these are all just actors that we do. It's like wrestling. Come on, guys.
Yeah. It's for the fans. You know?
They are
we gotta
really
show off
good at it, too.
Games for the fans. That's what it's all about.
Okay,
Just listen to the interviews.
Here's the hook.
Yeah, it does come in. Lure will cleanse. Trade for the Ignite, of Reble.
This is why it's hard to cast KT Rolster with Valdez. He always says Reble.
Rebelli. That's a good one. I kind of like that better.
He used to spell his name RBEL, chat, and then he changed it. Refused to elaborate.
That's true, chat.
They have a lot of power here, obviously with that Nautilus Ignite, a little bit of extra damage coming through, and with the lack of vision here of where the dive could be coming from, and pathing of Guwon right now where he's far away on Wolves. They're like, okay, we're going to set up vision, make sure we don't die, set that ward there on the brush to the left of the turret, and then KT get the Drake, because they're like, we have to let this go. Just nothing we can do without the prio early. Now level 6 is here for Roamer, so he can come down and punish that bottom lane if he ever gets any freedom whatsoever in this lane. Ahead in CS significantly, but otherwise just going to be stuck under turret.
Yeah, he's just trying to clear this one out. He doesn't have teleport, but he's definitely going to be pushed out of this lane, just the way this one is going to go. Feisty could potentially also look for and engage onto the Taliyah, who doesn't have a lot of escapes, especially with the super fed Elise, as we haven't seen a lot of bot camping. It's just been Hanbok's like, okay, I got 2 kills, and what am I going to do with all of this farm? I'm going to buy level 2 boots as... Okay, he had Unsealed Spellbook. I'm like, where did that heal come from? Did Duro commit to just literally heal the Taliyah so that he could farm? No, actually, he just did it himself.
Yep, just get that one. Check that one off the list of Unsealed Spellbooks summoners.
Exhaust is next.
And he does, you know, come back here fairly quickly. It's Taliyah. She can wall surf her way back to the lane. It's not going to be crazy or anything. She does have tier 2 boots, so get back to the lane here. Losing a little bit of CS kind of evens them out a little bit. Still having a small minor lead here, but otherwise, so far here for KT Rolster, with really nice lead with this Elise. Hasn't translated into the Varus.
Yeah.
Gonna hold our breath here for a second.
Okay, they're gonna look for Roamer, who misses his flash, and he is so dead. 100,000 million billion % dead.
Hanbok picks up the kill though, not giving it to Feisty there. Would have rather seen the gold split a little bit, but he built a Dark Seal, so he's gonna get something out of it. More Dark Seal value here in Challengers. As now, coming down here bottom side to potentially crash this wave in for a dive. 3 dematerializers still for Ripple here. Hasn't used any of those just yet. They've just had so much power. It's not really much efficient usage that you can get from them. As this is going to be the missed flash here. It's right after combo. So no way to use your shove. Flash is just unfortunately on the edge of it.
Well, what are you going to do? That's the way it goes sometimes. Roamer, it's not like he could have done anything outside of flashing better because he got flashed on, right? So Rox wouldn't have helped him out. As now, Hanbok is getting very aggressive, very active. Roamer, once again, is totally dead. He was way too far up the lane with no vision. Hanbok is going to get the kill again, so Elise now is 4-0.
This is like it's cool if you're a Hambach fan and you're like, wow, I love this jungle play, but this actually can be a liability, taking away so much money from the rest of your team. In this case, it wasn't taking away so much, he's just getting that kill and punishing Roamer, but this lead might look bigger than it actually is because it is on one single champion who does a lot of burst damage and can help set up, but there's more utility in this comp than anything else. So the gold going to be less and less meaningful as the game goes on. It's very meaningful right now because he does have those force techs. He can do so much damage. He has so much burst with this electrocute, and we get away with it? Do we get away with it? Is the heist a success?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I think they're like, oh, she must have come in here a bit quicker and stolen it away earlier.
Has the notification from the Rift Herald take, so knows he's safe to do this. There's no Elise nearby. Just gonna go ahead and trade that one for his being stolen away, as Hambach knows his team has communicated that that happened. Hambach having a great game here, and Rooster, you are in Never Never Land right now. He should be okay.
I mean, there's a lot of damage. He does have to flash away, as Hambach is a wrecking ball of a jungler. Basically, everywhere he goes, he is just breaking down walls, as Roamer maybe being baited into this one, as the Nautilus is nearby.
I love how Rebel is playing around the prio they had earlier, bottom side, and the threat of this Elise so extremely well, because the game is no longer about shutting down the bottom side, it's just turning this Elise money into money for the solo laners. So Hype is like, yeah, this game is no longer about, like, let's take the whole turret down for the Varus lane. It's the win condition has changed. I'll hold this wave. You just go roam around the map, Rebel. You have level 6, and maybe we can get some more gold. We can snowball this even further, because it's a snowball-y comp. Doesn't really need to try to force that push into the bottom turret anymore. So good call here. Rebel is showing his macro skills quite a bit. Clear up that ward. And yeah, Varus is very self-sufficient in a lane like this. Can actually get a lot of experience as well solo here.
As long as they're not looking to dive him, which at this point, Homolife do not have enough control of this map to do anything like that. Roamer's just desperately trying not to die. That is the current meta of his lane at this moment in time. We do have Infernal coming up this point, as KT should take it down for free. This Rift Herald is going to get a really nice charge, give some of that money over to Feisty as well.
Crazy thing too is it's a Jax on the top side, and with the threat of the Elise, whenever Elise is not showing, there's nothing Rooster can do. He can't even try to get some hyper procs. Like, it's very, very risky. It's very greedy. So they basically have 3 winning lanes all the time from now on until Hanwha Life Esports come online a little bit later on. And even then, like, unless Roamer does something very drastic here in this game, he's not going to be winning against Nazir on the side. And Guwon loses out on 1v1s forever. So he can't, like, come down and be like, don't worry, I'll shadow you, because if Hambach finds him, it's curtains.
Yeah, no Jhin
really,
in this game,
they don't match
but,
the drapes. They look really bad, you know?
Yeah. Well, we do have Guwon down here on the bottom side. He could look for an angle now as the flash in comes out, as he is looking for this gank, as a massive Lulu Wild Growth does come in. Now flash forward from Lure the Slow is going to be big, but Rebel gets in the way and denies the kill onto him, but he does go down, as this top lane, definitely a disaster, as of course Hambach will visit a lane and get another kill.
Everybody be like Rebel. Be like Rebel. Take one for the president, you know? Protect your AD carry. Every support out there should be try to be more like Rebel. Mostly carry, but in this case, Rebel. And
in this game, yeah.
In this game, yes. Not that Duro's having a bad time or
Another
anything.
plate for Lure?
Yeah.
It's good to get some kind of scraps in this game.
Yeah, picking up another plus 175 is going to be nice. Castle will do the same top side here. 2 plates down. As watching this one more time, Guwon comes in here. Flash is good. Gets on top of the Varus with the follow-up double knock-up here. It seems like, okay, we got this. Rebel says, nope. Blocks those shots. And that's the end of that. Rooster over here gets flashed on, and that's the end of this very quickly. This time, Hambach actively gives the kill to Castle. You could tell. Like, Castle was like, all right, you cannot steal every kill in this game. You're an Elise. I need money.
Oh, this is looking like maybe a dead Lulu. They're going to go in onto this one. Duro is not died just yet, but finally he does go down as Feisty makes his way over. The rest of the team just trying to run away, as there are a lot of rocks on the ground. Guwon maybe going in a little bit too ham, as now Lure is just picking up free kills. Everybody was so low, but Hype was quite fed as well. He's getting a ton of damage done, and he nearly takes out the Taliyah forces Roamer to flash away.
Some serious lethal tempo value in that fight. Hype is just untouched. That's his second kill of the game, and look at how much damage he did in that fight, 3,000. And this is a massive trade up for KT Rolster. He's just got such a lead here. So watch this one more time. Feisty, also part of the set play, wasn't really shown on our screens earlier when we did talk about this, but he's here. Doesn't have ult, but can follow ups from so far away. Really non-committal as well. And yep, Hambak almost gets taken down. There's a lot of rocks here, right? But Key, Hype untouched here, and 1v2 is just going to get done.
Really nice kiting.
There's just not, unless Tilia has a ton of money and has a ton of items, like her Q doesn't really give you sustained damage, especially compared to Avaris. She's got that attack speed, it's just gonna rip through you. Later on in the game, you can win those, but not right now.
Yeah. Tilia can try to keep him at range, but in that situation, everybody's just dogpiling on the same brush, essentially. So the Varus gonna have a fun time as long as nobody's really threatening his life. And lots of items picked up here for the side of KT. They have a pretty massive spike as a team, as it feels like everybody's got their mythics so far, outside of Rebel, who did go for the Speedy Boots.
Speedy Boots, the
official name.
Mobility sneakers, I believe they're officially called.
That's
Mobility kicks.
The Zoom boots.
Don't forget to bring your Zoom shoes, said Mom.
Yep.
The moon boots. No, not quite jumping that high on
Moon
this
boots.
knowledge.
We had those one time.
Yeah, they were pretty sick back then. Were you a big trampoline user?
Yeah, absolutely. Love trampolines.
Very dangerous, but luckily no injuries in my household.
It was worth
only
it.
fun.
It's worth it. And yeah, I mean, KT are taking every objective, so that's nice. They're going to feel pretty good about that. The Varus, obviously, we mentioned the lethal tempo. He is going to be going on hits.
The Moby boots are just Heelys.
Heelys. That makes a lot of sense, actually. They kind of do look like them as well.
No, it's
maybe
just
not
like
as thick.
rocks back and slides forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe not quite, but I like the theory.
Okay. We do have going up in the top side. No Counter-Strike available. Just going to get going onto Castle, who does not have a flash to get away, as he will get slowed down by that one. And the punch from the Vi, a little bit short, maybe on purpose, as they were not going for the dive.
Yep. A lot of pressure topside, though, means KT can just take this bottom side Drake with the Azir push here. And look at all the vision that's being set up for Rebel right now. He's got 4 wards set, Control Ward and the River Brush, 3 on the red side of the jungle there, bottom, so that he can make sure no one's rotating in here. There's no tricks, there's no surprises. And yes, it's going to be a turret that goes down, but look at how much damage Feisty is going to get done to this one. So vision that supports this cross map after the attempt to assassinate Castle. And tower goes down, but what KT gain is much greater, and I think they actually are going to get that whole turret bottom side here, as Feisty is actually proxying the wave now. And this is kind of, feels like it's a base race, but it's really not. KT are getting so much more out of this. There's just no answer here.
They're going to feel very good about taking that one down. They are 1 Drake away from a soul already. Stopwatch available for both mid laners because they made the right choice before the game started.
What choice was that?
To take the perfect timing rune.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that way you can get a stopwatch when you load into the game. It's a free bunch of gold for you.
Yeah, and it saves you money on Azonias. That's part of the sales trick.
There you
They're
go.
always trying to
Worked
sell
on
you
me.
it.
I will always take that one.
You could take the magical footwear, but that's not as much savings.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. This is good also. It's also good, but this could be a problem. But Roamer is trying to get away. It looks like they have been able to zoom their way out of this one.
I think I called it magical footwork, but it's just one of those days, Valdez.
It's the first of 7, Wolf. So
The fleet
yeah.
boots.
This is just your warm-up day, you know?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
that's the
finally
reason.
had a rest yesterday, and today is like where you kind of get back into it, you know? You had too much time off after that whole day of rest yesterday.
Yeah, it was,
So,
well, mostly the whole day, not the full day. Did do a
Most of
show
it, yeah.
yesterday, but we got, I think a little bit of time here before Hanwha Life Esports can realistically contest a major objective. As I mean, look at how much damage Rooster takes from Hambak, because we talked about how like it's somewhat problematic. A lot of the gold was the gald, the tactics ogre currency he's stacked up this game, but he has enough money here in just those 2 stacks, obviously because he did end up getting picked earlier. Enough money and enough of a lead to, if he encounters anyone in the jungle while they're setting up vision, actually do so much damage to them and threaten them. And yes, this can be a problem if he's the only one who has money, but like he turned that gold into everybody else's gold on the map. Like 2 kills for Varus, Jackson a pretty fine spot. Zir picked up a kill with that last play they made on the red side jungle. So he's also scary, and the rest of the team is scary too. It's not just the one champ that has the money this time. Is okay. Just let that one go.
it's pretty large, too. I mean, if you look at the gold number, you might say to yourself, oh, you know, it's like 2,000 gold. You know, it's not that big of a deal, maybe 2.5. But actually, at this point in the game, it does feel like Hanwha Life need some time to get their Zeri online. Otherwise, they're not going to really win fights just because the Azir is pretty fed, the Jax is pretty fed, the Varus is pretty fed. Roamer needs to flash, which is unlucky for him. Again, great presence here from Hambak on this top side of the map.
Just so oppressive. I mean, look at how little they can see and how much effort they have to put into clear vision around this Baron. And it's on spawn, by the way, at 20. The Hanwha Life is already starting to get worried, like, uh-oh. They can't win the side lane fight against this Jax. That's a big problem. The Talia is so far behind in this game that she won't be able to win against the Azir either. Not to mention that with an Elise roaming around the map, like, she's always in danger even if she did try, even if she wasn't this far behind. In terms of items, not massively far behind, but it's just not a matchup you want to be playing this into. And it does feel like it's pretty doomed here for Hanwha Life. If you cut a team fight in half here, maybe you could win a fight. And KT stacking these Drakes means they don't want to avoid this next fight, so it makes the side lane problem even worse. But they need that 3rd item for the Zeri, and they're just so far away from it.
They can't fight without that. Like, they're just never going to win a fight without that item. So they might try to fight on the Ocean Soul before they have that item.
I mean, they just can't let it go, I don't think. I mean, a lot of the time you can, but not in this comp. I feel leave that Ocean Soul, especially this early in the game. The value of it is going to be so high.
Are you saying they're between a rock and a hard place?
I didn't say that specifically, but that is what I had in mind.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because either you give away a free Ocean Soul, which feels really terrible against what you're playing against.
I love this play.
Or you force yourself into a fight that you're probably not going to win.
Hide Jax, they have no idea where he is. He could be in that brush for all they know, so they have to group up slowly. They see him now, but he can threaten this.
They're just going to Baron.
They can threaten this, pull them down here, and then they can do Baron. And they realize they're coming over here as soon as they can, but Nautilus could just block them out. This is beautiful macro play.
Yeah, it's great. And both teams have had a moment like this. As in goes Roamer, it's not really going to do all too much as he's got some rocks down. That looks pretty cool. As getting in front of that chain was Guon as he's going deep. He's going hard in the paint, and he's going to bait his entire team into this one. KT, I think they've got this one in the bag. As Rooster, he's on the run. Just excellently played from KT, and a really crisp call to immediately run towards the Baron, and they had enough damage to burst it down.
And this is all based on the fact that Castle had bottom side lane control so hard, like pushing it into the inner. There's no vision on where he is. He can go down here and hide. If Hanwha Life Esports are scared of the Baron and go there first, he can, as Jax, solo the Drake quickly anyways and then come over, so they still win on both sides. Didn't have, I believe he didn't have his teleport on cooldown back then either. I think he actually still had that, so I mean, there was no losing. It was basically macro checkmate. And when this fight happens, you can see there's the teleport he uses to come in here. Rebel ults to block them out. Roamer comes in here. The ultimate here from Lure just completely whiffs, and then he's going for distance. He's going for speed, man. He's all alone.
Oh
Nice try.
파괴되었습니다.
Just some miscommunication here. This might, like, I think a lot of people might be thinking Hambach POG angle, but I'm kind of leaning towards Castle right now. He played that topside gank so well. He's been so all over the map. His decision making has been great. It looked like it was probably his shot call to actually split Drake and Baron like that and rotate over. I mean, it's between one of the two of them for me. Hype has had a good game, but he's been set up to, right? And this is the kind of level of play, the kind of punish and polish with the lead that you have that you want to see. Both of these teams took leads in their games and ran it down the lanes in a good way. That's probably not the term to use in League of Legends, but they
ran it down as a 5-man unit.
to the Nexus to kill it.
Yeah. While taking out the enemy champions on the way. Yeah, this one feels pretty much in the bag. I'm not sure what angle HLE Esports have at this point, unless they can somehow hold on through the Baron.
It's an acute one, Valdez. That's the angle. It's going to be very,
It's a very acute one. It's
Acute
maybe under
angle.
a single degree at this point. And I mean, take a look at the Baron power play as well. It's 5,500 gold. That's not normal. It's partially because they took that pretty great fight after the Baron did KT.
All right.
Yeah.
This is the Jaxed. He's coming in your base. He's taking your turret away.
Jaxed.
The Jax. He's
Sounded like you said Jaxed.
Jax, J-A-X-T.
Yeah.
He jaxed you.
Ooh, that was cool from Rebel.
You're going to get jaxed, Valdez, if you're HLE life.
Yeah.
That shove misses. Unfortunate.
I mean, they're holding on. I mean, this Baron, for all the gold it got to the side of KT, and don't get me wrong, this is looking still extremely good to the side of KT. Seems like it was still a bit early for KT to really break into the base, as they did not take a single inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they have decent wave clear, they have nice side laning, and they didn't really threaten it super, like, they didn't threaten all 3 lanes. They haven't been able to put any pressure on those inhibitors. The wave clear of HLE Esports, you know, they have a Zeri, do a decent job. They obviously have this Talia can clear some of that away, so they just kind of defensively sit back and take it. But map control, make no mistake, still massively in KT's favor. Look at the line of wards across the river. They've moved the equator up. The equator is supposed to be the river. It's supposed to be the middle line. No, it's right where your inner turrets used to be. And as a result, KT could see all movement across the map. They know WinZeri is trying to farm the mid lane. And they're just going to kind of keep pushing these waves towards inhibitors. And yeah, it's going to be free farm for Zeri, who does have her IE online now. But they just keep this for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Win an Elder fight. Win the game. Now, what if... what if
It all sounds so simple.
What if they flip the Elder, though? That's the question.
Will Zeri moments? By the way, IE is finished.
Zeri moment.
This is a little one, you know. So, you know, quick triple kill. Not too much to see. I mean, HLE have held on. The game is not over yet, but it does feel pretty, pretty hopeful for them. Meaning they've only got hope at this point, but let's see. Let's see how it does play out. This is Challengers after all.
The Korean voice actor for Azir sounds like the Korean voice actor for Void Ray in StarCraft 2.
Maybe it is.
It could be. I wonder. Just a thought.
Maybe you should look that up. Maybe
anyone
someone
in chat
should
know?
look that up.
Yeah. Anyone in chat know?
Who's the voice actor for Korean Azir?
This reminded me of it a lot for some reason.
Is it the Korean voice actor for Void Ray?
Yeah, Korean.
That makes sense.
The Korean Void Ray voice actor and the Korean Azir voice actor sounded similar in this case.
Guys, it's only an 8K gold lead plus soul. What could go wrong?
Look, what? I'm just saying, chat. What if? I'm just saying.
What
there is a world. There is one universe, one reality, where we
Probably
see.
more than one, actually.
No, I think actually only one.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. Out of
Just
like,
the one.
out of like maybe like, you know, 12 different possibilities, because I don't think
There's
there's
no way
that many
that KT
options.
lose from here, right?
just saying, like 1 out of 12
Just trying
chance.
to curse it for the memes. Okay, they're getting in there. They knock away Castle as Talia is just gone, and the front line is also gone.
I wanted an Elder flip,
Oh,
Valdez.
lure. Oh my god, that was a massive gnar as they're still trying to kill the Zeri and they can't kill the Zeri.
Oh my god, is it the 1 out of 12 reality? Now, late kill onto the Elise, 35 seconds. Faster respawn here for Guon.
It was still a good fight for KT, but they didn't kill Zeri.
Nope.
I'm still
Okay,
worried.
Baron spawns faster than Elder, so KT still actually is going to get away with this. They have a TP advantage here. There's no vision for Hanwha. They can't match TP. They have no idea this is happening. They can then ignore Elder and probably try to take out inhibitors. I don't think they'll do that, but I think they'll just take Baron, take that Baron buff, the extra damage, and go straight for a recall and rush.
Wait.
Yeah, maybe straight for not a recall. They have TP.
Okay, they have
one
TP.
more.
Can they actually burst this down in time? I don't know. This is getting pretty close.
Okay, it's getting flippy, Valdez.
It's getting pretty flippy in here. I mean, Guwon's in the pit. This is a pretty good setup right now. Tons of damage going out onto Rooster, though, but he's in Meganar, and there's no jungler here. It's going to be smited by the Vi. And look at this, KT, you're going in for the fight. You've got to be kidding me. There's a massive ult is going to come in. They're fighting against the Elder. They do not care. They have killed the Zeri. And KT, they were not scared for even a moment. They're like, yeah, sure, you can have the Elder. We're not even going to flip it. We're just going to flip you off the rift and take game number 2.
Flipping them out of the frying pan into the fire. We're going to the third game, Valdez. KT!
I can't believe that happened.
Yep.
That like never happened.
Yeah. Yeah. When I... Yeah.
Look at that Azir. Holy crap.
I was so worried when they started backing. I was like, I don't... Okay, but they win the fight anyways.
They had
They
Elder
had that
Drake and
much of a
Hollow
lead.
Light did like a total of 5,000 damage.
The Zonias, by the way, for Jax, which saves him when he tries to engage and get on top of them with a counter-strike. He's the only one who almost gets burst down by that Elder damage and then uses his Zonias to survive. All right, are you a Hambach voter?
Yeah, I'm a Hambach voter.
I
He
think
did
I
too
am.
much in the early
I think
game.
I am too.
I tried to put Hambach into my phone and it tried to autocorrect to Jambalaya.
Me too. That's messed up.
No, he's Hambach. Come on. Dumb phone.
That's messed up. Autocorrect is really just trying to put us down.
Yeah. Well, that was a game of challengers that we had.
Look at the damage in this game for Elise. 5,000
that's
more than the
unnatural.
on-hit Varus.
That is unnatural. That should be banned. That should be illegal.
It's like, I was worried for a little bit when he kept kill stealing, like taking the last hits away. I was like, well, what if Azir had 2 more kills? What if Jax had that extra kill? What's going on here? But then he just kept killing people and kept getting more people ahead. I was like, all right, I guess it's fine. I guess Elise can just take all the money and then do 14,408 damage and KT bring us to a game 3.
Seems fine. Take a look at the objectives there on the left. Everything is to KT except 1 Elder, which does go the way of Hollow Life Esports, and it didn't matter.
Not at all.
Oh boy.
Well,
this is a series that we have on our hands of Challenger League.
Yes. I wonder, you pick blue side here as Hanwha, or do you pick red side?
I'd say go blue. It worked for you the first time. You could ban away Elise.
Yeah, these games have kind of been defined by the early picks rather than the late. The Sivir pick in game 1, that was really pivotal for the draft and how much wave clear they had with the Yuumi, which allowed them to snowball the game a little bit better on Hanwha's side. I think they'll pick blue side. That's my prediction at this moment in time. It's a bit early to be talking about it, but alternatively, maybe we see something wild and crazy in the mid lane. The Ahri pick, the little Blanc we already saw in game 1. Both these mid laners feeling themselves a little bit tonight. It was definitely not about them in game 2. Definitely not about them in game 2.
Well, Feisty is going to pick it up.
What?
I think some people got a little bit influenced by the boom boom.
I think this is this is, as my grandmother would say, highway robbery.
Yeah, I don't think we can describe it any other way. Feisty did have some big moments, though.
Who stuck up the Korean casters? Some Feisty fan like came over to the Korean casters, like pulls a weapon out. It's like, you vote for Feisty right now. You put the mid vote in the chat at this moment in time, or you will regret it.
He did have a 262 CC score, and he did have some big moments. So I can understand getting really excited about Feisty.
That was a missed flash in the mid lane. That was a missed flash.
I can understand getting excited for the Feisty.
Feisty's great.
Either way,
we'll respect it.
Good play from KT. We'll be back after the break, guys.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. We are here for one last game between Homolife Esports and KT Rolster, who is going to take this series that we have on our hands right now. I think it's pretty hard to say. Like, Homolife dominated game 1. KT pretty much dominated game 2. And now, I mean, yes, it will be Homolife Esports' side to choose. Maybe that'll give them a slight advantage.
It's a very snowbally meta. And we just watched 2 very snowbally games. Like, both games were very one-sided. Yeah. I would argue the second game even a little bit more one-sided than the first.
Yeah.
But both games are very one-sided, right? We had an Ari out of control. We had an Elise out of control. Those 2 players then snowballed their leads for their teams. I thought the draft overall we did like better for KT. We looked at it, we were like, well, seems pretty self-explanatory. A lot of power in the lanes, a lot of side lane win conditions. And then Elise, we were like, yeah, she can dive. She can set up for the all-in with the Nautilus on the bottom side. Didn't get anything done there. Just got things done everywhere else in the solo lanes.
Yeah, I feel like for Homolife, the Vi pick early with the Elise available seemed pretty punishable. Like, there were ways to kind of get around her power spikes. Like, she can trade pretty well, but not against Elise. So the second that Hambach got the jump on him in the jungle, it felt like pretty over from there because Vi couldn't be there. Even though she was there, she could barely clean up the dive in the top side, which was free for the Elise, perfectly set up by the side of KT's top laner Castle. And from there on out, as they say, it just kind of snowballed out of control.
Yeah.
That is the meta.
Hype and Rebel also checked to make sure they knew where the Vi was because the Vi could have been punishing them, trying to push really hard. They find out that he's not there, so he's pathing towards his red buff, so that you have all that additional information so you can make that play happen. Well-oiled machine is what KT looked like in that game. Hanwha did pick blue side, as you and I both were suggesting, so we'll be doing that here for game 3.
And maybe they leave Elise open and take it themselves. I'm sure that we could see that out of the jungler here at Guwon from the side of Homolife Esports.
I don't think they will, though. It doesn't seem like that's really their playstyle.
It's not what they did in game 1, so.
Guwon's not really a carry-type player in that way. His dives aren't very clean. He's more of a utility, like, CC setup-type player.
He felt great kind of being the sidekick for Roamer in game number 1.
Exactly. He likes to set people up. His Vi has been, you know, his champion of choice outside of the Sejuani. We've seen him play already this season. His Wukong, where he kind of did have to be a little bit more of the setup, a lot more of the win condition, hasn't looked as great so far. So we'll see what he does here in this third game. Looks like the players are still getting ready, so we're kind of talking about some gameplay choices that can be made for a little bit here. Kind of setting the stakes, telling you guys a little bit about what we expect. Let's just read Twitch chat, though, instead.
The entire LCS viewer base is one Twitch account named the LCS viewer base. Nice. I love how you guys coordinated your suits. Well,
thanks.
Yeah,
totally
that was, we planned that. Absolutely.
You like the way we did our ties, too?
Definitely
his
not the
tie
Cordies.
is my color, and my tie is his color.
So well matched.
Yeah.
It seems pretty well planned.
We're
it also
so
looks
smart.
exactly like the ones that Atlas and Chronicler were wearing yesterday.
I wouldn't say exactly.
Well,
I wouldn't say exactly.
It's close enough. I'd say, you know, maybe 90% similarity here. As we are into the draft for game number 3, as Caitlyn, which was totally ignored in game number 1, to the chagrin of many a viewer, it will be banned first.
Maokai is out. Expect Rise will join here in the red side bans for KT. Oh, Hanwha doing this again. Just really fishing for something else. I think they're looking for the Yuumi first pick, it looks like. Oh, with Lucian ban, seems very likely. Just kind of running it back here like what we saw in game 1 with the exception of that Caitlyn ban. Let's see.
Any Elise banners?
I don't think you need to ban Elise here on red side against red side.
Okay, the Ashe
that
will
one
be
we
banned.
knew, like one of these two teams has to do it, or Homolife are picking it. There's the Yuumi ban. Okay, so this is going to look very different now.
Yeah.
I think this is probably the Varus call.
Yeah, just a couple of bans different can change everything. The entire universe will be changed.
Because if you go for Varus here, your enemy now has to think about what lane he wants to play into because he can't play any of the Yuumi lanes. Obviously, the Yuumi Sivir, Yuumi Zeri, tough. Tough anyways with Varus Karma, with Varus Heimer. But with the Yuumi gone, it's like, do you really want to play Lulu into Varus? Sounds like you're going to have a terrible time. So this is the time to pick Karma if there's going to be one.
Well, they didn't ban Elise.
Well,
but like you said, you know, this is red side for KT.
It's also the bottom lane that's going into the Varus, so it can only be Elise punishing an overextension in lane, probably. Maybe you go Elise Karma here and you wait and see what jungle matchup you're going to get.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think Hambach can pilot it really well. There's still ways to get wins, even from the red side on this pick. You would imagine they would go for their bot lane. As you're mentioning, the Karma, it will be Heimerdinger. Perhaps not wanting to go against Varus Heimerdinger, and they want some power in the lane themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse can be stronger. It can be strong here too, where now Duro plays the Karma, but we definitely would have liked to have the Heimerdinger on the Varus side if you could. The Karma's still very strong. You can block some of those Qs with the Heimerdinger turrets too, so it feels good into the Karma. This Elise is going to be really interesting. I wonder if KT will pick up Renekton now, actually, in the first phase.
Whoa.
And just, like, skip a run.
I mean, it would make their top side pretty insane.
Because what do you play AD carry-wise with this Heimerdinger now? Heimerdinger Ezreal is not really a thing. You can play Heimerdinger Zeri. We saw it a lot.
Zeri. Jin?
Jin? Okay, Jin is a good call.
Yeah.
Jin had kind of slipped my mind, to be honest. Jin very good with Elise too. Can follow up the damage very easily.
I liked your Renekton pick. I think I would have rathered that. I think that teams are just kind of scared to not pick their bottom lane in the first three, which is also understandable, but I don't know. It would have been a really scary top lane duo, and I think Homalife would have struggled to find an answer, especially because KT could have banned two safe top laners, you know?
It's really interesting too because they ban the Renekton now themselves, even though they have pick priority. So clearly they had no interest in playing Renekton Elise whatsoever. This could be an Irelia angle, potentially, here, because you have the Elise magic damage, right? And you have the ability to set up for it really well. Really strong side laning for Castle, or Feisty if he wants to play it mid, but I would not be shocked if this ends up being an R5 or Irelia type game for KT Rolster, considering the Jin in this draft, because you have really hard engage from, you know, obviously far away for the Irelia, then the Jin can follow up so easily.
Would have been nice for them to have a Renekton, you know, but
yeah, I mean, I mean that's part of why I'm thinking about it is like, well, I mean, they banned the Renekton, so maybe they want the Irelia here.
Yeah, something that would normally get kind of bodied by the Renekton. You might be onto something. Kassadin, banned again. Poor guy can never be not banned.
Okay, it's just going to be Jax, though. Lame. Unless mid Irelia, which could happen, but I don't think you want Jax
I don't
Irelia
really
on the same team.
understand this when there's a Cassante right there. Like, what?
Valdez is a Jax hater also.
I don't get it. Like, what? There's so many things that can play into the Jax right now.
They could have picked Fiora, too.
That can work in the lane, that can work in the entire game. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. And now, like, with the Jax face up, which is generally a pretty safe counter pick in some games, it just allows Homalife to build a really sound composition.
Yeah, I think Swain is really good into a Jax comp like this, and he can push through the turrets, but I think if there's a really good setup here for KT, Swain can be just totally bowled over, especially when you consider an Azir pick. The laning phase is going to be pretty easy for Feisty here, and then you can just knock Swain out of the equation at the beginning of a team fight. The execution, I think, of KT's draft is much harder than Homalife Esports. Is they have a Swain, he's going to press R, he's going to walk at them, he's going to look for some roots. You have Sejuani, you can try to set up for the Varus, so Varus gets the Sejuani set up here with Swain going in and grabbing with a never move.
Yeah.
He does that damage, you blow somebody up.
Definitely has to be on hit Varus here, I would say. If you're going lethality, you're probably going to run out of damage outside of burst. Like, you can't rely on a Swain to do all the damage, you know?
Yeah, I do think so. Unless they want to just super try to speed through the game and win super early, but I don't think you can do that into a Jax Heimerdinger comp. You're going to have side lane problems against the Jax. You're going to have Heimerdinger can slow the game down quite significantly. Plus his ear side laning too, which is quite nice here into the Swain and sides. I do think that it's going to be the on-hit, and I do think Hanwha, if this game is played at a pretty slow pace and they can deal with some of the Elise pressure early, I like their draft better because it's easier. And that's always what I say about weaker teams, right? Now, both of these teams are on the upper echelon of challengers, but we're still not talking about LCK level.
Yeah, very true. And I mean, I believe that Roamer can hit his stuff on the Swain as well, because if you're constantly hitting never moves, that Swain becomes less of an annoyance and more of a big problem for you. So it'll be interesting to see. I think, you know, Jin will be okay with what they had draft. I really would have loved if they went for the Renekton and like another decent, you know, kind of engaged champion in the mid lane. Instead, they did kind of neither.
They did like the opposite. It was very strange.
Yeah. So the Jin kind of loses value there, but hey, I mean, maybe they're just really confident to play the Jax this time around, and it is what it is. We'll see if it works out this time as Game 3 starts now.
Got a group versus the Heimer to remove those turrets. Set up the level 2 faster down here. Get some control for your Karma lane. Very common stuff here, chat.
I guess Lure is actually going for lethality.
Well, Comet start does lean that way. The Scorch here.
Well,
bit of a scorcher.
They're really going to try to dunk on the lane, I suppose. And that's fine. I just think as the game comes along, they're really going to be lacking damage.
We have seen a lot of Relic Shield Karma instead of the Spell Thief's Edge recently, I've noticed. Someone in my Twitch chat was talking to me about this when I was streaming and talking about the games a few days ago. And I looked back at it, and I suppose it's just for extra sustain in the lane, because the Spell Thief is going to give you mana regen, the Relic is going to give you HP regen, and obviously the deletion of those minions. So you can push to level 2 really fast, but this is just going to be the Harass variant with double Comet Ear. That one didn't hit.
What was that?
He's pushing the minions, man. He's rushing level 2. He's rushing level 2,
I guess so.
He's rushing level 2. Watch those cannon minions go down real quick here in a second. Look at this. Look at him go. Lure. Ooh.
Sorry, cannon.
Oh, sorry. Ranged minions. Ranged minions. Look.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're cannons if they believe, man. Those wands they shoot with.
Yeah, like how many years does a ranged minion have to put in to become a cannon minion? They also have to not die during that time.
Yeah?
I'd say probably at least 7 years.
7 years?
Like some of the ranged minions from Season 3, as Duro's going to flash here. Yeah, some of the ranged minions from Season 3 are now cannon minions.
Like every ranged minion is a cannon minion in my mind. They're just shooting.
Are cannon minions ranged minions?
Yes. Do you think cannons are hitting melee?
Sometimes, I mean, they're shooting their little bullet from very close
this
by.
one practically is with the wave control he's got.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes the first level 3 gank from the Elise.
Okay, okay, nice try. I mean, it looks silly because it doesn't work, but had he flashed, it would have looked really, really cool. I think that Hambak should have just jumped on him first and attacked and then waited for the flash and then cocooned, because Azir could follow up, you can follow up with some range damage.
Definitely could have played that one out a little bit better. The other weird thing is, like, the Elise, you could see that the Elise trying to gank a Swain is a symptom of the draft as Guon. Hello?
Uh-oh, Guon in a lot of trouble here. He's going to take a ton of damage, probably going to have to flash away from this one. Straight into the arms of the Karma, but now that is 3 flashes already gone on the side of Hamlet Esports at 3.5 minutes.
So, the Elise picks up some big value here in the early game. Obviously, Hambak is proving that it doesn't matter if it necessarily is perfect for the comp or he doesn't have the best gank assist with a Renekton or stuff like that. Still going to make it work. Still going to pick up some early summoners. But I think the way he's using it, where he's just kind of fishing, so to speak here, I think in a game where the comps are stronger and the level of play is a little bit higher, I think you're not going to be able to find as much value out of it. But I appreciate that he's making it work.
Oh no, Roamer.
No flash.
Oh, he's gonna dodge it. Is the damage enough from the Heimer and the Elise? The stun gets in onto the Elise, but it is Elise. And the dives are clean. Guwon can do nothing. And first blood is given to Feisty.
All right. Hambak making it happen. Sick dodge, but not going to be enough ultimately at the end. And Hambak has been everywhere where someone is unsafe. Like, he just is following the danger.
It's the most annoying Elise to play against.
There's a control ward he wants to place here, and he gets punished for it super hard. Good dodge. There's just enough damage. Doesn't get hit by the grenade either, but the full W damage here is enough. Will, of course, force a flash from Feisty, but still absolutely worth. Good angle and good roam from Rebel, too, because without his damage, that's not possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a great call from the side of KT. They're getting really aggressive. It worked for them in Game 2, so just follow up and play similarly in Game 3, even if their draft isn't quite the same. They still have Elise. It was first pick on red side. I mean, these guys were not joking, essentially, with their actions when they said, hey, this Elise has a lot of value to us. We're going to first pick it before anything else. And Hambak has made that a reality. It's very difficult to play against a guy who's playing Elise this well.
Yeah, Hambak basically makes Elise look like she could have been viable a long time ago, instead of just being viable with level 3 dives on blue side, where you have a Lucian Nami pushing or a Varus lane pushing with Ashe. Or punishing, of course, one of these lanes. He's finding value against the Swain. He's finding value against the enemy Sejuani. He's looking for aggressive fights no matter where he is, or no matter what level he's at right now, what items he has. Just like, I'll fight all the time. Anybody who wants to encounter me in the early game, I'm looking for everything. And again, not the reason why Elise is meta right now, but in this game, he's proving that she can be quite viable.
And here she goes again. Hambak's back in the mid lane. She's
Still no
really
flash.
quick.
Roamer's trying to push up. He has level 6, so it feels like if Feisty tries to engage, he can push, but doesn't commit.
Still Hambak gets in there, clears the ward away. Still no flash for Roamer, as you mentioned. And it feels like KT may have been able to fight over this one, but perhaps they're not happy with their bot lane state at this point in time. Nice trade back, though, as tons of damage on the Duro. Mantra Q just going to hit the wave as Hambak is here again. Just can't get rid of this spider. Just keeps running away.
Guwon here going to have to turn up the rest of his squad.
Trying to like hit him with skill shots. He's like, yeah, cool story. Just dodges literally everything. As now we do have Roamer up in his ult. He's going to get a decent amount of value, but not quite enough. Hype in a little bit of trouble as the Comet comes in, and he will just barely skirt away. And Guwon is left alone. Everybody else just runs away. Roamer doesn't have his ult anymore. He can't help him. The bottom lane chase the Hype 80 carry. And so they get a kill and this first Drake to KT.
Yeah,
pretty massive.
It's massive. It's a huge turn in this early game. And Hambak just is like, I repel? So what are you going to do? Instantly turns, gets Roamer with the cocoon. Feisty just can't follow him, man. Feisty's like a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
Feisty can rob some POGs, but
like
he's not going to follow the
2000
CC.
ping. It's like the ult comes out 3 seconds later. It's like, what? What is this guy doing?
Yeah, Feisty is basically Hambak is like Feisty's a fraud, man, without POG in game 2. Just can't follow the action. Hype almost shows some scorch value there by going down, but he just narrowly escapes.
Yeah. I feel like it wasn't a bad time for Hamalife to fight. It's just like
They were
Hambak,
so disjointed, though.
yeah, Hambak just made them look silly. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh crap, we can't lock down the Elise that we just used like 7 of our skill shots on. What do we do? And then the bottom lane just like ran away. And Rover's like, wait, why am I alone now? It was very strange. It was very Challenger-esque, that kind of fight. It didn't look very clean. And I think KT are just, again, they're more confident. They're making less mistakes. Hambak is playing like a god.
Here's that Elise dive.
A man possessed, I should say. Lure is just dead. I mean, they cannot handle the spider. They can.
Oh.
But they will get the Rift Herald.
Look at the Rift Herald, and that attempt from Guwon was very greedy, right on the Drake, but I think they thought, okay, we're losing control of this game fast. Maybe I can sneak this, and he's like, I'm Sejuani. Maybe I get away with it. Doesn't want to flash there at the end. Does die, but he's trying his best to set something up here, take a risk. put Hanwha Life on the map by 5 minutes of extra time here as KT have such a massive lead, but when that goes wrong, and yes, they do get the Herald, but where will they be able to place it? Look at bottom side, top side, Jack's going to get control of Swain. How does he get value out of this, you know? Like, picking up the Herald feels like it's just local gold from the Herald right now that you're really getting. They can find a place to put it, but it's going to cost them resources to do so.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to what KT got, right? I mean, they'll be able to put it where they want, I suppose, so that might feel better if they really want to get roamer fed or something like that, but yeah, it's a rough time for them. And guess what? Hanbok is here again. He's level 6. He's stacking up levels. Lure is going to be in a lot of trouble. Cleanse is early, it looks like. Not sure, but either way, Chains of Corruption go into Hanbok.
Walks right as well.
He's trying to save Duro because he knows he's just absolutely boned.
Yeah,
like, what are you going to do?
He's like, just get out, man.
Witness me as he runs into them. Yeah.
Oof. This is actually kind of scary where he backs there too. Like, Hanbok comes over there with another cocoon and he dies. Duro's just taking the greedy back. And look at the deep vision they have here around the bottom side of the map as well. Blast cones into where he already has a control ward set. Can't be here, Lure. Grenade. Bam. Cleanse missed.
Yeah, he cleansed early. It was like nearly 1 frame early, but it was early.
I honestly think even if he cleanses that, he probably ends up dying. But yeah, it's obviously with the miss, 100% chance he dies. But it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you're like, well, he made a mistake, but ultimately, I don't think it probably mattered that much.
Jeez, some shots in the chat. I mean, that's not even like I want to call it toxic, but I'm like, man,
too real, perhaps.
Yeah, like too real. Just here for LCK.
Man, Clid's always catching strays. I think Clid had a... We'll talk about the LCK for a second. I think Clid had a pretty good final game of the week against Gen.G. A little bit of redemption. You guys got to stop being so hard on
you
it. Look, was it amazing? No. And is there still a lot to work on? Yes. And did we expect more? Yes. But stop dunking on the guy. Like, he's had a tough start to the season.
Yeah.
I think he'll bounce back. And he already kind of is.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I win.
What? No, I was doing it until the recall finished.
Oh, okay.
That was just my recall
wanted to do
sound.
it longer than you.
Well, you did start before me and end after me, so I suppose you do win. What is going on here in the mid lane? What is
plates
this?
are going down.
Like free plates?
Yeah.
What is this, like the plate giveaway store? What is going on here?
He backed. They were up in mid, and he doesn't have TP. So they're like, well, we just push this, and finally this Herald will get dropped here. Some extra money going over to Lure. But now Guwon has to shadow this lane. It's a free back for Feist. He gets the T-pin with that extra plate gold. He has his Leandries now. The macro falling apart a little bit here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, just, you know, Roamer getting poked out. They're trying to set up a Rift Herald push. It just feels like KT are one step ahead of them the whole way. And I don't know, like the Sejuani keeps getting picked into the Elise, and I can understand why, but all the time if the Elise is like super proactive and aggressive, it just falls behind and feels like it can't do anything. And I'm not saying, you know, the pick is the issue here, because, you know, I'm not sure. I feel like it has more to do with the way that Hanbok is playing and the way that his team is playing around him, a little bit more of a cohesive unit, if you will, but still, I don't know. I'm not certain about the Sejuani.
Like I mentioned before, there's a lot of ways to follow up the Sejuani ult into a pick with the Varus here, and it is lethality, as you mentioned, as soon as we saw the Comet, but that still could be good in the mid game, but they're so far behind now that it isn't going to do much, and it's going to be very unfortunate, especially with the macro plays, or lack thereof, we've seen from Hanwha Life, where they're kind of giving some objectives up and losing control of the map, and then Swain backs at a weird time. He is so far behind where he'd like to be on his Rod of Ages. Like, it's 13 and a half. He just came off a back, so we might be talking like 14 and a half. Hopefully not 15. It's not that far behind on CS or anything, so he should be able to get it fairly soon here within the next minute or so, but his timings are so delayed. Feisty's ahead. He went for Leandries so he can harass this lane and win out the side lane against the Swain much easier. It is looking dire, and it's very early in the game to say that, but once again, Hanbok has transformed it, and hopefully he doesn't get robbed for POG this time if this continues.
Well, surely not twice in a row. That's impossible. Not like we've seen that. Media kick W. Yeah, so we're just going to group up here in mid. Once again, Hanbok's mere presence is enough to pull Guwon off of the Wolves, get a bunch of damage in here. The mid laner, you know, the Leandri's finished. I believe you were just talking about, you know, that mid lane itemization. He is just poking him out of wave, out of lane. The plates were somewhat short up by the Rift Herald, but, you know, it's like very marginal. Just feels a bit like scraps that they're trying to pick up to try to claw back in this game.
Feisty is just pushing the super hard. Hanbok knows Guwon's here. He wants to set up for a cocoon. Look at that. That was so well played by Hanbok. He's trying to escort them in to grab this mid turret here. Look at all the Heimer turrets set up as well. And it's basically their way of saying you have to defend this or give us Rift Herald control. And you can't, you basically can't do either well. So we're going to try to split you in half. Jin's coming up now. Hype has such an easy time to follow up on this CC of Feisty holding his ult. This is a very difficult take for Hanwha Life, but they have to try something.
They do have decent, cohesive team fight, but they're not really getting in there as they would like to. The Jax Castle with a great follow-up, and here comes the Swain ultimate. Could get some work done. We got the Varus on the side as well, doing some decent work as Hanbok has to flash out of here. He's not going to get in for that one. This might just come out from the side of Guwon. And Castle goes in pretty deep, nearly takes out Rooster, but not quite able to do so. Even the snipe here as, yeah, Cassante just doing Cassante things.
Almost pulls that turret in to kill him. Rooster, careful.
Yeah, Hanwha Life, you know, decent fight for where they're at right now.
Hanwha Life don't get the Herald, but they win the fight, quote unquote. We'll be able to grab this turret, so the long-term damage of Heimer turrets, the Azir, and the turn from Castle there to try to actually set up for Counter-Strike damage to secure those kills was so close, almost good enough here. Because look at the setup in this fight, there's just so much damage. Castle goes in, holds the choke point. Now he can kite back, and Feisty is trying to use his soldiers here to do a bunch of the Andrews damage. Hanbok has to repel away here. Roamer's ult, pretty lackluster. But look at Feisty, saves himself with the ult, flashes through, and Castle's play here was so sick until Castle outplayed him, pulled him, or until Rooster pulled him out, outplayed him. They still win the fight and almost take out Cassante, which is absurd that he lived there. So Rift Herald goes to Hanwha Life. KT still grab turret and win the fight. I think I'd still rather be KT in this case than having a Rift Herald, which is the second Rift Herald. There's no plate gold and no ideal place to drop it. Look at all these turrets around the map. Only top vulnerable, you could say. But I don't know if you, I'm like, you could say, I'm like, maybe you can't even say. Like, it's hard to actually force that unless you send multiple people up against this Jax. And later the Azir who will go up to stop that from happening.
Well, this game is getting more interesting now. I was a little bit worried for Hanwha Life there, but they are seemingly clawing their way back. You know, this is that mid-game where we do have an item and a half for Lure, so he is hitting some pretty good shots. It's not like there's a lot of armor to be built on the side of KT, so that's one reason to go for lethality in this case. As it feels like both teams kind of just want to fight. Everybody's just grouping up in mid. It is a little bit early, as the Drake has not spawned yet. We do have a missed Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That's another tool they're not going to have.
Gonna get hit. He gets never moved, and now he has to go up into the repel. The team is right there to kind of save his butt. So will hop down to safety. Okay, that's a pretty big one as Feisty does get out essentially, but there's no follow-up for Castle. Finally they get in there as Hype is going to get some huge damage onto Roamer. They do take him out, and now the Jin ultimate does come out in a big way. Snipes after snipes. He's not going to get Duro, as Lure will get some of the scraps, and another snipe coming out from this Jin. Pretty insane plays from the side of Hype, and Rebel has kept him around with the help of Hype. That is an ace at 18 minutes into the game, Wolf.
Hanbok with a max range cocoon to take him out there. Feisty living up to his name, shall we say, with that play he went for, where he dashed forward onto
it was pretty hardcore.
Soldier, and
it was pretty based.
Right into the, he's like, I'm at 20% of health, and I'm going to go into the full health Varus, who can just shoot me and kill me. But hey, he was trying to actually clean it up faster, put that extra pressure on the Varus. And this is going to be KT winning another massive fight, getting the ace, as you say, and now having soul point on Hex Tech Soul. By the way, we haven't really talked about that, but I don't know if we can really explain to you guys what
Break it down for us, Wolf.
it's going to be some slows. All right, for the fight, though, Humbug, once again, absorbs a lot. Look at the chains missing here with Repel, backs off here, and is ready to come back into the fight. And then things get really nasty here for Hanwha Life because Feisty doesn't die. He does a ton of damage, and you talked about how without on-hit Varus, there's...
He got knocked in by the Cassante.
Yep.
Counter-strike 3 people.
Yep. And there's just no long-term damage in this fight with the Varus build here, realistically. You can kill Feisty here, and he does. But watch this Cocoon. Oh!
What was that sound?
That's how hyped I was.
Wolf was in pain. Oh man. Okay, this teleport is interesting. Castle is just being abused now as he's on the run.
But where's the damage? He's like, I'm actually fine.
Yeah.
I'm getting abused, but you guys don't have enough dodging that shot there from the Varus. And now,
That's the thing.
what are you going to do? Now you have to run. You've used all of your abilities. You've used your ults. You can't actually fight anymore. And KT are like, cool. Baron spawning soon. We're so ahead. Maybe we could actually try. I don't think it's advisable, but
Not
I
with
mean,
the Jhin. I mean, they have a Azir.
they have Heimer too, but I just don't think you
Elise
do
is
it.
pretty good on Baron damage. I think there's like a world, you know, if they have enough time. Jack's also good.
They're just going to go take top turret here. And if Gorn wants to stop them, he will regret it.
Yeah, definitely the better play.
Lure is so scared.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Hype is currently performing better than his counterpart. I would also say that Hambak is just getting away with way too much in this early to mid game and just kind of playing like a madman.
I also didn't realize that a Hype built Collector second. It's just one of those. It's one of those games where you look at the build and you're like, if you take away the gold graphs and you like are looking at the game state, or you don't know the game state, and you just see these items, you're like, that's not right. That's not supposed to happen. It has happened before, but that doesn't make it okay.
What's he gonna buy now?
But then you look at the result, he's gonna build IE.
Yeah.
But you look at the game state and you're like, no, actually this might be correct. Like this is just going to snowball this game even harder. You have so much more damage with your, or you have so much more kill power with your ult and your crits, where everybody's so squishy in this comp for Han Life Esports. They don't have any damage. And you can even kind of get on top of Lure after he uses his abilities, because he's not going to beat you. You just pop him with the big damage crit into Gale Force. See you later.
And they're kind of setting up, or at least denying all the vision they can around this Baron. You know, I feel like as I went through member by member of KT after the Jhin, I was like, oh, and he's good at Baron damage, and she's good at Baron damage. Uwan just kind of goes over. It seemed like they smelled the weak Heimerdinger alone. They were able to take him out pretty much for free.
Yeah, Jax.
So now Hanwha Life Esports coming in together.
Jax has no TP, so he needs to either commit to the split push here or come over. This is a nice Baron take potentially.
They're going to try to get the Swain here for free, as Roamer will not die yet, as the snipe is there, and Hype cannot miss. The guy is just insane. They may have just finally gotten Hambak. He's going forward, nearly takes out the Varus himself, as unfortunately for Rooster, he was alone. Everybody else was dealing with that dang spider.
That dang spider.
That gosh darn spider. It really does feel like that.
I mean,
It's just
Hambak,
been so annoying.
Hambak is when he's ahead like this, and you have the map control and the vision control that KT have. Hambak is quite literally like that spider in your house that you couldn't kill and it got away, and you're like going to bed at night like, well, it's still out there, like it's still in the house, you know. That's Hambak in this game. Now he did die this time, but he's coming back, and this is like you injured the spider, but you still know it's out there. As Roamer, rooted, ulted here. They have no turn. He's so far away with this rotation from the rest of his team doing Baron. Once again, just not patient enough. Our Hanwha Life Esports, so they know they need to rush this down if they're going to get it. And he gets punished, takes a ton of damage while he's doing so, but Cassante is on the wrong side of an Azir turret. And this game is just another one-sided one, honestly, of our three we've had.
Yeah, it does feel that way. They were finally able to take down Elise. She has a stopwatch now.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's going to be dying again in this game. Although, could be interesting if I'm proven wrong in that fact.
TP from Azir.
Yep, Hextech Drake alive.
Yep, he just picked up his Shadow Flame and Oblivion Orb.
Okay, Guwon trying to make this happen, trying to burst down Feisty. He just flashes away from pretty much everything. They are able to get his flash down. Teleport coming in from Castle, as he's a little bit scared after the way the last one went. That is a massive never move. Hambak does have to use that stopwatch. And so that will be down for the fight, but man, Hype is just doing way too much on this Jhin. It's going to be 3 shots, 4 shots into the Karma to push them away.
Roamer looking for another angle for a never move. Almost able to cut them off, but just doesn't have the vision to do it.
He has his ult and exhaust.
So they're on a timer here. The streak is going down very fast. It's Hextech Soul, so they actually need to get in here.
They might be able to take down Rebel. He takes a big chunk of damage. Castle still on the backside. Did they even see him? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, that's going to be the secure on the Hextech, and now Castle's got that flank angle. And take a look at the damage from the Hextech, just lightning arcing onto everybody. So Homolite Esports are like, yeah, I think I've had enough. I'm just going to run away now.
Gonna have to run fast.
Yeah, they're getting chased down here. The Chains of Corruption will max range Feisty, as there is another Cocoon. Hambak, he knows he's got his team to back him up, and there's the Jhin. Just so fast, just able to Gale Force in. And what are you going to do against that? They just cannot get away from this chase down comp. Even the Cassante, well, he's going to get a kill because, you know, he is Cassante. But he will die at the end of it, as Rebel will clean them up.
Rebel with the final kill there. Now they're just going to go over and do Baron. Nothing that Roamer could do. He's TPing bottom side here to try to prep this wave for what is going to be a very successful Baron power play here. 10 kills up, 7,000 gold up here at 25 minutes.
I'm split wolf. I don't know who to vote for POG anymore. There are 2 clear favorites.
Hype and Hambak.
Yeah.
I'm kind of still leaning towards Hambak, but
he has had an insane game.
This
but
is the collector.
Is playing like an not Lure. Hype is playing like an absolute god.
That's the collector Gale Force I was talking about, where you just go, all right, crit, Gale Force in, goodbye. This is so nasty, and Castle, Counter-Strike doesn't last forever, so he does go down, but it's a full wipe minus Rooster, or Roamer, excuse me, who is trying to take a bounty turret. He pushed that wave out for the Baron buff, and is actually going to pick up some extra gold himself down there on the bottom side of the map, so fairly successful there. His Rod of Ages is finally done. Fully stacked now. He does hit level 15, so matching Feisty there, but I mean, it's a turret for a turret, but this is a more valuable one that has Baron buff minions pushing with it. They should be able to, the 4-1 and the Jax, take one of these inhibitors down, worst case scenario.
Oh boy. Yeah.
You got to split, and you will not be able to defend both without a heroic play.
And at this point in the game, doesn't feel like the damage is quite there for Homolife Esports. I mean, they would need to get a lot of pokes in.
It's Cosmic Drive and Rod of Aegis on the Swain. He's just utility really in this fight, and not the best version of utility you could have. You know, we've seen all sorts of different builds with Rylai's in the past with the Swain, but this one is just not going to be that useful. Hitting level 15 here, not going to be great. Level 16, when he hits it, it's going to make his ult better, but what will that even mean really in this draft with these items? Not a whole lot, unfortunately. The Swain's a good idea.
Oh man.
Nice.
Yeah, that's going to be big, but Feisty might just be comboed to death. Wow, get Cassante immediately, as in goes Rooster with a very nice pickup onto a very important member of the side of KT. Now, KT are still fighting this as the Jhin is just so massive, and now we don't have an AD carry on the side of Homolife Esports, which means that Castle is still going forward. He's got the Jhin behind him, so he's like, yeah, I'm totally fine. And he is just a wrecking ball himself. He is one-tapping people. He's got his own stasis. And it looks like KT don't care how many members there are on the side of Homolife Esports. They will just continue to push.
And you had to make a play there if you're Homolife. You had to try something. You did get the pick onto Feisty, but it cost you everything. It cost you your entire base here.
Look at this Jhin damage.
Yeah, it's insane. 6,000. You know that meme about Jhin tricking you into thinking he's an AD carry? Well, in this game, he like actually really is, and he's doing so much burst damage in these fights. He has rapid fire cannon on Whisper. He's doing 25,000 damage this game. I don't know. I'm sorry, Hambak, but I think it might be the hype vote. this time around.
I don't know. I'm torn. Like, Hambach did so much for them in the early game.
The follow-up here
And the mid-game.
from Rooster, the timing of his Q3 is perfect when he gets the dragon, and even with the old attempt here from Feisty, not going to be enough. And yet still they chase deep here. And this is where things become problematic, because you have a Jin who's got so much damage.
Another cocoon.
And Roamer, he's probably DED.
Yeah, I don't know why he's there. Bit of a mistake.
I think he's lost his mental.
Yeah, maybe he's
capacity
just
in
trying
this
to take
game.
like a really big risk because they're so far behind. He's like, what if they just don't gank me? Maybe I can get some slight amount of value. Doesn't work
he's
out.
building a Zonias as his third item, which unfortunately isn't really going to help him here either. I don't like this. I don't like this Swain build. The more I look at it, I think it probably wasn't the right call. Like the pick, but oh man, he's just flashed for it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, at this
doesn't
point,
matter.
He's just trying to like increase CC score. He's like, maybe they'll vote for me now if I have 250 CC score.
All right, Valdez, how about this? How about a compromise? Don't tell the Korean casters, but I'll vote for Hype, you vote for Hambach. That way we split our vote.
Sure, that's fine.
We'll leave it up to them. Which
I think that's
has
okay.
been, you know, overall pretty good. I think they made the right choice most of the time.
I think 2 votes for Hambach is also safe.
All right, fine. We'll vote for Hambach Valdez.
Yeah.
He got robbed in game 2
He did
anyways.
get robbed in game 2.
He got robbed.
And like ethically, we should vote on this POG based on their performance in this game. But like, the guy was killing it in game 2, and now he's like rolled it into killing it even more in game 3. Like, that's got to count for something, right?
But I mean, look at the damage.
Look at the boom boom.
I mean, but like, look at his kill score as well. He's secured so many kills. He's 10, 0, and 8.
He's 18 out of 19
Yeah.
kill participation.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it, I think.
No.
And I know it's a chicken and egg thing, and Hambach is definitely the egg.
Yeah.
But
No, he's the chicken.
but no, but I
Because
mean, he
he
was
laid the
laid.
egg.
But he was laid by Hambach. Like Hambach laid the egg of Hype. Oh, sorry, I said Hype.
Yeah,
yeah.
You said the opposite. We're on the same page here.
It's
no.
late. It's late.
Oh, cool. No! Okay, maybe we have to vote for Hype. I think actually we have to vote for Hype now. I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't know.
Just let him kill the Nexus, Hanwha. It's too much. It's too much.
Cover your eyes. This is pretty gross.
too
oh
brutal.
no!
It's
Maybe
too
Kasate
brutal.
can still get a kill. Kasate can still get a kill. How does he do it? He's a madman. Feisty gonna keep the wave alive. And that's going to do it. 12-0 and 10 Jin, and I think Hype's going to get it. I don't think there's any avoiding this.
Oh man,
As down will go the Nexus.
they should both get it,
And
but
KT just wiped the floor with them in Game 3. I mean, that was crazy. Hype was crazy, man. That Jin was terrifying.
no, he was the
He
egg.
didn't miss anything.
Hype was the egg that was laid by Hambach, but man, when he becomes a chicken, as he did it when he was like 10-0 and 8 there at the end, I think even higher, like 12-0 and 9 or something, he does end up being more impactful. So I don't know what to say about this one. I didn't like the Elise that much in the draft because of how I was worried about how the bottom side was going to go and how little power is going to have in lane. Yeah, there's some power obviously against Swain and mid. And that is where Hambach came online, right? He was constantly punishing the Swain pick there over and over again, getting his flash early, returning, constantly ganking. We saw that roam up from Rebel, who was honestly, like, kind of almost a candidate for POG himself. And then really good macro and objective setup here for KT Rolster. Both of these teams looked really good.
Clean KT 2-0, nothing to see here. Yes, including the one win that Hanwha Life did get.
Which was also a
we don't even
one-sided
look at that. Yeah. Doesn't count. I mean, that was like bullying at the end. Like, they were just rocking them. Like, that was not fair.
Yeah, who came first, the Hambach or the Hype? That's the
Yeah.
the timeless question.
It's a unanimous vote. Nobody voted for Hambach. I was worried. I was like, what if the Korean casters all vote for Hambach? Because, like, let's get it clear. His early game was also really crazy. Like, he created so much for the mid lane. He got down to the bottom lane, got a ton of kills down there, or set up a bunch of kills. Set up so much for the Jin to get ahead. But also at the same time, like even before Hype was ahead, he was also not missing a single skill
Yeah,
shot.
no,
so,
he was consistent.
yeah.
I just feel like it's not the last game felt like it was 100% Hambach to me compared to this one, and like this one still felt good for Hambach. It just feels like Hambach's not going to get the recognition he deserves. He's not going to be in the interview, even though he played at least in a comp where it didn't necessarily make sense. 200% damage per gold. Like, I'm taking a picture of this.
Look at his CC score. I was making memes about Hambach's CC score. This guy has 33 on Gen, or 33, what? 314. I don't know where the 33 came from. The depths of my mind. Wolf is actually just taking pictures right now. That's how you know this was a hype Gen performance.
I mean, this is insane. It's a one-sided game, and Jin is just doing pew-pew shoot from the behind the scenes by the end of it.
Like, never missed anything.
A lot of those ending moments were really just him having fun. But like the stats here reflect how dominant he was and how many opportunities he had to even pad them further at the end of the game. He's picking up collector gold. He's doing everything he needs to do. 1,000 damage per minute on Jin.
Yeah, there was one mention of like, well, he got kind of spoon-fed. I think that a little bit, like that got the engine rolling, and then Hype just showcased like some of the best Jin play I've ever seen. So like, true, it was kind of a team performance, and that's why we were saying like, man, Hambach was insane. I really wanted to vote for Hambach like up until like maybe 5 minutes before that game ended, and it just ended up that Hype kind of, you know, even outside of the ult kills, he was like hitting deadly flourishes. He was also like gale forcing forward at the exact right times to get the, you know, the execute kills and stuff.
Right
like,
after his crit hits, like when
really
he's out of
play.
ammo, he's going in with the gale force to grab the kill, get the execution with the collector. He also played really well with his team. His shoes are making sounds. Hopefully you guys can't hear that.
I hope you can. Squeaky boots Wolf over here.
So he plays behind aiming right now in terms of like where the hierarchy is, and could be subbed in if aiming is sick, for example. He used to have a different name, Hype did, and I actually had it written down in my notes last time we watched KT play. I'm going to actually look it up right now because he used to be called something else. You guys might recognize him.
We do have time because there's an interview going on. And if you can speak Korean, feel free to go over and take a look and try to listen in.
King Kong, that's right. He used to be called King Kong. So he's got a bit of a reputation in Korea because he's played on a few different teams. He was on Sandbox before this, and changed his name to Hype when he moved into
King
KT.
Kong to Hype.
Yeah.
I kind of like King Kong better.
King Kong doesn't sound like an 80 carry name, though, does it? It sounds like a top laner's name.
Yeah, or a mid laner, strangely. It's like a solo laner name.
Yeah.
King Kong. I mean, I guess it could be a jungler because of Wukong, but...
Yeah, so he plays behind aiming, right? So there's not a great chance for him to move into KT's roster at the moment because aiming is aiming, and I don't need to say anything else, but I could see a world in which he moves into teams that need a better performing 80 carry player. I also could see a world where if aiming starts underperforming in any way, especially if KT look like they're not going to make playoffs or something, where he gets some opportunities, some experience in the LCK. This win with a +1 that they gain actually ties T1, if I'm not mistaken, for second place. So KT, T1 tied for second. Some telecom war potential.
No, they are one game score behind T1. If Hamalife won with a 2-1, they would be tied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. I thought KT only had 4 points and Hanwha had 3.
It's still very good. A win's a win.
So just 1 point behind T1, but
gets them closer. I
don't think we had our telecom war for challengers yet. It might have been on a day that nobody was casting.
Yeah. I don't think so. But I'm not sure. We do have the match list here as well.
I'm actually looking.
Since we have like about 7 years.
We're checking chat. There's a lot of papers.
Nope. They have not fought yet.
Okay, I didn't think so.
They will fight on Thursday, actually. This Thursday.
Well, we won't be able to cast it, but
yeah,
you guys can check out some other co-streams, some of the Korean co-streams for that one, maybe.
Is Feisty better than BDD? Do you think? I would say still no.
No, I don't think so.
Not yet. I mean, BDD is still good. Like he's not quite Gen.G semifinals good, but he's still a very strong player, and he's still part of the reason why his team is, you know, getting opportunities at all.
Yeah.
He played well in their last win.
Yeah, his Rise is really good. He got to play that one once. Probably the last time he's going to play it on this patch. So I think he's very good.
Yeah.
I think BDD, because of his time on Nongshim, where he really struggled, a lot of people have just like created this sort of weird narrative that he's just not good now. Like, yeah, but I saw him last year and he wasn't good. So even though he just played amazingly and won the game and got POG, like I still think he's bad because he was bad once. And was he bad on Nongshim, or was Nongshim a weak team? I think Nongshim was a weak team. Like, yeah, BDD, he did not play well. He specifically mentioned in interviews that he had a lot of problems with long COVID, essentially, and brain fog and stuff like that. So he looks like he's mostly returned to form. I personally think BDD still has a lot left in the tank. I don't think he's retiring anytime soon. And I think he's pretty good. I'm not trying to say this guy who asked if Feisty is better than BDD is actually throwing shade, but
No.
there are a lot of BDD shade throwers right now.
He also said probably not, right? So
I didn't realize. I didn't see
maybe
that part.
just try Hambach on the main roster. I mean, I don't know. It's hard because like what we
That
see
sounds like a possibility.
it definitely could be. The thing is I feel like still this is like a challenger matchup. It's 1 best of 3. Like he looks really great for sure. Like he obviously has a lot of talent, but like who knows how he would perform on an LCK stage. Like that's, you know, maybe he deserves a shot. I could definitely sign off on that, but does he deserve to be an LCK mainstay? I don't know. He needs that shot first.
Yeah. So just recapping the move in standings here. As I mentioned, KT 1 game behind. I incorrectly thought they were tied, but 1 game behind T1 here at 4 games. Nongshim moving up to 4th with a 3-2 scoreline, and Hanwha with the loss actually just behind them at 3-game wins. And Fredit Brion, or formerly Fredit Brion, I still do this sometimes, Brion.
It just flowed so well, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it was a good name.
Yeah.
But they're at 0-5. Have still yet to win a game here in Challengers this season. We'll see if that changes in the coming days, but there's still a lot good to say about Brion. It's just the mid-game where things fall apart that needs to be adjusted. Communication just not really there, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely still needs some time, especially because after game 1 where they already looked a little bit not very confident, they also just kind of looked crushed after that game 1 and didn't look great in game 2 either. So definitely pretty rough. As if you guys do want to catch some of the Korean co-streaming that is going on, you can search for Hojin and Shai. We'll be co-streaming some of that.
Yeah, Shai casting or co-streaming / casting the Telecom War on Thursday, so that'll be around 5
LCK
o'clock?
start time.
Yeah.
Go on that multi-Twitch.
Yeah.
Or
Check
that
out
multi-YouTube, if that's
Multi-Africa, question mark?
Multi-Africa.
I don't know where they're streaming these, but you guys will be able to find
Multi-streaming platform. And here is the matchup. Here are the matchups for next week.
Ooh, you and I are going to cast a D plus Kia game finally versus
Nice.
KT Rolster too. That's actually a pretty hype matchup, honestly. We'll see if KT is coming off a win after their Telecom War. Same with T1 versus Hanwha Life. So these matches, the first 2 are pretty slick.
Yeah.
I think I'd give the edge to Nongshim in the Kwangdong match, but still a big Courage fan myself, so we'll see how he plays it out.
Yeah, and then on Tuesday, Bro versus DRX and Gen.G Global Academy versus Live Sandbox Youth. You know, not the top of the table on Tuesday, but you guys can have fun trolling out Atlas and Chronicler at least. That'll be fun. I'll be there.
Also, because DRX have had such a rough season, can definitely hope that maybe Brion takes their first game win, at least in that series.
So we have some slight changes to the schedule. The second and third series, or just the second series if there is only 2, will start earlier. So a little bit like the LCK.
If those games finish on time,
Yes.
because they very rarely do. So this probably won't affect you too much if you're planning on watching the whole show, like our hardcore viewers I see in the chat every day. But it is important to note. So if you wanted to watch only the second one or third one, then maybe tune in a little bit earlier just to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you guys are here. Yeah, should be fun. Should be a lot of fun. But that's pretty much it, Wolf. That's pretty much the show.
That's the show.
did it.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, really? Oh, wait, are we actually done? Should we just leave now?
No, not
Okay.
yet, not yet.
Whew.
Wait until
I saw Atlas close at the end of yesterday, and that was. I thought we were doing some of that. The mic drop.
No, just
That was
no.
good.
We had an easy day today. All right, I don't want to
Yeah, we
ever
were just
pretend like
chilling.
today was hard or that I even could fathom
No.
what they experienced yesterday.
Not yet. You and I will have our 9-game day.
Monday is coming. Some
It
good
could be.
some good games too.
It could be.
I hope it's a 9.
I don't know if
gamer.
KT can take a game off of DK. That's the one I'm like. I don't know if that'll happen.
I
The
don't
other
know.
two
Do you
matches
see
I think
Hype
it
and Hambach
easily
today, though?
could be 3 games.
Wha-
But DK are just kind of a different kind of beast.
Lucid and Hambach in the same game, the Elise priority going to go through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Elise is just really, really good, and Challengers figured it out first. But
Follow the Twitch stream. Follow YouTube. Subscribe.
Make
Like,
sure to tell your
subscribe,
friends.
Tell your friends.
Make sure to tell the LCK viewers as well. When we make those Challengers comments on the LCK, make sure you tell them, oh, they're talking about Challengers on Mondays and Tuesdays. We're done here, guys. That's going to do it for the matches today. Hope you did enjoy. We will see you tomorrow. No, yes, tomorrow on the LCK. Goodbye.